Future downside slightly here to start as we get going on a holiday shortened week. Welcome back to, it's September. If anyone hasn't checked the calendar yet, it's the first day of school around here as well. So congratulations on getting through another summer back to school for all the kiddies this morning. We are dealing with a relatively flat market to kick things off. More Fed speakers to come this morning. More data as far as inflation is concerned coming up later in the week, but we will get some key data coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll talk a little bit about that later on. We're also going to deal with some EV strength possibly today. We'll touch on Tesla, some data out of China overnight. We'll talk a little bit about ADRs in general, downside, but positive data for Tesla anyways. Individual movers to deal with this morning as well. Airbnb going into the S&P 500 up 5% here in the pre-market. Going to be an interesting day here. It's Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, higher bond yields being a little bit of a nuisance for the overall market so far this morning. You can see the S&P downside slightly. We're actually pushing to pre-market lows as we speak here, but overall still holding on to the top end of the range as far as the overall market is concerned. The 10-year back to 4.2 this morning after we got down to, I think it was about 4.03 at the lows of last week. Coming off the data that we got last week, but a little bit of strength here coming back in as far as the US dollar and some of the treasury yields as well, putting pressure on tech specifically after what we saw last week. Again, a bit of a holiday week going into the weekend. Typically volume was low last week of August. Sharif here as always. Good morning. Welcome to September. Hard to say, but the market may be getting a little bit of activity here. We'll see.
Hard to tell it's September given the warmth outside.
I know,
it's like going to be 31 degrees in Toronto, which is unusual for this time of year. But yeah, to build on your point here, the 10-year yield has been holding this upward channel for quite a bit here, Brenda. We talked about this a little bit on Friday. Some weak PMI data coming out of China helping push down these markets.
Yeah, some industrial data not meeting expectations coming out of China. Again, ADRs across the board downside. I was just hearing little low float name just popping up on some news. We'll touch on that. But here's the overall market again, 0.3. NASDAQ looking very similar right now, about 0.4 to the downside, pushing to session lows. It was a holiday weekend. Sean's back in the building. Neil is here as well. It's been a few days, guys, since we've all been around the table, but good morning. Welcome into brand new month.
Yes, sir. With the kiddies going back to school, I thought that was cute there. Oh, I mean, if you're in...
Cheers to the kids.
Yeah, to the kids. Although, I learned this because I was at a friend's, and like a bunch of places around here are getting a day off. They don't even start till tomorrow, which is ridiculous. I mean, Toronto starts today, we start today.
Yeah.
But if you're in the States, I mean, you guys started school like weeks ago, right? They started early.
Weeks?
I think a couple weeks ago, some places in the States are starting really early now. I know a lot were like 1 week. Now it's like 2 weeks earlier than us. But it should be a fun week, I think. I mean, we have a lot to look forward to. There's a few earnings names to get to. Airbnb is already moving today. There is a negative headline as well, like that New York short-term rental ban thing. But you know, it's going up. They're going to the S&P 500 in a couple of weeks, and actually almost exactly 2 weeks. So that should be a spice you want to trade today. You've got the EV names that are in play, as already mentioned, and then the chips. I mean, NVIDIA remains a bit of a fade play, and AMD was super strong on Friday. Got to respect the strength that we saw in AMD. If it can hold that 108, I think that's going to be a big spicy level. And Darwin in the chat asked who got Josh Allen in our draft this weekend. Our league is a keeper league, so it's like I have Josh Allen.
You didn't throw him back?
No, under no circumstances would I ever allow like the quarterback of the Bills to be on anybody else's team. So I'll just keep the guy for life. He'll retire on my team, my fantasy squad. But yeah, it was good times, man. It's going to be ridiculously hot today, though.
Yeah, they said it was yesterday. It was 40 degrees Celsius, so that's like 100. That's like 100, 100 and something. Anyways, very, very warm here right now. I mean, what's going on with this world is nuts here. It seems like all those flooding. Shout out to everybody at Burning Man. I mean, those didn't burn for too long there. It was like flooded out there. So hopefully everyone got away from that safely. But yeah, some people saying Georgia started 2 weeks ago, early August. Texas, or more than early August, 4 weeks ago. Texas started a couple weeks ago. We're talking about high school and public school and so on and so forth, not universities. But yeah, no, so far so good here, man. The future is down 0.4% right now. I'm looking for a couple shorts. If Amazon can get going again, I like that AMD level to short 110. We'll see if that can go as well. We got up there on Friday and then faded the rest of the day. But yeah, it should be another good day, man. Apple, yeah, just seeing some news headlines, nothing coming across right now. But yeah, it should be a good one. We'll watch some Tesla today. I really like Airbnb. I mean, that's a great catalyst being added to the S&P 500. So we've seen PanW and some of these other names go up recently on additions as well. So we'll see if that can come through for Airbnb. So we're happy about that one here, guys.
Yeah, we'll have a look as we jump into a few things here that are moving around, including Airbnb. Let's talk what is to come. Coming up later this morning, we'll get this factory orders data at 10 o'clock. That's really the big one for today. There's a few Fed speakers, but they're later in the day, 3 o'clock and then 4:30, I believe. So after the market is closed, obviously. But we'll keep an eye out for that. Coming up tomorrow, though, it is going to get a little bit more intense. As far as PMI data in the U.S. is concerned, 945. So these are, last week we were discussing that PMI data that came out as preliminary or interim data. These are the final prints that we're going to get tomorrow. So 945, the S&P PMI for last month will come at 945. As I said, 10 o'clock though. The big one, ISM at 10 o'clock, 52.5. That one could be a market mover if it does come out one way or the other in the wrong direction. Beige Book at 2 o'clock as well is an overall look at economic conditions throughout multiple different areas of the U.S. and then more Fed speak there later in the afternoon tomorrow. So more to come as far as economic data is concerned, mostly tomorrow again. Factory orders today, but it was that number coming out of China. Same thing, PMI data out of China overnight that kind of dragged things down a little bit.
Yeah, and we saw what the economic data did last week for the market. The S&P was up 2.8, the NASDAQ up 3.5, but I want to work back to this Airbnb story. It's fantastic that it's being added to the S&P 500, but guess what? New York is now going to ban anything less than 30 days. So that is going to be a little bit of a catalyst. We already know supply was an issue for them earlier in the year, and that's why they sold off. This is an attempt to kind of reduce shelter inflation, which has been a real problem, and it's been one of the sticky ones in the CPI and the PCE. So good news now, but for how long?
Yeah, a lot more rumblings I was reading on the weekend as well of other areas investigating, doing something similar, at least as far as Airbnb is concerned. Quickly, guys, VFS, 11.7% once again this morning. $26 coming into play. If you remember last week, up all the way back up to 30 and a half even at the highs there going into the weekend. But big gap downside for VinFast once again. Yeah, Airbnb. I mean, it's not a heck of a lot of volume, 280,000 shares, but good look here, 5.5%.
Yeah, on the VinFast note, it basically every single day, and including Friday, there were some slight moves to the upside, but it's been breaking down pretty much every single day. This last move here, if it breaks 25, maybe you get back into that $10 to $12 level that everything started from. So, what goes up must come down, and that's just it for VinFast. Look, the thing about this ban is like that those are rules that have been in place. Like you have rules like this all over the place, and it's not completely uncommon. It hasn't really stopped things. It comes down to enforcing it. Like, is it actually going to be enforced? Some of the concerns about their growth was sort of in the last quarter, so I feel like some of that's going to be baked in with Airbnb. I'm anticipating a dip buy situation here where if you like the long, you should be waiting for it to get sold a little bit. Just going to pull out, I was looking at Pinduoduo, but let me actually bring Airbnb's weekly chart down here because this is one that certainly has a lot of room to still go. If you look at that weekly, it's got a nice little channel that it's been sort of forming here. You just put in a higher low on the weekly, and you have room to like 155. So it's not that it's crazy. I mean, we're in a bull market, which people say is pulling back, but at the end of the day, it's still been a bull market. And if you were to continue this little mini breakout, you could get back to like a 150, 155 before you have any of the serious resistance on the weekly chart. That said, it does have that little bit of a negative catalyst. The market is down. I like the 136 because it's a 50 period on the daily. So if we do actually pull back and don't hold 140, that's where I would look for that little sneak attack dip buy that worked. If you were looking at Lulu on Friday, remember, like sometimes when a stock gaps up, if you've got a key level of potential support at that open, you can find yourself a nice one. And Lululemon was a gift getting that 67 level on Friday. I'm thinking the same kind of thing here for Airbnb in front of 136.
All right. Historically, September, I'm just tweeting this out right now, hasn't been a great month, but you know, I think that there were some stats also that if the market's coming into double-digit growth from into August, out of August, then you're going to have a decent September. So we'll see if that can come through. But I think everyone's probably been really excited about what the summer has brought. You're now down 0.5% here today. I mean, the NASDAQ is still really. I mean, I was going to look at Airbnb too, but we can relax on that for a couple minutes. You know, just breaking back down here, this 15,360. You know, we had some tops back there into late August, back into here. Hopefully we can come in, sort of test this area. Well, we're kind of testing it right now. If that dips down, I mean, I still think we got to watch out for 15,000 down here, which is 400 points away. We could do that today. I mean, you know, that would be a good area to start to look for some longs. I don't know. It's the beginning of a new month. I could see some fades happening here today. You know, we're really close to that top. I mean, we're 200 points away from this up here, 15,650. So that's going to be a level that I would definitely want to start looking some shorts. We talked about on here AMD and Amazon, looking to go short on that one, shorting WeWork and shorting AMC. I think they're all kind of the same play up there. I mean, WeWork and AMC obviously different with share structures and splits, but I just think that if the market can bump up here, there's a couple names that I'm looking to get at. We saw Amazon start the week yesterday, or start the day Friday at 140, and then absolutely made the move down. So we'll see if we could do that again. But up here, Nvidia, AMD, some of the big high flyers, Apple. You know, if we can get up, I just don't know if we're going to break through that high rate there that we put on. I guess it was Thursday or Friday. So we'll see. But right now the market looks like it wants to dip down. So some key levels right now. 15.5 right into here. That's where the 200 is. That's where the 50 is. And we're getting VWAP creeping into that level as well. So 15,500 is what I'm looking for here on the NASDAQ. So a little bit of a bump up early. I could see us taking some shorts into some of those levels.
Just keep in mind, Fed's Waller on CNBC right now. Not seeing any comments coming through, but overall the market, as Sean was mentioning, back to the downside here. Let's talk about a few Chinese names. Here's Alibaba on the daily chart. Back to the downside. We've had a pretty decent run up back to 96 here for BABA. A couple of things of note here. PMI data for August out overnight in China. Missing estimates. So same narrative as we were talking about last week a little bit, in the sense that their economy continues to show weakness right across the board. They also cut the minimum down payment on mortgages across the board. Again, same thing. Weakness in the real estate sector there continues to be a problem as well.
Yeah, funny enough, Country Garden did actually make a bond payment in US dollars over the weekend. So that's good because they had missed the previous one. But to circle back to China and their EV sector, interesting look what happened in Germany. There was an auto show there over the weekend. BYD and XPEV were there in spades. They held important press conferences, and they're looking to challenge the European incumbents in the EV sector. So.
Yeah, pointing to Germany specifically, they're going to target as far as the next market potentially for both. Here is XPeng, Sharif reading my mind. Back to a pretty interesting level here, $19, which was the high from last week as well. For XPeng, guys. So a couple of different angles here as far as China is concerned.
Yeah, I was just telling Sean on Friday, the move up in the first half an hour of the Chinese ADRs was nothing more than spectacular. Like, it was a very, very clear, you can call it what you want, like buy programs or just lack of liquidity. There was a lot going on in that initial move because XPeng essentially, right at the open, tagged the pre-market bottom, like held 18 and was at $20 in a half an hour. It then proceeded to almost give everything back. So it's almost like, okay, almost nothing happened there. Obviously, I think if it gets to $20 again, I don't think you let that get away. That's, to me, it's an easy short if it gets to that price. But in the afternoon, this got to $19, double top at 19, and that key 19 level looks like it's going to be in play again. So, like, if we get to 20, cross that bridge when we get there. I think it's sort of an obvious. I'd be shorting 20 if we got to 20. But that 19 was resistance on Wednesday. And then Friday afternoon, after things settle down, it was resistance again. So if this doesn't get through 19 even, I could easily see a pullback. I don't see an obvious level on Alibaba other than exactly where it closed on Friday. It did a similar move at the open, got up to 97 bucks, pulled right back in to like 95. And 95.01 was the close price. So if that stock gets to 95, sure. But if I see XPeng pop again, didn't get the short on Friday, we're looking at other stocks at that time. I mean, we're looking to try to get into the Dell run, and we had like Lululemon up. But that was an absolute, I don't want to call anything free money, but $20 even after it just bounced $2 in a half an hour. That's the kind of overextension that if we see that again on the Chinese ADRs, XPeng's the one that excites me on a 20 short. If it happens to fail 19 at the open, I'd probably try to short that as well. But BABA 95, I guess, is just sort of that nice little round number where it closed.
Yeah, I was looking. I mean, NEO still needs to lose 10 bucks really before it gets super exciting. But you're right into this level again right here for these guys. So 1050, could be a decent spot. You've been sort of dripping down. This is a 20-minute chart, so kind of making the moves to the downside right here. So we can look at this 1020, 1025 area down here for something to break. So I think that's, you're at 1084 now. I mean, it's going to be a decent move if it gets down to here. So we'll actually probably look around around 10 bucks, something like that. But if you're going to start it, what I'm getting at is I think you got to wait for down here, 10, 1025, which, it's coming back in right now for those levels. And then if you lose 10, you can get out of the way. I mean, it's pretty simple. You had some decent flushes down like Neil was just talking about there, and then boom, up to the upside right off the jump. So if you can come back in, you've been sort of respecting this 1025 area. So maybe there's something in there near these bottoms for NIO. But, I don't know. The market's down right now. I don't know. I'm not really looking for too many longs, but if Neil can get to 10 bucks, I think that's always worth a shot.
Yeah, a couple of comments coming through here, kind of interesting. Data will drive whether the Fed will raise rates again. We've heard that in the past. We want to be careful with saying the inflation job is done. One more hike is unlikely to send the economy into a recession, but it was this one down here that was kind of interesting. The data is looking good so far for a soft landing scenario, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Sharif, is the first time I think I've heard that from a Fed member in quite some time.
Yeah, I haven't heard that in a while. Yeah, he's still making statements there. He's saying the job market is very strong. So if you want, tune into that. But important because we've seen the Fed speakers move markets intraday before. And right now, from what I can gather, it's all pretty bullish stuff. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Tech in general here, as far as when we came on, I was mentioning yields back to the upside in a big way this morning. Tech in general, right across the board downside. Here's Apple. A full percent. All of these, though, pretty much looking the same. Microsoft, not as much. Nice little uptick there with the overall market from Microsoft. But big tech guys under a little bit of pressure. Again, coming up in, I'll double check. I think it's the 12th, so just over a week and change. It's the iPhone 15 event for Apple.
Yes, sir. And my buddy, I was at a pool party yesterday, and his daughters might need a new iPhone because she dropped it in the pool and then lost her absolute mind. It was, we hear like this like loud scream. We're like, oh my goodness, and his older daughter, this is Zane, right? His older daughter is like completely calm. I'm like, okay, well obviously that means the kid's fine. So why is she screaming like all hell broke loose? And she's like, I dropped my iPhone.
Yeah, it depends what model.
First things first. I don't know what model it was, but I mean, it was
she'll be okay.
Like it was working when it got pulled out of there, like after a minute. So clearly it's waterproof.
A minute?
Yeah, it was under there.
It was under there for that long?
So apparently, like she tried to grab it, and then she's like, then she starts freaking out about it when she couldn't get it. Like that's when the screaming started.
Yeah.
And then the older kids came inside and were like, hey, something's going on. We could hear the screaming. By the time this got out of there, it was like a full minute. But it still worked. So Apple's got it going on, which is part of the problem because then you don't buy a new one. I think Apple's fine, but today is a bit of an issue because you're being down 1% almost with the NASDAQ down 0.2. It's a little bit scary when you see Apple sort of outpacing a little bit. There was some bad news out of, I think Foxconn was sort of reiterating some bad numbers this morning. I shouldn't say bad numbers, but a bit of a slowdown this morning. I think that's what's dragging on it. 190 was a short on Friday. It did end up closing near that high, but you're just immediately giving up that entire gap. And if you look at Wednesday, like this 187 area, like it's kind of a nice stair step up to 190. If it doesn't hold 187, there's a little bit of a gap that could get filled to the downside on Apple. If things get really strong today, I think 190 is an easy short. I don't know that Apple in particular gets there. There's a lot of names that have big levels. You mentioned Amazon. I mean, this, again, 190 was a level on Apple. It got back there at the close. Amazon didn't. Amazon got up to 140, and then at the close, it had bounced off 137. I think that's the big support level. If this doesn't hold on to 137, solid gap fill to the downside, I think. It's got a couple of dollars underneath there. I think you give this 137 a chance because it's been a good support for 2 days in a row. Maybe 10, 15 cents underneath it at the open, and then I'd look for a bounce zone. But underneath that, if we do not hold this price at the open on Amazon, I think it can be shorted underneath on any kind of weakness today. But that was a level for the afternoon. Like, there weren't many easy opportunities to the long side. That was kind of one of them on Friday, that 137 on Amazon. But Apple, if it gets to 190, I think you got to fade that one today off that Foxconn news.
Yeah, I was just, Brendan started the show sort of by talking about sort of the dollar strength here. And I mean, as you can see here, the DXY, as that just continues to make moves to the upside here, I mean, it's not going to be very good for, let's go check out a 1 month. You know, it's not going to be very good news here for big tech stocks, right? And so as this dollar continues to mature, getting back up to the upside right now, I don't like the fact that we're going to have a lot of strength in this today. So that's going to mean, look at it, just even right now, right? You're up 50 points just in a couple hours. So that's not great. Looking to take out 105 right now. That's not going to be good news for anybody. I'm going to maybe open that up on TradingView or something. That's not going to be very good news for the big guys, right? And so Apple obviously has had such an epic run over the last 2 weeks, right back up to 190. It's been a monster. We've been sitting here when Obi was here and everything. We're just like, okay, well, market's breaking. We just got to go long Apple. So it was a pretty easy trade for a minute. But now with the dollar getting weaker, obviously with these guys selling as much as they do and trying to repatriate this money back into the U.S., it's going to be a little bit of a problem. But, you know, I'm not too worried about Apple and sort of the global economy. It's just as U.S. dollar goes up, tech names come down. We saw that all through the last couple of years. That relationship's one of the only ones that seems to be remaining true. So if that is the case, then we go Apple to the downside. You can also look at, I mean, remember UUP is another symbol that you can look at if you're aggressively, I mean, it doesn't do much volume, but if you did want to, you know, sort of see what we're talking about right here, this is the move up right now, as UUP is United States Dollar Index, I believe. Let me see what exactly it says here. Okay, so bullish ETF, yeah, so dollar index. So there it goes. As this continues to make a move to the upside, you know, would have been a good spot to park some of your cash at the beginning of the month, but you know, it's a nice move upside right there. So we'll be watching the dollar to see if we can get any moves off that and then relate it back to big tech.
All right, here are a few analyst moves for you to get going on a Tuesday morning. Here I keep having to remind myself it's not Monday. Lowe's AXP to the upside. Domino's, Lululemon, all with upgrades today. General Mills, Zoom Info, Paychex, which is PayX, if you're PAYX, if you're looking for the symbol, and FMC downside.
I thought Oracle might get in there. Oracle did get an upgrade today, but Lululemon obviously was, you know, that was such a great runner on Friday. Strong day for them. Breakout on every time frame you put up, it's going to be a breakout trade. But it dipped right off this previous 186. Kind of an easy line in the sand there. It dipped right there at the open, got to $400, held 400, broke out, and actually ended up, you know, taking out 405, getting to 406. So I like Lulu if it can play continuation today. So on the daily chart, you were breaking out at 95. As I said, that 386 level, I don't think we have a chance to see that one again today. But if it can come back in here, I should probably get rid of that 386 line. I think 95, 96, that was good support early afternoon on Lululemon. It doesn't seem like it wants to hold on to 400 in this weakness, so this could be a name. You look up at the open, if we do pull back, it's got a couple of levels in there that I like for that strength. So I want to kind of look at the relative strength, relative weakness. As long as this is above that 86, I want to try to be bullish on this one still. It can always fill in that gap. If it does, kind of give it up if it doesn't, you know, if it can't hold that level. But 95, 86, those are both pretty good ones. The only reason I mentioned Oracle is, I mean, Oracle's been a beast. I know they did get an upgrade. I forget by who this morning. You can probably just double check. But it just got above that 122, and it's starting what looks like a decent run back up to this 52-week high. So it's just really breaking out of this channel here where 122 has been resistance. It's at 123 now. So it's another name that kind of gives you this opportunity for a potential dip buy into previous highs, and then just look for the long room up to 130 on Oracle. And it's been a great story for the last little bit here. So, both Oracle and Lululemon setting up pretty nicely. If they do get down into those dip areas for that open, I like them.
All right, yeah, I like, just on that sheet there, I like American Express. I think that we've seen MasterCard and things like that get faded a little bit. And maybe American Express hasn't been the greatest operator in the space, but, nice little dip buy down into here. You're coming into some nice little levels, and then it gets upgraded. So this makes sense to me. I feel like you can go long here, 160-ish. Hold it down to 150. That's not even that big of a hit as we try to take out the 200 or the 50-period moving average on American Express. So I like this name. I think it's a nice, solid play here. Obviously, we can stop talking about, oh my God, the world's opening back up. People are traveling again. I mean, we already know that story. We know that consumer credit is also, at all-time highs where there's going to be some delinquencies obviously coming through on some of that. But I still like American Express. Higher net worth clients should be able to hold them. Good perks, bonuses, things like that. And as long as Sharif is using his American Express Black Card, I feel like this stock is only going to shoot higher. So I like it. Let's see what happens with American Express here. It's a good upgrade, and I think you want to stay long this name.
You just said it's canceled. UPTD and ADTX were the two main ones last week, if you remember. Teeny tiny little floats, 500,000 shares. There's this one that's moving around this morning, HDTX, which is this, or HSDT, sorry, which is this Helios Medical. 520,000 shares on this one. They regained NASDAQ compliance this morning, so they announced that. So just popping back up on some volume there. But UPTD and ADTX were the two of these last week that were just wild.
Yeah, we talked about this on the midday show. These small cappers are quite cyclical. They come in bunches, and when they come, they seem to repeat themselves every day. Let's look at HSDT. I'll let the big kahunas look at the technicals, but there's clearly an interesting level here, the pre-market high, the aftermarket high on September 1st, that 1150 level right back there. I wonder if it's going to be support.
Just seeing a note on WBD as well. Just watch out for Warner Brothers. But yeah, I mean, there was a time when 1 million was small, and then 800,000 was kind of the benchmark. Now we're at 500 and 550. But just amazing. HSDT might be worth a watch today, guys.
It's basically the same story for the majority of these, where you get this low float because they get their compliance back because they reverse split. So this is another reverse split story. We'll get to WeWork. Trust me, we're not forgetting about the WeWork 40-1, 140 reverse split there. But HSTD reverse split from penny stock status. So this is how they regain compliance, and then now the float's small, so we can get soaked up and be a runner. It's tricky to want, eventually these come back down, but it's always tricky to want to fade them. It's now broken out. Its post-split high was pretty much exactly $10. You got there in the aftermarket on Friday, and if it's holding above that price, I think it's got a second chance to run. So anything that's above 10 at the open, and just maybe look for that consolidation long. Because once it starts, if something like this starts halting, chasing past 1, 2, 3 halts. Once that happens, I don't want to be looking for any kind of a shot play there. Maybe the first halt to the upside, if you can grab that, sometimes it's worth it, risk to reward. But if this holds $10, I'd much rather look for something like this post-open. You look at it bounce off that 1050, consolidate here, and then kind of break from 11 where you could risk 50 cents, right? If you're ticking this happens after the open, you could be long an 11 break with a 50-cent stop, and then if it halts to the upside, then you got yourself a nice little runner there. That's the kind of thing I'd look for on HSDT there. And probably the one worth watching today, at least based on volume. But WeWork's the other end of the coin. I think in WeWork's case, that pattern you just saw in HSTD was it reverse splits, falls for a few days, makes a base after a week or so, and then now it's running, right? So WeWork is day one gapping up. I think it's a fade. The relative prices, if you go to pre-split, that's 11 cents, 11 and a half, and then 12. That works out to 44, so $4.40, $4.60, and then the $4.80 level. I think all three of those prices are fades on WeWork today. And if we come back in a week or two and WeWork has made a temporary bottom on the day, like a double bottom or something, maybe you look for it to do a squeeze. But not today, because today's day one, and reverse splits get sold day one in my books.
Yeah, we wrote down WeWork and AMC still wanting to short those day 1, day 5, day 10, day whatever. I'm going to be short AMC until 14. I mean, we can go over that for a couple minutes here. I just want to say what's up to Nimitz here, and then what's up to Havana Woody. They're trying to get rich on some stock today. Let me know which one that is. I didn't scroll up all the way here. There was some talk here from Havana Woody as well. And then I've got to give a shout out to Norbin Fernandez right here, talking about Intel being at a triple on the daily. So I just want to see what stock Havana Woody and those guys were talking about in there, but they'll post it up. But look at this on Intel. Wow, man, this is a good one right here, $37. I mean, yeah, 1 top, 2 top, 3 tops, you know, sold. Will we sell off here again? So this looks like a really, really good opportunity to have a look at a name if the market does go. Of course, Intel's stronger than the market today, but not by much. The market is starting to come back. We did get a nice, huge bump there for some reason coming through. So we'll have to wait to see what was up with that. But, I mean, huge bump. It went up 50, 60 points there, almost in a straight line. So that was a good one. And Intel's hovering around here as well. So thanks, Norbin, there for that. I just tweeted it out. I think that's going to be a good little level there. $37 to look out for on Intel. So some names that are on my mind right there.
On Tower Semiconductor coming through this morning for INTC. 9 o'clock. Let's get into everything you need to know to kick off on a Tuesday. Here comes Sharif with the future.
In case you forgot, we were open on Sunday for a little bit on the future, so we closed out at 45.21. Not much of an important level because the volume was suspect, but here's a look. We talked about these peaks. We keep talking about them as levels of support. Mid-June, early July, 45.90, 4,500 area. You know, today we started off bearish. We've already made a 4,500 low. We bounced off it immediately. Fed Speaker Waller seems to have been buoying this market. If we really get above that 45, 35 area, it'll be really interesting to see if we can hold above there. That's kind of where we crested out over the weekend on Friday.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, super easy. Scan that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and then that comes right to your inbox every single day for free. It's that simple. Everything you need to know on there every single morning. I was just watching Warner Brothers here. There's not a lot of volume, but there was a headline on Warner Brothers. Big spike in crude oil right now. Just be aware, 1.3% right now. A ton of volume coming in as well for crude oil back to the upside. But let's talk about Chinese ADRs to kick things off. This was overnight. August PMI data out of China lower than expected. There are a few individual headlines as well. Xpeng with one, as we said. BYD with some sales numbers that were off the charts once again. So BYD continues to lead as far as EV names are concerned. But this PMI data continues to tell the story as far as strength in their overall economy. Yeah,
and you can easily see that by looking at your ADR watch list. It is not a good look this morning. On the positive side, though, we talked about Country Garden making their bond payment in US dollars, which is good because they had missed the prior one. But with respect to EVs specifically, we talked about this at the top of the show. Germany had an auto show there where Xpeng and BYD featured heavily, and they're actually being touted as being able to take on some of these German incumbents. The only thing is brand recognition. They really need to work on that in Europe, Brendo.
All right, a couple of things. So it looks like Iraqi oil flows to Turkey not expected to resume before October. That's not going to do it. There was a note on Coinbase that I saw a little while ago as well, but Coinbase not really moving. Coinbase to increase the amount of notes that may be purchased in tender offer to a maximum aggregate purchase price of $180 million. But just stay with me here for a second. Here's what oil is doing right now. There we go. So huge spike here, guys, for crude oil. Just be aware of that. I'll keep an eye out here, but oil and all the oil names, individual stocks now popping up as well.
What I saw is the Saudis are extending the voluntary cut of 1 million barrels a day until December. So like it's been well, the end of last week was a good rally as well here. So you know, you were breaking this 85 and you were past 86. Well, you were past 86 on this move. We actually got there on Friday, but kind of crazy it's kind of crazy. It's a good run there for the new contract, and you can see the upward trajectory that we've been on. So good luck. Some of the names individually are moving higher. Going back to the Chinese ADRs, we kind of briefly touched on XPeng, ridiculous run on Friday. My goodness, if you were part of that at the open, congratulations. It was just a matter of sort of like stick a bit out there and go long anywhere at the open, and you were laughing on XPeng, and then it just failed 20. 19 is a big level. We were mentioning this, and then 95 on Alibaba. That's where we close. I like that for a resistance level. But Pinduoduo. So these guys reported and were just a rocket ship last week. You know, getting from $80 and then cracking $100. This is the one with the big gap based on the trade on Friday, based on the trade last week. And if I look up here, 105, 106 on the daily in PDD, I get it. It's in an upward trend, but this just feels like if it breaks 105 today, is this not a fade? When you look at that 2023 high, it's January too. Like this is like the end of January when it made that high. So you got your high. It's obviously a 52-week high for PDD up here. If it gets to 105, 106, we're a couple of dollars away. But given the move that happened at the open on all the other Chinese ADRs, just because the stock is 3% away, would have to go red to green to get there, doesn't mean you write it off. Right? It was not prepared for XPeng 20 on Friday. And if you're not kind of looking out for these things, sometimes it'll get there and then you miss your chance. So if PDD breaks 105 and gets up to that top from the beginning of the year, I think it can be a fade up there. I mean, 25% in just under a week when everyone's kind of concerned about the prospects of the Chinese economy. I don't know about that. Despite the fact that trader I respect a lot has been saying for a long time that PDD is probably the best of the bunch in terms of the actual business. I still think it's a fade up here at 106. So if we get up there, I think we sell PDD, cross that bridge when we get there.
Watching some of these oil names, I mean, hopefully some of you have been going long on XLE. We've been sort of talking about that name for a while, and even indicating down here, like buying these dips, like 78, now you're up to $91. I mean, oil's not even near its high. I mean, it's near its recent highs and breaking out like crazy, but you know, we know oil can go, oil's been breaking out for a minute, but we know it can get even higher than this. So watch out for 94 coming through on XLE. I'm thinking about it's getting time to start to trim some of this position because we also have it in Canada as well. So that's going to be a good one. And then look at Occidental right now too, trying to take out 66. So that's going to be another level for these guys here as well. $66 for Oxy. So, you know, the more that these names continue to, you know, make these bottoms, and then you get the good news, so that it does only have a couple ways only to go, right? Should be upside here for Occidental. So watch out for $68 as a possible top there on this name. But we know if Warren likes it, we like it. 66 is coming into play right there again for Occidental. So this is going to be a pretty sweet name here, looking to take out some highs. So I'd say this is one that I like. I think you know, we should probably be looking to buy some of this. Let's see what happens here off the open for Occidental. Just a quick look here. What am I doing? On the imbalance locator, which for some reason is right here. There it is. Okay, so man, nothing on here at all today. Ford, AT&T, Uber. Yeah, they were selling Uber at $47. I'm fine with that. CRM, we saw Salesforce last week again with a nice move. Dell, obviously, Neil hinted at that when we talked about some Intel a little bit there or something. But Dell had a huge move up there over last week. Look at Dell. I mean, when old tech becomes, you know, popular again. You got Dell and IBM and HP all making huge moves. So they're going to come in here and sell that a little bit today. There we go. Didn't even see HPE. So HPE on a sell, Dell on a sell. I think that's all BS. Those are going to go higher. Other than that, not much on here. So I don't even see any oil names despite that Saudi news. So oil starting to kick off right now, back up to the upside. I'm going to look for an Occidental long, especially if we dip in. So there we go. We're even starting to go even a little bit higher right now. Just took out 65 up to 65.30. Watching out for this $66 level here on Occidental. I think that's a long, guys.
Just hearing Brent Crude, $90 for the first time since November as well. So yeah, adding to that strength coming out of, again, if you missed it, Saudi Arabia, going to implement more cuts. And then they also said they're going to monitor and adjust on a monthly basis going forward. So possibly more to come. Let's talk Airbnb here. This comes out, it was actually late yesterday. Airbnb up on inclusion into the S&P 500. As of the start of trading September 18th, Airbnb into the S&P.
Yeah, we know when you get included in the index, there's more institutional money that comes in, which is obviously a good look. The other side of the coin is New York, just the first of series of cities that's going to start cracking down on these short-term rentals to help alleviate shelter inflation. Here's the look. Airbnb, Vrbo, Booking.com, and other companies must check that the host's registration application has been approved. Now, you got to register your short-term rental now. And starting Tuesday, hosts who violate the rules could face up to $5,000, and the platform could face $1,500. So we'll have to wait and see how that works out.
I know even here, our condo has started handing out fines. If it says right in our rules that you can't do it,
Yep.
so they've actually started to enforce it, which is a change over the past. Worth noting, Blackstone also going in, but Lincoln National and Newell brands coming out again as of the September 18th.
Newell. Why do I know Newell? Yeah, I mean, you can look at Blackstone a little bit there, as opposed to, because it's always a good catalyst to be included in the S&P 500. Like ultimately, like you just sort of think about everyone that tracks that and the amount of buying that essentially is likely to come into the stock in the next couple of weeks. It does mean that at the end of the day, when you tune in to the afternoon show, we might every now and then see Airbnb. I'm not saying it has to happen. You might see them pop up on the imbalance locator at the close, especially as we get closer to September 18th when this does happen. I think that week for sure you're going to see Airbnb on the imbalance locator as some people are gobbling that one up and using the auction to do so. It's breaking out. Like we said, it was already kind of in the midst of a semi-breakout. Would have been nice to have a 135, 136 break if you could get it, but I think the other way to be able to play off this, it's a 50 period on the daily, would be any kind of a dip buy. It's in the middle of nowhere between 136 and 150 on that daily chart. So in terms of key levels, I mean, 140 psychological. If it does start dipping at the open, I'd much rather try to get a hero bid at 136 or something in front of that price than just say, hey, 140, let's go right at the open. Because I think you can just get railroaded at the open through that price. So I want to be very patient here. And if there is a bigger dip, maybe look for that long. If it sniffs 150 today, look, if on some reason it gets up to 150, I think that's when you start thinking about, okay, that's gone too far. It needs to be short, up 6%. I can't see it getting there today. I think if it gets to 150 to 155, like somewhere in that zone, the next few days could be a sell zone. But until we get close, I'll be looking for that dip by 136 in Airbnb. BlackRock I didn't look at. I guess like the other two names, you can probably look for shorts in the names that are coming out, but Airbnb is the one that's likely to do the volume.
Yeah, we dipped down to 138 when the news first came out here. So I'm looking at something like, into here. I mean, we ripped up, but, kind of held this 138.40 or so. And now you're just off to the races. It is the number one name here on the sticky note today. So you can go find that at Trader TV, Sean. But 139 as a bottom, I mean, that could come into play. I agree. I don't think it's worth I don't have any pending bids, but it's definitely worth watching to see if we can get back into here. I also wrote down that what about just taking out the pre-market high? At that time, it was almost 141. So you did take it out and you ripped about, well, you didn't even rip, but you went up about you went up 50 cents was the max, maybe 40 cents, and that's where we're at right now. So, yeah, you definitely missed the move on the break, but I still think that you could break this. Let's wait to see what the imbalances come out, but I really like the story. I think that anytime you are added, it's a good thing. So like Sharif said, man, get more financial, get some more big wigs in here, more money in here on the hedge fund side of it, some of the indexing side of it. When you have to add to your ETF because you don't have Airbnb and now it's being added into the index, you got to buy it, right? So I still feel like there's a couple days till this actually takes place. So we'll see if there's some buying coming in late. But for right now, I like that 138 possibility here for a dip buy into Airbnb. So we'll either take out the break off the open, and we'll probably regret not doing that. But let's wait to see. If it does fade back in, I do like a 138 long, but I'm not sitting there. We'll just address it when it comes through. So Airbnb, I think you can't ignore names that are on this kind of a run with good news. So it got hit, obviously. It's been destructed since 150 all the way down to 125, but then it came right back into support down there. And now you're getting a good story. So I like it. I like it. We're coming out of summer season, which is going to be a huge catalyst to the downside for Airbnb as travel starts to dwindle away a little bit. But I still like it. I still think Airbnb has a chance to work here. It's a good thing this news came in, because if you're going to break this 125, then you probably do go back into the low hundreds here. So it's a good thing this news came. Let's see. I feel like you are going to want to fade it if you get up here. I still own some of these shares, so anything up here would be a good little sell spot for me. But Airbnb still looking pretty strong. Good thing they got that news catalyst.
All right, let's talk chips here to kick off the new week. Couple of things of note here. We get more details on the Arm IPO to come, which is kind of interesting. 95.5 million shares going to come to market, priced at 47 to 51. Still no date on that, but I mean, the who's who behind this, to say the least. AMD, Apple, Google, NVIDIA, pick one. They're all in it. So we'll touch on that, obviously, when it gets closer to the date. Intel, meanwhile, new deal with Tower Semiconductor. They're going to invest $300 million in a new deal for foundry work together. So, I mean, nothing significant today, but worth a watch.
Well, the ARM thing is kind of interesting here, because it's only 9.4% of the company is going to be available for trade here, with the option for some of these participants to buy a bit more, thereby reducing SoftBank's ownership. I think down to like 89.9%. First time it's traded since 2016 when it went public, when it went private from SoftBank. But I like this interesting look here, Brendo, for Tower and Intel, because we know they're strapped for cash and they're going to get some much needed cash injection for that New Mexico facility they're building.
Definitely one of the higher priced additions that we've seen in quite some time. So looking forward to ARM coming to market, guys.
Yeah, look, we talked a little about this last week with terms of the pricing and what the valuation will end up being based on how much they're making. It's going to, if it's any kind of a reasonable premium to what SoftBank paid in 2016, it's going to come out overpriced in terms of just a valuation, trying to compare it to anybody. And I think that will be interesting, but everyone's going to trade it, probably just go long at the open whenever. I don't know what day it's going to be, but I'm sure I'll just take the long at the open and look for the initial pop and then think about shorting it like a day or two after that. You just mentioned Intel, like that triple top. We did mention this last week. It didn't quite get there. We're on alert for the 37 top. It was actually more like 37 and a quarter. We're on alert for that on Friday. I think Intel has a decent chance to get here. And it's resistance till it's not. I think that's the way you trade a stock like this. AMD gets really interesting as well. Like, it has been hugging the 50 period. And it's if it gets there today, it's 111 is the actual 50 period. It got to 110. It was super strong on Friday. I had the 108 level for resistance. Right off the bat at the open, it was a great short. And it gave you multiple chances to get like 108 and 108 change down into 107. And it just turned into a breakout long and then held that 108 price. So if it's above 108, I think you give it a chance. It was relatively strong pretty much the entire day. If it cannot hold on to 108, that's sort of an obvious area. If this gets back underneath 108, I think you got to give this up, because it was just a big time bounce zone in the early afternoon for AMD at that price. And I don't want to be fighting this one today. So if it gets to the 50 period on the daily, that would have to break 110. I think it can be shorted up there. As long as 108 holds the open, I would be looking for a long dip buy on AMD. Intel's a strong stock, but you show me a triple top on a stock that's been lagging the market that much, I think you short a level like that. And NVIDIA is a short the pops. We were short on Friday. I don't think we get our price unless something crazy happens at the open. I like the 88 to 90 zone on NVIDIA. But I just think it's a short at that price. I think that's a short at $500. I don't think we see $500 today. But if we get a $10 pop, I think you have a chance to get in there on NVIDIA.
Yeah, so I mean, pretty much as Neil just, good job, but talked about, I think, all the good trades that we're going to be talking about here today. So but that's good that we're looking at the same thing. I think Intel up here is a good one. So we're going to see what happens on that kind of a fade right now for INTC. So that's going to be a big one coming through there. And then I like the AMD fade up. I mean, I know Neil's talking about the long at 108. I think it's kind of the same thing. Let's just see what the market does. It is coming back in right now. I'm looking at that top right there of 110. So that could possibly be coming up as well at some point there. Some people talking about the tournament on the weekend, and it actually went pretty well. Here, well, this is what my here's me with the girls here trying to rally the troops up a little bit. And then we were on CBC last night as well. So, we got a good little action there, as it was Diamonds Day on Monday. So I was away all Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday we had a little thing here at Hyde Park. So it was really a lot of fun. So that's it. But now we're back here ready to go, ready to trade a little bit. So I just, there's 110. What a monster run up for AMD, coming in the day hot with a red number, more negative than the market, any kind of a bump up. I really, really like that fade. But you know what, man? The more that I think about this Apple trade, Apple really led us on the way up. It could just lead us on the way back down now. So I feel like, Apple doesn't really lead anything. Obviously it's such a big constituent that, as Apple goes up, the market's going to go up. We had a huge run up in the NASDAQ, so this all makes sense. But look at these tops. It just didn't want to on Friday get over this 189 for very long. It hung above it, but it didn't get going. So I know we have all these wicks here, and I apologize for all those. Not much we can do. Yeah, shoot, I can even zoom back out the other way. So I really like Apple here making a move to the downside. I feel like we can watch out for this. Maybe it looks better on the 20. Yeah, not really. But here's 188. So looking for that as a possible top. If we do get a little bit of a run up in this market early, why not fade this Apple move? Because if you could break, these charts just need to slow down here. If we can break 186 down to the downside, then I think you get back into this area, which kind of sucks. I don't want to see a 180 print for Apple, but if the market's going to give back a little bit, I think the king falls, just like Derrick Henry, right, Neil? And then our boy can come after Spears at that point.
You got Spears, right?
Yeah. I was messaging to him about it. He's like, oh, I don't want, you know how he is. He doesn't want to do anything until he tries to rip you off when it's too late. But we got Tajay, yeah. So right there, 327 maybe on Microsoft making a move down here as well. So Microsoft not near the tops, kind of like Apple was, but again, it's a $300 name as opposed to 200. So let's wait to see what happens here with Microsoft. But any sort of consolidation up here near 329, I think, is a move down as well. So, hey, man, it's only 9:21. We still got a little bit of time to go. We'll check the imbalances when we get back, because 9:25 is a much bigger update.
More Meta news-related headlines coming out of UK right now as well. So we didn't check Meta there, but just a heads up. There's a headline out of Canada on the weekend. I saw that Meta kind of laughed at and shrugged off in relation to they've started blocking news in this country. Oh, yeah. It looks like the UK is angling possibly for the same.
Yeah, off the record, a VPN helps you get around that. But let's look at what Apple did, since we're talking a little bit big tech here. Brendo, do you know that July 21st, when Messi first joined up with Inter Miami, the U.S. tech giant Apple got 110,000 signups that day. Compare that to the previous day where they had 6,100. So yeah, Lionel Messi pulling his weight over on this side of the pond too.
All Apple all the time. Keeping my eye on these as well. This is just a D print, so just disregard that last candle, but there we go. XOM, CVX, MRO, all day highs right now on this Saudi Arabia 1 million barrel per day cut announcement going into the end of the year. But there is a but. They also said they're going to monitor and reevaluate on a month-to-month basis going forward. So, XOM still very strong. All the energy makers still to the upside. There was a couple of minor notes on Tesla coming out of China. Once again, some sales figures, manufacturing figures this morning, and also some price cuts once again.
Yeah, not small either, Brendo. A record for Tesla. Compare this, 84,100 vehicles in China sold. In August, that's a 9.4% jump year over year. And month over month was another big jump, 30.1% compared to their July sales. So the cuts are helping spur demand, except the margins are contracting while they're expanding with CapEx. So it's one of those fine lines that you got to watch.
BYD with numbers as well, similar numbers, but better than expected across the board. But Tesla is still, I was trying to find this, there it is, August deliveries in units on a year-over-year basis. So 30.9%, just to give you a little bit of comparison here. 24% for Xpeng there was the next one in the line, but still double digits essentially ahead of everyone else in China is Tesla, guys. Good look to start the week here.
Well, the other thing you just glossed over, like when you were looking at those numbers, the only one that was like red was Neo. So like when you're not even getting any growth, they're spending. Those lounges look fantastic, but they're probably pretty pricey. And when you're not making, when your margins are trash, that gets pretty expensive. Tesla, look, you can like it all you want, and I like them too. It was the dog on Friday. Let's be honest about it. Like Nvidia was a good short, Tesla was just better. It didn't have it. It was just better. What is what it is. But if it gets back in, this 240 area is kind of where it came from on the breakout last week, and 238 down here to 240 was the breakout zone. So I suppose you're getting into this little support area. Friday's bottom, I don't know if I trust that one. 238 to 240 is probably where I would look for a bounce zone. I think it's fairly, maybe it's not obvious, but the lower high right at lunchtime was just underneath 250, like 249. I think if Tesla gets up there, I think it can be a fade. Until we're either bouncing off that previous breakout zone or getting up and breaking at 250, those are the types of things I'd look for long. Everything else is like just play. When you see that weakness, just go for it. If you see 48, 49, I probably want to short that on Tesla. The other EV name that I'm watching today is Nikola. Maybe Nikola's going to be a penny stock today. I don't know. It's down 8.5%. I don't think maybe there's a catalyst. I don't think there is. I really actually don't care, but double bottom on the daily at exactly $1 on Nikola. It'll be short sell restricted if it were to get to that price. So I like this $1 kind of bounce zone here for Nikola. That's the other EV name I will be watching today in addition to Tesla. It's at 107 right now. It's done 5 million in volume. I either look for a failed break of that $1. It gets to 98.99, regains a buck, go long 1 or 101. Give it a couple of pennies and then just see how far it can go. But I'm looking SSR bounce today in Nikola. It is 10% down if it gets beneath 106. So it's very likely, a couple of pennies and this will be an SSR stock going into the open here on Nikola. So it's kind of a gimmicky long. I'm not endorsing Nikola as a company. I just think.
Yes, you are.
I know. I say it every single time because I don't want people to get the wrong idea. Like I don't actually like Nikola. I just think sometimes it's a bit of a squeeze play along.
Yeah. All right, so what the heck is Quichao Muay Thai right now? This is what's rallying Luckin Coffee. You know, they only sold 5.4 million cups of this on its very first day. This is alcohol-infused latte. So they're allowed to do this in China. 5.42 million.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take
cups right now. So these guys pumping it out here. LKNCY. I just tweeted it out. Go find the story on my handle, but at Trader TV Sean. But there goes Luckin Coffee right now. Shout out to Jeff Mendo, who sort of got in our ear about this one. Breaking through now to the upside. Luckin Coffee. 6 million cups in their very first day. Obviously, that's most likely going to die down, but it could still continue. So if you're going to look for a play on momentum, it's not often that you're going to see an OTC name do 100,000 shares here in the pre-market. So that's obviously bringing up this story, and I think it's worth looking at there. So have a look as lots of liquidity going through with many shares. So you definitely have that opportunity. This is another success story of going down to the pink sheets and coming back probably to the NASDAQ at some point if they can sort of get their accounting. It was an accounting story with Luckin Coffee. So we'll see that. Another story that I tweeted on the weekend, Tesla, how many cars there are, how many seconds it is for one car delivery there, Sharif? 16 seconds. They're delivering a car every 16 seconds, Tesla is. So I still say you stay long on this behemoth and you just buy some of these dips until something does change. Here we go, AWIN, no idea what this is, but it's a million. Pfizer's on here. We talked about some of the struggles of them lately, trying to get approvals and then sort of being beat out by Eli Lilly and some of these other, bigger drug names right now. Just they have the focus. Canopy can go straight to hell. SQQ Ford is on here. Neil just wherever it was. Talked about that one heading to the low side here as well. No big NASDAQ names. So that is that for the rundown. But here we go. Look at Neil right now heading down. So you're starting to get some down prints right now in NIO. Let's just check out. I think we're done the rundown unless we got to go back right now. Apple as well taking out some highs back into 188 as the NASDAQ looks to rally mode as well. We've only got a minute and 20 seconds before this market kicks off. So I'm excited for it today. It's good to be back. I tweeted out Happy Monday. And of course, it is Tuesday. So shout out to everybody.
It's like a Monday. I mean,
like a Monday. I was literally hashtagging Monday and all
Yeah,
this
it's
stuff. Like,
fine.
but there we go. Yeah, I
like
know it's
Monday.
fine. It's just crazy. What a day, man. Softies just went green there, thanks to Hamster One as well. AMD we want to look to fade early, and then maybe Amazon as well.
The other thing too is a lot of people have said, Neil, did you forget about NVOS from Friday? I did not. It's just that it's not breaking 26 yet. So this is a penny stock. A lot of people were talking about it running last week. This is 26 on the daily. If it breaks 26, I still like the long there. It's just, again, it's at 23.8 or something like that. So it is a
It's
potential
30
breakout
seconds if
play.
you wanna do
We
it,
have
yeah.
less than 30 seconds to go. WeWork is already going to the downside because obviously that's how it rolls. It just broke down. It's at 375. I guess we short the first available pop because you had to sit in this one. It's already starting to fade. On the reverse splits.
Oh, you got
And
that
there she
early,
is.
boy. You got
Oh,
that
wow.
early. We're way
4,
early.
3, 2, and 1. Ring it.
Now the market is not open yet.
What? Okay, well, it's
And now we're open.
Now we're
Here
open.
we go. All right. We got that early. That's how excited we are, man. We got that for you guys early. So let's go, man.
I didn't even see the Ola. It was out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's okay. There's the Ola. The Ola is always here. All right, so Apple trying to make a move up. We're watching out for AMD's not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. Went up to 109, then a fade quickly there. We got to wait for a little bit higher before we get too interested in that play. But here goes the king, man. We talked about Derrick Henry, but what about Apple? Starting to go back up to the upside right now. Now only down 0.5%, touching 188.50 right there. I'm going to try a fade here on Apple if we can get something. We're waiting for a little bit here. We didn't quite get as many shares as we wanted to. We're waiting for some 50s there. Let's see about Apple. But first position right now is a short on Apple.
Yeah, Airbnb not really moving a heck of a lot at the open. It's actually back and forth, 141, so it's not really moving. Nikola didn't get to $1. Looks like it's trying to, but it's not there yet. Amazon, I like that 137. We're still not trading anywhere near it, so I want to be very, very patient there. And as I said, WeWork already broke to the downside. You know, that fade is already sort of, if we get any kind of a pop, I'll try to short that name, but it's already at 367. At some point, we'll have to get that. NVIDIA underneath 480. I think you short a pop in that one as well. And then we're talking about the Chinese ADRs. If they went crazy at the open for a fade, not going crazy yet, but you're starting to get a push into 19 on XPeng. 20's obvious, 19 Friday afternoon high. I do like for fade here. It's getting close there on XPeng, but I don't want to give it 20 cents. I want to risk less than 10.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Rob, for an early reload because, you know, it's Monday. Like I even put that in our chat too. It's like, hey, can we get an early coffee? It's Monday. Okay, there goes Apple right now. We are 10 cents, 20 cents in the money, 40 cents in the money for Apple.
Boo. Boo.
What?
No,
You're getting your coffee after because I think you
I was late to say
you put a
yes.
little late. You put a little late.
WeWork is already dead 340.
Yeah, of course. WeWork is Deadsville.
It's
I
dead.
can't believe I didn't pay for
That
shorts
stock
on that
is
one.
dead.
But here goes Apple right now. We are now quickly. Let's hit the sirens because wake up, America. It is Tuesday, and Canada, and everybody who's here. It is Tuesday, of course, and the market's rallying a little bit to the upside, trying to hold that VWAP right now. Let's see if it can make a move to the downside. We are 40 cents, like we just said, in the money, but Apple just dipped down into 88s right there. I'm bidding 75. See if we can get a fill here on Apple at that 75 level. So far, so good. We actually talked about Oxy earlier. We didn't look at that one. It does go to 60. Not really quite yet. We're looking for a 66 break. Thought we might have got that. Apple coming back in right now. Now 50 cents in the money on Apple. We did call an AMD short, but that didn't get to our level either. So we're going to have to wait for that one. And then there goes Airbnb as well. Taking out the highs like we sort of thought it might do straight off the jump. And there it goes right now, 141 and change. And there we go, man. It's 60 cents. We're already ringing it out for Apple. A nice little 60 cent short there. And we talked about this. This is the fade that I wanted from the jump. So there it is. It's a nice little move there for Apple to the downside. We'll go 1-on-1 and see if we can get a little bit more action here somewhere.
This is the first time that you're slowing down on WeWork, so I'm going to try and grab it if I even can in this one. You're now underneath that 137. There was no bounce on Amazon here at all. No bounce, no bid. So underneath 137, that's a big level. You know, Obi was all over it as well. He wasn't the only one talking about it. But we want to short into that. I just got WeWork for the first time. I'll give it to 375. It's a bit of a chase, but I think that stock's coming down. We didn't get the $4 short. Any pop, we're going to look for the fade on Amazon. I just realized we need to pay for locates on XPeng, so I'll go ahead and do that. It is still up here on that 19, but it just wicked the 19 level. which is pretty much exactly what we're looking for, but I got to grab those locates. And watch out for Tesla, which is flying. Market just bounced off of 15.5, and Tesla almost got to that 250. We said that's where Tesla should be the short. Wait for it to get to that 250 level. Well, it's at 248, so we're about $1 away from a short opportunity on Tesla. And NVIDIA also making a power move to the upside.
All right, we didn't hesitate or wait for this. So we're going to, we already took some out of Apple there, and I did just go into the short on Amazon. I mean, I'm not going to wait for that 140, although that is probably a better play to go ahead and wait exactly for that. But we're going to hold on to a short here. And basically, what I'm going to do with Amazon, I mean, it's working. That 137.40, if we get back up there, we'll short that. And then honestly, man, we'll just look to see if Amazon wants to take out 138. And if it gets up there, then we can sort of change our mind on this and flip it over. I did want to use Amazon's closing price maybe as my out. So 138.20, something like that. We're only short here at 136 and change. So, you know, we're going to have to hold this name about $1 against us as well, Brendan.
Verb Technology, nice move today. VERB, to say the least, 84.5%. They announced TikTok integration this morning for VERB.
The verb is the word. Another name we mentioned. I don't know. Another name we mentioned there. Oracle starting to dip down into this 122 area. If it doesn't hold on to yesterday's close, then that's entirely too weak. It has to be above 122 for me to like that long. We mentioned this one and Lululemon for potential dip buys. Lulu not getting anywhere near 395. I just finally got my locates when I paid for it. If XPeng gets back underneath 19, I'll consider it a fail break and jump to that short. But the other name, which is flying, trying to be very, very patient with you, Tesla, because it's at 249 now. It's breaking 249, 250 incoming. It's just made a $6 move to the upside.
What?
Yeah, I know. Of course, I won like 38s for a dip buy. You're not getting that today. But that 250 level is incoming pretty quickly here. And that's the place where I thought it was the initial fade here on Tesla. Future is still in a bit of a range as Tesla is absolutely flying. I don't think it's mattering to Nikola, but for the record, Nikola never got to $1. It already bounced up to 113. It did not go SSR, unfortunately. Right. Well, fortunately, if you like the stock, I guess you're happy it's not SSR.
Right. Yeah, we're all good on this one. We did take already 20 cents or so on Amazon as it came into the 40s. It did dip lower though, man. It did get into the 30s or 41 or 42. Let's see if we can't take advantage of that one as well here. Amazon trying to get lower here. And I like the play, so we're all good on that one. Apple as well. So we're just 2 for 2 now, looking for a few more opportunities, obviously, as we come through on the day. Palantir, people talking about it because I think they know that we love to trade this name, but it's not really doing anything. I'm really just obsessed right now with Amazon. This is the position that we have on board. We are bidding something in the 30s. Maybe it can get down, maybe it can't. But here goes the market.
Buy Tesla.
Here goes Tesla. Is Tesla still ripping?
It just broke 250.
What is going on with Tesla right there? I mean, that's a monster move up 2 and a bit percent. Let's go, yeah. Let's go find out what's going on with Brendan, though, at the screen.
Big week last week, obviously, for some of these. Yeah, Tilray, CGC starting to go. That MSOS just popping up as well. So back to the upside we go for some weed names.
Well, I didn't forget NVOS, but I did forget about Tilray 320, 100%. So 320 was, I think I had that order in for like the greater part of the afternoon. If you go back to the daily chart, this is Tilray at 320. It's still got a decent short interest. So let's look for a breakout there on Tilray. Tesla just churned through that 250. Waited for it to get up there. That was the area I wanted for the short. It's not going to last very long because it had one little tiny curl there. I was a short underneath 50. And then once it broke, I'm getting the heck out of Dodge. We'll let this one calm down, form an opening range. It feels like it's going to be to that upside. The futures aren't doing much, but certainly this one is absolutely flying. As mentioned, oh, thank you, Rob. As mentioned, XPeng, that 19, it blew right through it. There was never any curl. We talked about 20 being a pipe dream that it would get to that price. Well, it's at 19.5. So that's where it got to on Friday. I'm going right back to that well if we get a chance. But yeah, watch out for that 320 on Tilray. It's not $1 higher, which would be more exciting, I know, but it's still pretty sexy up there.
All right. Well, we have a new position. I don't know for how long we're going to be in this one because we tweeted out that we liked AMC up to 1350, but we take an early fill here as it's just going straight up to the upside. So although the market's not really doing much, although it's trying to go now long, AMC's going right now. So watch out for this one. Congratulations to anybody that was holding this one over the weekend. You do have a nice 2% move. I mean, obviously people are looking for a little bit higher. I'm trying to fade this until we break 14 or so on AMC. So we're here to get a little bit more short if we can. All right, so as this market goes, we don't, we took out some profit there. We didn't take it, we only took out 10% there. But right now Intel's ripping probably?
It's 37.
37, now. Okay. So anyways, looking at Amazon right now to come in. So hopefully that can come in just a little bit more. Obviously want to try to fade this, but if the market can head to the upside here,
it can't get to 37.
I don't know. We'll wait. But right now it's 137 and change for Amazon. We know we want to. Let's put on a little bit more, like maybe what we got out of. We'll put back on up here, or even a little bit more near that 137. It just got to 136.80 there. Now you see AMC starting to pull back. That's too bad because we were actually waiting at 45 and only got to 38. So a little bit more work to do on that short as well. And then Apple, kind of not doing anything. We got out of half down there, and then we'll wait to see about 189 or so. What's up, Brendan?
VFS just popping up on huge volume here. You can see relative volume through the roof right now for VinFast. Trying to get back to positive, possibly, once again for VFS.
Really? Okay. I'm a little surprised by that. I thought that would be a little bit dunzo. Intel just did an up down at 37. It got to like 04, 05, came right back underneath, grabbed the 98, and want to give it to local high. I think 37.25 is a bigger level if you look at it on the daily chart, but I think taking a couple of swings on it at this price level is going to make sense to me. If it can't hold on to the 05, I'll just get the you-know-what out of Dodge and look for another level here. But we wanted to short some pops, and this one's in there. Amazon just came back in as well. Wow, okay. So there's the 137 on Amazon. It just bounced right back into that level. I am now short that one as well. The screaming market, the only thing I'm long is a penny stock. Like, and the irony of that is absolutely hilarious. As Amazon retests that 37. Intel just took out that local high, so in, out. I'll probably take at least 1 or 2 more shots at this if we hang around this 37, with 37.25 being the level that you eventually give it up. NVOS broke 26. I guess you could already be in this. Well, it got to the half already. So got to the half already. I probably should have taken some out there when it got there. I'll see if I can get some 27 quarters in there on the way to what I think can be like a move into 30 cents. If not, look, if it gets back up to 30, that's an obvious level here. If it tries to fill in a gap, this could go 40 to 45. But we talked about this one last week. I like the 26 break. That's why we grabbed the 26 break. Already $1.50 in the money other on NVOS. But it's the shorts we got to concern ourselves with because the market is trying to go green on the NASDAQ. And you're at a good inflection point. Amazon still holding underneath 137. Looks okay. WeWork is leveling off. Should probably try to add into that. And I'm going to take my shot at Intel if it gets to that 37.25. We had the 37 short. That broke back out. 37.25 should be next.
All right, so basically we just kind of got reloaded up there on Apple. So Apple came in. We'll, right now we're short. Okay, there it is. We just take another 20 cents on Apple. Hopefully this name will fall back in. I mean, this is, again, the market's just at the highs. We knew we wanted to short a little bit. We're still, into the Redsville here as part of the NAS. Okay, there it is. Yes, sir. There we go. A little bit of face slap action coming through for Apple, as that's going to be a really good trade to the short side. We wanted to get short until we broke we want to look at 15,000, and that's kind of what happened there. We got to 15.1, so nice move up for Apple, and how the mighty fall. There it is, nice little short. Yes, sir. Hit the sirens for that one, as there goes Apple to the short side, and yeah, ye of little faith, Amazon. There it is, nice little move to the downside. You want to rip? You want to rip? We'll short you all day, every day, Amazon. So there it goes right now. Nice trade. Here we got 50 cents in the month. Look at Apple. Look at that Apple reload right there. Nice one back into the 50 period. If we can get something down there, man, that's going to be silly if I don't take it on this market move. So let's see if we can come back in just a little bit here for Apple. But with all that happening, so we continue to trade these big tech names and do quite well on them, obviously. But here we go with AMC. So AMC comes right up to 50, and we did short that again. So right now, we're short at 32. It's at 39. Let's see what happens here with AMC. Hopefully a downside pressure there for that name. Wow, Amazon. So again, we covered, and then it just came right back up. So Amazon made a nice move down when the market retraced, but watch out, man. It's very, very strong. Any move up, man, like my net is fluctuating with that, it just seems like that was a little bit more aggressive than I was expecting on a move up. So let's see if Amazon, we should start to clear these out if it gets into the 50s. So let's put another bid. See what I'm saying? This is just very, very jumpy here. So yeah, Amazon back up in the 50s. We'll get it. Yeah, it is pretty illiquid. Like any little movement here on Amazon goes. So, let's just be very careful with it.
Yeah, I'm finding that for a few names here. Like you'll pull up like a chart, and then you'll look at the level 2, and you realize things are a little bit more spready. So patience is going to be a bit of a virtue here. Amazon is starting to come back into the downside, but XPeng, it just got up to 19.7 and put in a first wick and a curl. So I jumped in here. Had to pay for locates. It wasn't free for us to short XPeng today. Maybe thank goodness, because you wait patiently for it to get up here. I'll take at least multiple swings. I mean, $20 is an obvious level, but it just curled at 70s, 1972 being the local high. So we're in this one, giving it about 15 cents when you factor in slippage, which I do expect there might be some today with the way that these quotes are looking here. Okay, Amazon's actually making moves. It's down at 136.30, so grab some of that out. I'm just going to show you guys WeWork. It's leveled off a little bit here, and it's not really moving much. I am short at 63s. If it breaks like 75.80, I just get out of it, but I think I can hold. I'm trying to sit in this one all day long and then try to do the same thing tomorrow and the day after that on this reverse split. And that NVOS did tag me again to the upside. We're able to ring the register at 27.5 again, but it is starting to pull back a little bit. I think this can head to that 30 cent level. If NVS is $30, we're freaking out.
Guys, we are very, very excited here about Amazon. Amazon, like we said, man, that was a really great reload up there. We still got on a decent amount of shares, so it's a nice move to the downside right now. Some of these cannabis names, there goes Tilray right now, breaking above sort of their level there of 320, starting to go back up to the upside. We did see MSOS last week start to go up as well, and there it is, man, 480 up to 7 and changes. There's a lot of traders looking at these names, but MSOS, running into some resistance, some support as well up here. 750, I think, is what you want to look for a break on this name. And of course, this is the marijuana ETF. And this is why you get some out, man. Like, we just got a great bid down there on, Amazon down there at 30. So that was a good one, or 30 or 28, 29, 30. So good little take there for me there. But you know what isn't working? Well, now Amazon's right back up. So I guess we can short it again. But again, we're not going to get too crazy with this. We don't want to be too offsides to start with, because AMC right now, congratulations everybody that's trading this one, as Ape Nation's uniting here as AMC continues to make a move higher. Right back into 50. So we're going to get out if this breaks too much higher than 60s. So right now, this is sort of the pressure spot here for AMC. It's been back up to 50 a couple times. We'll see if it does play the fade game back down in right now. But there it is. Did we reload Amazon? Yes, we did. So we got another one up here. Again, trying to be pretty careful on what we're doing here with Amazon. So, it's been a good move down. We got to capture a little bit more profit next time it comes to the downside.
Yeah, watch these futures pretty closely here, because we're getting to this 15.5 area over and over again, and we're kind of testing it and wicking it and then not following through. So that's on the NASDAQ. Obviously, it has to break that to go green. It hasn't happened just yet. I did grab Tilray, as mentioned, that 320 level. It looks like it's starting to run out of steam. I like it on the daily. It could go squeeze above that price, but I usually want something breaking a level like that to extend. It got to 23. Now you're already starting to come back, and I'll give it to the local bottom here. It's less than 10 cents worth of risk, but when I'm taking something on a secondary push, you're buying at a local high, and I don't want to fight it too much. So it should be going right away when you're squeezing. If that's not happening, fair enough. I'll risk about 8 cents on that trade. If we get to 330, that's 1-to-1, and I can start taking off in front of the 330 level. I just got an Amazon reload, so I guess that's coming right back in. It's a pretty clean range down here. Like, the quarters are buyers, and then 137 is kind of this interesting line in the sand. If it gets above 10s, I think I might want to get this one out, because that's starting to look pretty bullish on the overall market. So I don't want to fight that one too hard. WeWork, that's starting to fall. That's looking okay. I am back into the Intel. That was another reload. took the one in and the one out. Now we're short off again. The local high is now 37.15. So I'll give it to that local high and no more than that. I'll take a multiple swing. But once this is over 37.25, that's where I want to give it up on Intel. Brendo?
NVAX, guys, not seeing much on this. We had some COVID case data last week that sent these higher initially, but not much on these this morning. But 8.5% here for NVAX on heavy volume so far.
NVAX, okay. We saw Pfizer with the imbalance down there, but I guess NVAX also moving. WeWork was just going for me. NVOS, by the way, this penny stock just continues to kind of fly higher. I don't have offers out until it makes a new high. So it needs to break this top again and then give me something in front of like 30. So like 28 to 29s, I'll put an offer out in front of those. But it needs to break that high, and then we think about taking another out here on that NVOS. Amazon. Once again, 137, and then comes right back in. Like, that has been that line in the sand. I hope Obi's here because, I mean, this is a level he was talking about all afternoon. So I hope he's here this morning because it's just showing you that line in the sand and then just basically giving it over and over and over again.
Yeah, man, and that's why, like, obviously I was not here Friday, but that 137, I mean, look at that, man. 3 times, man. 3 times reloaded, not once.
Another one.
Do we fix this yet?
Another one.
Nope.
Another one.
There we go. 3 reloads. 1. Well, first is a position, then a reload again. So, you know, you gotta. This is what I'm saying. Then you gotta believe in your positions, and sometimes they work out, and sometimes they don't. And this is one that's definitely working out right now. I didn't have much faith that this was going to work, but look what AMC is doing. Again, this is actually going to be. Hopefully, Amazon will be my #1 stock, but right now it is looking like it's going to be AMC. And again, what did we put on this thing here today? We work short. That's obviously worked out. AMC short 1350. That was the high of the day. Airbnb, we didn't get into that. AMD short and Amazon short. So so far so good here with Sticky No Nation. So yeah, here we go. Where does AMC fall down to? Well, it's at the 50 period right now. So why not put something on the bid if we can get something out now at 18? Oh, don't tell there. Wow. AMC just got flushed down there into the teens and now into 10. Give me some 10s right now. Okay, well, hey, about what my #1 stock is going to be today. Well, hopefully today we'll adjust this as it goes, but AMC is printing right now to the downside, so this is going to be a big one right there. So I'm sorry that I know there's people that are short or that are long this name, so that kind of sucks. But right now, here we go, man. A nice little cover again on Amazon, man. We cruising right now. But yeah, good trade there. Really happy with the Amazon, how many reloads we got there. And then, of course, as we follow the sticky note, there goes AMC straight to the downside as well. So far today, we're going to go 3 for 3, right? Amazon's a great short. AMC's the great short. And then Apple's just been printing for us on the reloads as well. But Apple's kind of bouncing right now around 188. So now that I see this, let's just put another bid out for this. And then we'll see if we get another one here. But there it is. We just got filled again there on Apple. So we'll go tres right now. 3 for 3 right here as if we're Whit Merrifield or something like that.
I can't believe they dropped him in the lineup. We had the conversation. Yeah. I hate what's going on with the Jays right now, but they did win yesterday, so I shouldn't complain. WeWork just came out. I didn't take any scalp profit. When the stock was 15, 20 cents in the money, I was not interested in that. I think WeWork is either a home run or it's not. So when it gets above that 380, I get out of it, and I will look for the next short. And if the next short is up here at that 420, I will just take it up there at that 420 level. This should be something that I can see falling down to like $3 today. That's the kind of move I'm looking to capture, so that's what we're going to go for. I did just get one leg out of XPeng as it started to get down into VWAP at 19.5. I got bids down to 19. The way this sucker fell on Friday after getting to $20, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for a retracement play. I want a bigger move. That's what we're going to wait out for. I have taken some profit on, obviously. I think you got to take something. We just broke 28 cents on NBOS. We got the 26 long. I haven't gotten filled above 28, but that should be rectified in a couple of seconds here. I'll take one out of 28, one out of 29. If we get to 30, I should have half the position out. If we get to $30, as this one is going arrows up, potential for a home run here, just given the level break at that 26. A lot of room to the upside. I agree. WeWork is headed to zero, DJK. Just because I think WeWork is headed to zero doesn't mean it's going there today. So I will only look short today, but it doesn't mean I'm just going to sit in the short forever. But yeah, I'll take multiple swings at this. I think it's worth it. Reverse splits to me should be heading to the downside. If it gets above 420, that's a different story.
I mean, yeah, today is a good day. Happy Monday, everybody. Nah, it's Tuesday. But yeah, man, it's been quite the ride here today. We're just covering some AMC right now at 13, which is good. Big trade alert here for sure on that short. As we were just talking, you was talking about reverse splits, man, and they all go to the same place. So here comes AMC. We can probably hold the rest. We still have half of this trade on, so it's actually quite nice for sure. But if you know what, if we're going to bounce a little bit off of, let's just punch some out there. We got some mid prints there, of course. There's only D prints, it seems like, on this name. We just punched some out at 301.50, 1301.50. We also did talk about 15.5 on the NASDAQ, so that's giving me a lot of support here to hold on to some of these shorts, as we really haven't broken above yet. And I still think there's a lot of damage to be done here today. Like, Amazon's not really going, so there's that too. Thank you so much, Dees. Yeah, it was really nice to see those girls make the news, so I'm really, really proud of them. All right, AMD. AMD was another short that obviously we called earlier, but we were unable to get in. I was waiting for 110. You know, there it is, 108, 108.80. That would have been the best spot right there, back up to the 50 period. But look at this continue to bleed. Our net is rocking. Like, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. So nothing to complain about on this side, as me and Neil just continue to make some of these moves. So let's see if it continues to happen for us. AMD pushing, Amazon pushing, but could be a little bit better for sure. Right there on Amazon. So would like to see
bounced again.
Yeah, exactly. Would like to see a little more of a downside play here for Amazon. Hopefully that can come in for us right now, but that's kind of what I'm looking at here, as this one needs to make the move back, and we really getting a move now, man, in AMC, and I actually just missed that. How low did we go there on this one? As there it goes, kind of cranking back here for this name. So wow, what a big trade. Okay, there goes Amazon right now. Let's go. We'll have to spin it right now. This has been a reloaded spot, and we're really happy today. It was a great weekend, and now these trades are coming through for us. So yeah, big time movement here. We're starting the month off now going 3 for 3 and big ones as well. So let's keep this momentum going. It's been a really, really good day to trade here today.
Yeah, well, I'm loving the fact that you're getting all kinds of movement with the market doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
If you're trading the futures, I apologize in advance because the futures are doing nothing. 40 handle range in the NASDAQ, but XPeng just faded. It got close to that $20 level. We said if it got up there, you know what we're going to try and do, and we're going to short it. It's now underneath VWAP. It just printed 19.25. I think I'm going to bypass the 19 level, kind of play that one by ear. You know what? That's kind of stupid. I'll get a bid in front of 19. That's a nice round number. I should take it if we get down to that price. So I'm just putting a bid in front of like 19.08, and then we'll see what happens. If it gets down to that price, I'm taking some profit on XPeng. As you mentioned, Amazon already coming to the downside. There is a seller on this NVOS that is refreshing at 26. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. You can't do that up there. Every single time it broke 28, it would get to like a quarter and then seller. So I took some more shares out there. I still have more than half the position on. I want to give it a chance to be a better runner than it is already been so far. Just got to give it a little bit more room. Tilray's hanging out, chilling at that 320. Cannot seem to hold above it, but is also not breaking the local bottom. So it's holding on to VWAP in 313. If it breaks and makes a fresh high, I'll get some out at 1-to-1 on the way to 350. That's the next big level on the daily for Tilray. I suppose some of the other names are going as well. Tilray's the one that I was watching last week, so that's the one I'm deciding to trade here. TLRY up 8%, 7% I should say, having a decent start to the day. You got to trade what's moving, and those names just started to come in en masse. Now XPeng starting to flow to the downside. Get into the gates of hell, XPeng. This was a huge missed opportunity shorting this one at $20 on Friday. And we said if it got anywhere close, we'll take a shot at it. Just tagged 19.10. So grab a 50-cent winner on that as it continues to flush back into the downside. I think it can travel the whole way back into 1860 here.
Wow, so many names, so many names. That's great. XPeng going to the downside right now. I mean, look at, honestly, this AMC, man, it's almost getting uncomfortable how much this is going down. There it is, 78s we just got to fill. We're going to have a dollar winner on a $12 name here, $13 name, I guess, when we put it on. But there it goes, man, continues to get destroyed. AMC to the downside. Like, I wish we would have had, obviously, more shares when that did happen. We don't have anything joining the dollar club yet, which is kind of surprising. It looks like it will try to be Amazon, but I'm not, again, let's just keep putting some bids out, man, given to you on to today's sticky note, we talked about that right here, was, of course, Amazon. So here we go. We have AMC, Airbnb, Amazon. They're all here talking about that. So it's a nice little fade day for us here today. And again, part of the reason why I feel like is that we just rejected 15,000 a couple times right there on the bigger scale. So 15,500, sorry. So that was a nice little rejection. And now we can flow, as Neil said, back down to the downside right now, and that's exactly what we're doing. So wow, what a day we're having right now. Let's go. Put the bangs up right now, drop down some cash, as there goes Amazon, once, twice, OB thrice, right there for the downside, as 137 came in pretty nicely there for us. That was a huge break. Like I said, we knew we liked Amazon to the short side, so there it is right now. And we talked about it joining the dollar club. Looks like it's going to do that, but we need it to break first. And when that happens, then it's going to be all good on that front. So here we go, a nice push to the downside. Happy with getting out of some AMC. Maybe we need to do a little bit more work on this name, as here we go. We put up a 5-minute chart now to have a quick look. We have some RSIs coming through here as well on the 5. But again, 1260 looks like a stopping spot. We are now out of a third, a little bit more. We still have a little bit more than a third left of our initial position here, as it's starting to climb back just a little bit. So let's continue to be sort of diligent with what we're doing here on AMC, just taking it out every step on the way down, and then sort of just reanalyzing it as we go. So there it is. See, nice little bump ups there. Maybe MC got flushed out. There we go. We'll take an 85. Maybe the move is about to stop here, but we don't want to stop. So right now, AMC, nice downside move. Let's just keep the momentum going. Apple's only 30 cents in the money. This might be a problem. People talking about Palantir.
I haven't seen.
You've got Tilray on, which I think is a good name for many.
You got to trade what's moving. Tilray's got some size on the offer at 325. I think it's going to probably break it. There's 300,000 on the offer when it's done 14 million. So that that can get chewed through. I shouldn't say should. It can get chewed through, but that's the first line of resistance, and then I'll get some out on the other side of it. But this market seems to want to head to the downside. So if you're trading names that aren't, I got a penny stock and a cannabis stock long. So I don't necessarily think those are harbingers of what's going to happen to the NASDAQ. Goes without saying. But you're now potentially breaking this bottom here on the NASDAQ, and you got 100 points, I think, until you get to support levels from Thursday. Was it Wednesday or Thursday? It doesn't really matter. 15.35, 100 points of downside, and you could still be looking at a support level on the NASDAQ. That's a ways away. So hold on to your shorts, hold on to your butts. Let's see what can happen. Tesla did try, it did go. I had one short off at 250. Got in, whoops, why is that still Tilray? I got one short off at 250. It ends up curling here at 253. You're right back at that 250 level. I need this holding under VWAP before I'm convinced that it's a short there on Tesla again. Very strong name, up 2% into a weak market. Guess what's back underneath 37? Back under 37 is Intel. So I'm going back at you, Intel. We're going right back at you in front of that 37, as it's already 10 o'clock. Wow, this Tuesday is absolutely flying as we go to Brendan for Happening Now.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. 10 o'clock, still seeing some cannabis names showing all kinds of strength as we head into the 10 o'clock hour here. If you missed it in the pre-market, we had Feds Waller on CNBC making some comments directed towards the possibility of a soft landing that seemed to kick off this move initially for the overall market. Back to 450 here for the SPY, but here we are back to session lows essentially. Trying to bounce right now, but hopefully we can get a little bit of support coming into play. If you were with us in that first hour this morning, make sure you join us every single day at 8:30. We discussed a whole bunch of things, including Airbnb, going into the S&P. September 18th, Intel, new foundry agreement with Tower, $300 million investment coming Intel's way through that. Tesla manufactured 84,159 vehicles in Shanghai in August, up 9%, up 2% right now on the day for TSLA. There's Intel, 0.8 on the way back in as well, guys.
And there's that seller that just got broken up there on Tilray. So I still don't have my, up in smoke. I'd hit that one all day long. You have it. Actually, Obi didn't have any here, so when we're talking about the cannabis names, we couldn't hit the key because he wasn't logged into Stream Deck, so we had none of those. But we just hit 320 on Tilray, the 320 long, sorry 330 I should say. We just hit 330. We're long at 320. I think we have more upside. 350 is the big line in the sand. I got offers already at 34 in front of 35, and I'll put another one very creatively in front of 39 because why not? It's a nice round number. So that one continues to run higher as the market is relatively weak. Amazon feels like it's okay. Oh, that NVOS. Just to go back to the other long that we have, NVOS again tags 28 and reversing a little bit here. So I didn't take any out this time, which maybe I should. If this is a local high, then maybe this is the point where I need to have half the position off, which is 26 to 28, and then look for a little bit more later. So I'm going to get on the offer here in front of 28 just to relieve some more pressure, take a little bit more out, because it's been a good trade, but it doesn't seem to want to go more than like 7 or 8% at this particular moment. I will probably be short this multiple times today. It did stop out. It's calmed down again off of this like 380 area, so I'm back into it, give it to the local high. And as long as we're underneath this 420, it's not breaking out, so I'm shorting the pop. I will get on the bid this time at 350 for at least some kind of a take if it goes 25 cents in the money, but I think this could fall a heck of a lot more than that.
All right. We said we'd have some action here today. And there it is right now. It is your first dollar club for me today, is Amazon. And we actually just put a bid down there and got filled at down there at 80. So it did actually break below 136, and we're right here right now. So it's 90 cents right now to the downside there for Amazon, and trying to look for a little bit more. But at the same time, told you we're a little bit of a change man here. We're just trying to make the best trades we can and put on more shares on the best trades and not worry about scalping in and out as much as we possibly can. Although we have been getting out of some Amazon. So now we can still hold. We still got about as many shares as we had. We only have about 20% left. So unfortunately, we didn't do the best job of holding on for dear life here for Amazon. But there it is right there. Now officially $1 in the money. And AMC, this is another one where it just seems to be basing out. So I've taken a couple fills here in the 80s, waiting for a little bit of a lower move as here we go. Now the market, see, this is why you want to hold, man, because now the market's finally starting to come in. It's funny because we talked about the king, and Apple is actually holding as well. So when this name starts to drop, I think we have an epic fall coming right now.
Microsoft is kind of
Microsoft is getting stronger week.
Well,
there's luck in coffee.
It's relatively, I call it relatively strong, but it's starting to give it up. It goes red in like 2 seconds.
Okay,
so like this is maybe the one. I don't know, like 327. If Amazon was level at 137, then 327 area was another one here on Microsoft. So it could always bounce off that price. Respect some strength here in Softy. 332 looks like a good short now that I look at it. So if this gets up back to the highs, I think 332 could be a short level there for Microsoft. Was that just a call for Brendo?
Yep.
Little one, FLGC, a few people mentioning this one. Just be aware, this is a cannabis stock, guys. Flora Growth up 35%, halted there, resumed back at $5. But huge volume on FLGC, again, a weed stock.
Yeah,
that's
I saw that.
thin.
I saw that come through.
That's very illiquid, by the way.
I mean, it's nice that you have Tilray. I mean, I do like Tilray. We had that all last week, but again, it's kind of boring a little bit. We're shorts, the major names, but let's go over to MSOS here, just on cannabis again. Yeah, so it actually came close to breaking that area there of what was this 760. So coming in here on a daily right there, 760 coming in on MSOS, and again, all you're really trying to do now is just play momentum. Because this is a huge move to the upside. If you just got long on cannabis news there with the HHS going from 1 to 3 on the level there, recommended on that for cannabis, then you've been really rewarded there. So take 9%, 10% today. Could be another great move back there for that name. So watch out for MSOS. I'm going to take a bit. Well, okay, I just took another bit of Amazon right there. So we'll take another out as we're just kind of not, would like to have a little bit bigger moves, obviously, but if we're going to go top to bottom on Amazon, we'll take that all day, every day. Lucid had a big move up, but then just kind of faded there. So a strong move to 640, 650 on Lucid. I still think there is some love, obviously, for a lot of these EV
We got to correct
names.
something in the chat here.
What's the chat?
Because I just saw in the chat about Palantir. I know it's making some moves. It's not reporting tomorrow. Nathan Moore in the chat. Palantir does not report tomorrow.
No.
No, like we already got their report.
Maybe there's news about something?
Like it was like a month ago, I think. So again, maybe there's news for Palantir, but they're not reporting. I don't want anyone to get that one wrong. I just took some at 335 on Tilray. Look, Palantir, sometimes it's a good mover. It's at the $15 level, but it's already been above and below this multiple times today. And on Friday, 15 wasn't really as big of a level as you would think. 1485 was actually the low. So if it gets above 15 quarter, that looks like it could be a long. If it gets underneath 1485, this is just hanging out in the pocket as far as I see. And they do not report, so I don't want anyone to get that one twisted. I think it's a catalyst when it does, and it's a good trade around there, but it's kind of following the market. NVOS just broke that 28. I got one more out there in front of 29. Then we'll have only half the position on NVOS. I think we can still get to 30. That one's continuing to turn to the upside. Tilray, as mentioned, just printed up at 335, which means I got a fill at 334. I got an offer at 339 in front of 340. So this one continues to be arrows to the upside. Again, a penny stock and a wheat stock are the longs today. If you like longs in big cap tech, like I said, Microsoft looks kind of strong. Maybe there's something there if it can bounce off this 327. Not really seeing a big tech name that I would try the long in, except for maybe this one. And it's got to drop like $1.50 here to some support. If it gets there, I would take a shot at Microsoft.
Yeah, so I'm starting to cover a lot here of AMC because, as you can see here on the RSI, we made it all the way up to 75. We've been shorting those 75 levels. Now you're coming back in and kind of making these bottoms again down here. So maybe it is a little bit oversold right now on AMC. So we've been covering that, and the same reason we just covered as well here on Amazon. Again, bouncing right now off the 25. So we'll see if those were good covers again down there. So adding some more tools to the box right now, and so far so good. But AMC looking at that level. Apple's been a little bit stronger than we had hoped for there today, as it's trying to climb off the bottom right now too, as the NASDAQ just takes VWAP. So again, some good covers. We didn't make that much money on Apple because it never really got into an area of concern for me, so which is coming up to it right now. I think Apple's a little bit stronger than I had anticipated today for sure. So this 200 period right now on the 5-minute, that's where we shorted off before. That's 188.50. So as you can see, Apple's coming right back into that pocket right now, 188.50, with that high of the day being 188.60. So if we take that, then we're going to get out of Apple, man. So I'm just changing some of my stop orders right now. I still like it. I still think it's a good trade. We'll short it in here into 50 again. But if you take out this high for Apple, that's 189. I don't want to wait around for that, man. So this recent high of 188.65 is my out for Apple. So let's short it one more time there. But again, not something that I'm absolutely in love with up top here for Apple. So
DWAC is flying.
DWAC is flying.
Am I missing news? I'm just gonna quickly.
I don't see it, but that's why Brendan's over there. He'll come up with some DWAC. But what's it doing?
DWAC it just ran like $2 in the last 5 minutes or so. I'm not seeing anything. Double check. Okay, yada, yada. That was yesterday's news. We'll go to Brendan if he has anything on DWAC.
There was supposed to be a deadline coming up this week, guys, on the 8th for this agreement. Not seeing anything new in addition to this. Again, this was on Sunday. This came out, but the deadline that this is referring to is actually on the 8th this week.
We have to pay for locates here. This is on 500,000 shares, and it just moved from 16 to 18.5.
That's nice.
That's not a lot of volume. It hasn't been doing that much volume. It's probably a fade somewhere. I'm just looking at the daily chart in here. Yeah, that was your chance. The last spike was literally to 1875, and it just went 1875 and turned back to 18. So congratulations if you grabbed the short there. As mentioned, not too many longs that I was in love with. I'll check back on Microsoft in a second. But what the heck is this company's name again? Novo Integrated Sciences. That's NVOS. I did not know that until I just looked it up. Just broke that 29. We got some out in front of 29. We got tagged at 30, so the 26 break is still going. We're arrows up on this one. Let's power it up. He said if it got to 30, we'd be pretty happy with the move. I have a third on still because you got to take some targets out somewhere. We talked about this one on Friday, that this stock gets sexy above 26 cents. There is the 26 cent level. It's a nice consolidation breakout. I don't know where it's going to end up stopping, but above 30, 35 is pretty obvious, then 40 and all that good stuff. Tilray is starting to slow down a little bit. I think if you're not ringing the register on some of these, understand Tilray has a history of popping and dropping. I don't think anyone's unaware of that. If you're not, then you maybe don't trade Tilray. But it did get up to 35 cents. I have not taken anything since. I do not want this underneath VWAP. If it gets back underneath VWAP, I'm just out. Forget about that. I'm now only risking about 3 cents on the last of this position. We are down to half of Tilray.
Yeah, the one name that we were talking about with getting some strength. So we reloaded. I'm reloaded. But then we got this call. We took it. Warren Buffett wondering why I'm shorting Apple. I know, Warren. It'll be fine. You collecting those dividend checks, it'll be fine for you. But right now, yeah, the guy's making a lot of money.
It's just
right now,
there's collecting dividend checks, and then there's doing what he's doing. What he does is a different level.
Doing some damage right there. But what he's doing is a different level. Good call on that one. But there we go. Apple right now. There's the reload. We just reloaded it at 50, so we got it a couple times there. So let's see, man. Thrice again on the reloads. Hopefully that will still continue to pan out a little bit for us here. And we'll see where we can go with Apple, hopefully back down. I do have some bids here, man, if we can get back to VWAP. I don't love this name. As far as a strategy, about 20 cents worth of risk. We talked about 188.65, so that's going to be something. Let's check out something that we haven't talked about much today. We have the crypto coming soon, but not yet. So crypto on our minds here for the day. Let's just wait to see 78.80, the high there for Coinbase. Looking always to short around $80 for these guys. But again, market down, Coinbase up. So nice little move there. Ooh, we just touched the 200 period right there on the 5-minute chart. So we are back into 5-minute chart land here. Hopefully we can get some good action off of this. And then we'll just continue to monitor that spot right there on a 200 period on a 5-minute. That's something that I like. We've been looking at that a little bit there as well. But here we go. Let's start to hit the hot dog cannon, because there it is right there again. It's another one for Apple. Nice short to the downside right there. So, again, we believed in that short. We took it. We reloaded it. Obviously, if we didn't believe in it, we wouldn't have had it again. So there it is right there. It's a nice one for us on Apple. Good reload back down. Pretty pleased with the trading there as that's making a move. And then we did get a little bit nervous about Amazon, and we did get some out there. Probably not at a fantastic level of 136.30 right there. So not great. We'll see if Amazon pulls forward or pulls down a little bit more here as well. So that's what we're looking at, man. We got a big reload there. And then we did take some more out on AMC as that came up. And I know I'm talking the same names, but honestly, I mean, this is a trading show, and I'm talking my positions. So let's just wait to see what happens. And then Tesla, 254. Oh, Neil, you mentioned what the strong tech names are. I think
Tesla's pretty strong.
That is the.
It's a strong.
3. I mean, unless I know you had.
We had mentioned Tesla, but I mean,
Intel still
Microsoft was the name we had. I just reloaded Intel. I was just about to mention it.
Okay, 37.
Intel had the Tower Semi news. It is now at that triple top. Look, if it breaks this triple top on the daily, fair enough. That's like 37.25 is the current high right now. I'm reloaded back into it at those teens. So if it takes out the high, I think you have to give it up. It's a lot of relative strength, but it's still at that resistance spot that makes a lot of sense to me. If you're looking at some other chip names that tend to follow along, maybe a little bit closer to Intel, like a Micron, that's actually holding lower highs. And another one I saw in the chat, a lot of people talking about, well, a couple of people at least mentioning Marvell. Marvell, for whatever reason, I mean, if you look at Marvell, this could be a gangbuster short if this market breaks that low. But it just showed you Friday's afternoon resistance, wicked it clean, and then right back into those lows. So if it ends up trend down on Marvell, like this is a stair step that could end in like 52. A lot of times we'll talk all about NVIDIA and then not even talk about this name. It's explosive. It can move 5-10%. Absolutely no problem. But Intel's a new one for me. It's the third time I said I'd take at least 3 swings between 37 and 37.25. This is number 3 on Intel. I want to circle back to XPeng because I'm still holding on to this. We did get that fill at 19. I thought it might get back above VWAP and we could short it back in the 60s and 70s. It just stalled at 19.5. I have another bid in front of 19 here. So we waited for XPeng to get up and test those highs from Friday and got into the short once. I've not been able to get back into it, but still bidding in front of that 19 even. Tilray, It's still strong. It's up 11%. That seems like a lot, but when you factor in where the stock has come from over the last few years, a 10% move in Tilray probably doesn't make anybody all that happy unless you bought it this morning or overnight or back last week. So it's getting back up to this 335 high. I will take some out. You know what, I'll get on the 333 here. Because if it fails 335 again, I want to take some profit if this bounces down into VWAP. So we'll ring Reggie on this one. Do not want to look a gift horse in the mouth. It started to slow down on me, but it's still a nice upward trend for Tilray. We said we liked 320 last week. It never broke 320. Today, it finally made the break for us.
Yeah, we actually had a 3 or so break as well, and 320, that's right, because it stopped there. So that was obviously a great call on that one. All right, so there goes Apple. So there it goes, man. We talked about it, staying relatively strong today, not as weak as I thought it would have been. Remember, Apple was down 1%. We're still positive. We're still positive on Apple, so we'll be really happy with it. Those reloads did not burn us at all. We were able to cover some down there in the 30s, but there it goes, breaking higher right now. So I am immediately starting to get out of some of these longs because, like I keep saying, the only thing that's Wow, we're gonna have $1 here. This could be another Dollar Club member if we can get AMC. I mean, this has been a good trade, man. We're short at $13.50, and it's starting to come in for us really nicely now. We just got a 67 fill. Well, now it's through that anyways. So we just got a great fill to the downside there on A. Look at this, man. It is really coming in right now. So although the apes are not uniting tonight, and I know there's going to be traders on there that still talk about, like, we shouldn't be shorting this name and all that kind of stuff. But honestly, guys, if you take that side of it, then the more shorts that, I add or Neil adds or anybody adds to the market should add fuel to the long, right? So we'll see if it gets going again, but it just sucks. I know this name completely sucks, and, it's just too bad. But I did, again, was written on the sticky note for a short here right now. It's going to be the number one name is going to be AMC for me, followed by, whatever, we're up on them all. But this is my biggest trade. So right there, we talked about this level from Friday. I just didn't believe in it, the name. So it was a pretty easy short right there to the downside. So that's going to be my number one name right there, AMC. And as you can tell, I'm really trying to focus on what we put here out. And the only thing is, wait, before we go to Brendan, I know he's waiting patiently. And I'm going to go refill my coffee anyways. But there goes Airbnb, a nice move down to 140 early as the market opened up. And then there is, Fabian, what do you got over there, man? What is that?
A bagel.
The guy's got a bagel, an egg, a fruit cup, and a coffee.
He's a growing man.
Damn, Daniel.
He's young.
And he's got those white Vans on too? Damn. All right, let's go over. I know that goes way over my head, man. That was told to me. I don't know.
I've heard that one too.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it 100 times on here, but again, it's a YouTube thing.
Before we go to Brendan, HSDT is halted. Its tap is currently 1178. Its local high is 1150. So it looks like it's going to break out from like the pre-market lower high here at the open. 1175 now is the tap. Let's go to Brendan because it's actually the small cap recap.
Hey guys, as always, brought to you by Benzinga. Register now for a free 2-week trial and then get 50% off for life for their premier news and retail trading platform. Use code TTV, capital letters TTV. Will get you 50% off again for the first 100 who register, 50% off for life. Use the QR code, bottom right corner, or check out the description for the link, guys. Shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. Once again, Marathon Digital just coming out with some production numbers. Crypto name, obviously, but popping up on some volume. You can see August production numbers just coming out for MARA. Yeah, there is that HSDT. Neil was just mentioning, halted once again here. If you missed it this morning, they regained NASDAQ compliance. 550,000 shares on HSDT. So teeny tiny little float. VERB, another one we were keeping track on this morning, halted a whole bunch of times so far this morning. Did get above $2 briefly there. Back below it right now. They announced integration with TikTok. Anytime you're that small and announce something like that, it's going to be a big deal. If you missed it last week, this HHS note comes across from the White House in regards to cannabis. So all things, I mean, you can look at any of them, all things cannabis going again today. There's CGC back to 70 cents almost here for CGC, guys.
Yeah, it's a good day for the cannabis names. Watch out for Dell, by the way. I mean, Dell had a strong day on, that's kind of an understatement. Dell had a big day on Friday, but it double topped here just above 70 at 70.30. You might get there again here very, very quickly. And don't sleep. Guess what's moving to the upside? Yay for everybody that believes in Mullen. Good for you. I'm going to go pay for some locates on Mullen because that chart kind of screams to me that you can look to short some pops. The 60 cent level makes sense. The 80 cent level makes sense to me. If it gets close to $1, you kind of know what's up with that one. It has to close, was it like 10 days in a row above $1? It seems very unlikely right now, but I feel like that's a shorting pop situation. HSDT is still, what are we, still halted here? I guess it's it must be a 10-minute halt because that would be open a minute ago if it wasn't a 10-minute halt. So I mentioned that 1150, which it's still indicating an open higher than, and then $13 up top. Outside of that, there's no levels to go over. It recently reverse split, so you have the 13 high from the pre-market. You've got the 1150, which it's already gapping above that at the open. At least it's indicating that right away. So I wouldn't necessarily be. It's only halted one time. I think you're chasing the move a bit. We're talking about 10 in the pre-market. It blew through that and then instantly halted. So if you didn't get that 10 break, this is a little bit far to chase it. If it were to break that 1150, at least that gives you a long to the previous halt. So if it reopens and can give a long in there that you can stop out tight, the risk to reward's not all that bad if you want to take that shot. I'll be looking at it at least, but I'm paying for Mullen locates. This is, again, to me, this is a stock that is probably headed to zero, but until it gets there, there's plenty of opportunity to trade. It's only done 25 million, which I guess isn't that much for Mullen, but still on my radar for the short. This NVOS just got to 30 again and then kind of coming back in here. I don't want this getting all the way to view up on me. I'm still holding a third of it, but every single time it gets to an obvious resistance point, 28 cents off a 26 break, then 30 cents, I feel it makes some sense to get some more shares out here. If it bounces off VWAP, great. We're holding it in the money at that point. But I want to take something out on the north side of 28 if I get that chance. And NVIDIA, I haven't even made a single trade in NVIDIA. Well, NVIDIA hasn't gotten to 490. That could change in the next few minutes. We just broke 15.5 and went green on the NASDAQ. So all of a sudden, NVIDIA off of those lower highs on Friday comes into play here with the market trying to go green. Sorry, the NASDAQ trying to hold green, I should say, because it is green right now. That NVIDIA 490 is the level for the short. We're about $5 away, which we can get $5 in NVIDIA very, very quickly. Didn't take the short when it was up at 88, but if we get up there again, I think I short NVIDIA.
Look, I talk all the time about, I mean, we all do on the show anyways, is about being a risk manager. And I mean, you know, this is what it's all about for me, is covering when you're wrong. It's nice I'm still green on the name, so it's nice that we're able to get away from Apple. But look what's happening right now, right? So there's the cover on the break, and there's the move higher. So right now, instead of sitting in a 50-cent loser waiting for, you know, different levels to come through, you're now out of it, and then you can sort of regroup now, possibly against a 190 or so level, right? And so right now we can see clearly. We don't have to worry about like, oh my God, is it going to break? Is it going to break? And of course, it just bounced right there off 189, and that would have been a good spot to look for a possible short as the NASDAQ just goes to 15.520 right now. So let's pull out a little bit of a low, higher look here. Yeah, 15.6, yeah, I mean, we're still not really, I mean, this is really in the middle now, but there's a pull back down into 15 again. So obviously Apple's gonna fade off from that. That's okay, not upset that we didn't capitalize on that short. We were looking for other names short, and one of them would have been Amazon, which just hit again, but.
Did you diss 50 Cent?
What? No, I didn't say anything. Did I say something about 50 Cent? No.
Someone just said.
Maybe. Do we have 50 Cent winner?
Lovro in the chat. No, Lovro in the chat just said, why did you diss 50 Cent?
Maybe 50 cents of profit?
We like 50. There's nothing wrong with 50. We're not haters.
It's 50, you know, because in the club, you know, it's your birthday.
Yes.
You know.
Have you seen the Chris Tucker?
You gotta.
Chris Tucker has a bit where he's hanging out with Michael Jackson. I'm not going to do an impression of Michael Jackson, but apparently Michael Jackson loves that song Up in the Club. And Chris Tucker does a pretty mean Michael Jackson. If you check it, I'm not going to insult you guys
Michael
with it.
Jackson likes that song?
Apparently Michael, and if you can picture Michael jamming to any kind of
obviously
hip hop,
passed away.
especially Fitty, would be an issue because it just sounds awkward coming out of his mouth.
That sounds very random as well.
But that was the joint.
Okay,
that was the joint. There is a 50-cent winner, but it's a complete coincidence. The market's going up. X-Pen's coming back to the downside. That just got right back in 1910. I said if it got back there, I would take profit. We didn't get a reload because it couldn't break that 19.5 to give us that 70 short.
Nice
this one I
pullback.
think is headed all the way down to the bottom, and the bottom would be about 1880. I'm going to pull this bid and then just see what happens. When you start going counter trend and you've got it, you want to hang on to it. We're back underneath 15.5 on the NASDAQ.
Yes.
So we're back red. We just went red to green and now back to green to red. I feel like there was no reload opportunity on Amazon. Oh, we haven't even mentioned AMD today.
We mentioned it, but we didn't trade it.
Yeah, AMD's down 2%. It gave up that 108 level, but it did just bounce. If this had bounced to 108, I think it's an obvious short, but it's now holding the VWAP 107.5. So joining the trend, if it's not 108, I think 107.5 makes some sense here if we do get another pop. So that's been trend to the downside. As I said with MBOS, taking some profit there, and then Tilray, we're down to a third. I said if it got to 335, we take some more shares out. It's still holding strength up 10%. We got to 320 long, but it's really starting to slow down. So I'm down to 130 this position. You always want to ring the register. It's one of the few things that's been, I guess, holding strength for you here as this market's been teetering and tottering. But 15.5 is ridiculous. We just keep going over under on that price. So reload some shorts. I kind of like this AMD now at VWAP. Missed out that chance. Yeah, I don't know if we get back there again, but if we get to VWAP and kind of do an over-under, this is stair step to the downside, which means you want to short pops and join that trend.
Okay, go woke and not broke today.
Disney?
Disney finally making the move up. Disney, strong name
82.
in a pretty weak market. Yeah, it's still destroyed, but nice move upside there for Disney today, at least. And then look at it bouncing off VWAP. So that's going to be a level that, I like to look at and all the time. So you have that 81.70 level possibly coming into play right there for DIS. Any kind of a pullback on this name. I mean, it is stronger. It's too bad. It's just sort of like a just a tornado or a tsunami of bad news for Disney. I mean, coming into the writer's strike, that was horrible for them. They're trying to figure out direct-to-consumer. They're losing members on their Disney Plus side, which is the DTC side. They're going to have to pay for Hulu coming up really soon. They're worried about what's happening with ESPN as far as football coming back on. And then you got the big deal from Amazon coming through as well, taking off Thursday nighters. So they're going to have some competition. Apple, by the way, is just going to buy the NFL probably straight cash. They're not going to do that. But, the thing is like just like what Apple did with MLS, I mean, there's all these things that are going to be keeping coming into play. And it's not great for Disney. So although the theme parks are doing really well, we've seen that bump might have already happened. So little bit of trouble ahead here for DIS. So just watch out. Obviously, it's been destroyed here if you look on a daily chart. So I say trouble ahead. I mean trouble in the rear view mirror as well for Disney as it's hitting 14-year lows. So I mean this name just continues to get wrecked. I think just like PayPal. I mean we saw PayPal and when PayPal
They're strong
was
today.
Yeah, when PayPal was 57, I put out. I saw that piece that I put out and I tweeted it out about a case on why you may want to buy PayPal down there. And this is literally when it was at 57, 58 bucks, right down there. So it's been a nice move up. I didn't pick up any down there, but I have been buying some PayPal, but nothing down at 57, 58. We'll see if it continues to move up. And then another name, of course, that's been beat up for a minute has been Block. So that name continues to sort of struggle on the downside as well. Although, both these names on the fintech side have gotten a little bit of a bump up, but come on. I mean, you're going to have to make back a heck of a lot before holders of this stock are somewhat happy. Wow, that Apple, man. What a damn pullback for Apple. That name, wow. Great pullback. Whoever had that, man, again, what a great call at 189. Nah, it went up there. Look, it's hard to say short, but I was happy to get out when we did, and now it's coming right back in, and so is Amazon right now. Only 50 cents in the money for AMZN, though.
Before we go to crypto in just a second, hopefully, if anyone did get the long in HSDT, I hope you took some out because it's halted to the downside now. Still above that. It's still above that previous halt price. but it's currently tapping 1120, which is essentially the previous hull price. So 1137, and then tapping 1130, 1120 it looks like here. So HSTD, what goes up must come down. It was a good break, but it is already come back in. You've got to ring the register fast on these. Brendo?
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a mixed day so far as crypto markets are concerned. Macro headlines taking center stage once again, coming off what happened last week and then ahead of more inflation-related data coming up this week. We'll keep an eye on what happens with BTC and Ethereum. As I mentioned, Mara just out with their August production numbers as well, 1,072. Bitcoin produced in the month of August in 2023, 7,368 so far year to date for MARA. That's higher than expected. Coming up tomorrow, Natalie Brunell back on the show, 2:45 tomorrow afternoon. We'll get her take on what happened last week with some of the SEC rulings and then delays again for these ETFs. So shout out to Natalie Brunell coming up tomorrow afternoon back on the show. 0.8% meanwhile for Bitcoin downside. Ethereum pretty quiet, basically flat as well, but a mixed board to kick things off for the holiday shortened week, guys.
Yeah, definitely a mixed board. But this, like you said, teetering and tottering. You're going to short pops in a situation like this. I have that AMD. It is now above VWAP. I'll give it a couple extra shekels. I'm not holding this to 108. I think that's two separate short ideas. The 108 level was a support on Friday. And it was a good short at the open on 108, but then it was a support level in the early afternoon, and then you can see it got to that 110. So I have the short in here. I'll give it a couple extra shekels, and then I'm shorting 108 as an absolutely separate trade here on AMD. This market does want to test into the upside. We are still breaking out on this NOVS, but I'll show you what just happened. It just broke 30, and it looked pretty good. I'm like, okay, we're starting to go. Let me get an offer in front of 31, and it pulls right back into 30. So if this doesn't hold above 30 and gets up here and fails that high again, I will take some out again at the 30 even price. Still holding on to it, still holding on to a quarter here. I have an offer in front of 31 now in front of 32. We got the 26 long. It's still running. Tilray is the other runner that we got. It's back up to the highs. So 335 was the high. Now it's got a 338 high. Splitting hairs here. I'm going to get on the offer right now instead of waiting for 39. That's a big spike that just happened on Tilray. You want to ring the register when that happens because you can just immediately reverse that or continue. So 350 we said is where it could get to. Next stop will be 345 and then 350. I'm going to get offers out in front of both of those. Tilray, not up in smoke today. I mean, in the general sense, the stock is going down, but today they are headed to the upside. And XPeng, thank you very much. It just rolled through 19 even. I think it gets all the way back into this bottom. If it tags 1860, that is the low of the day. Right at the open is where it was. We'll get it out in front of the current low of the day on XPeng. Still, I mean, XPeng is still up 1%, but that's because all the Chinese ADRs have been flying around, and this one just ripped off the open. But it's giving it all back. This was up huge. I'm assuming NEO's probably pulling back as well. If you're tracking any of these, yeah, NEO, same thing. Spike to the upside, right back into those lows. Not as strong as they were on Friday, but the retracement just as good.
Yeah, we got stopped out, and then we realized that right here we do have the 200 period at 107.70 for AMD. We got stopped out when it broke through 50. I just went short on 40s. I took a 10-cent hit there, but now we're back into at the same level because, again, I just didn't really pay too much attention to this, which is right here on AMD. So 107.70, we'll be short until that comes through now for AMD. So that's another name that we are short there. I want to check out, I know you're already on WeWork, but again, maybe
it's just sitting sideways.
It's just sitting sideways.
I'm just sitting short in front of 4.
Like so that's what I was going to say too. So if it does get up there, obviously Neil will have it already. So, all right, SoFi. Trying to look at this one as it, yeah. So I just got alerted that we're crossing the 200 right now on SoFi as well. So there it's coming back into the downside there. Nothing super exciting to me as we look at it, but look what's happening on the 1 minute. You're starting to break lower and lower and lower. Why is the 200 period the same on the 1 minute as it is on the 5 minute here? I'm going to have to double check that. That should not be true. It could be true.
It's impossible, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, it's unlikely. So I'll double check the settings on that, but that's looking like what it is right now. as VWAP should be the same, 80, so that is the same. The 50 period, 78 versus 79. Okay. Anyways, might just be because it's not moving around too much. But all right, let's look at that one. What else is trying to go? You know, we both Neil and I are. I think you're. Yeah, we're okay. We're both still short AMD, but you know, obviously as AMD goes, so does this name. And they haven't necessarily been moving together lately, right? I mean, NVIDIA right here, as you can see, this is pretty much barcoding for NVIDIA, although you do have an $8 move to the downside. You are resisting that 85 level, but, you know, pulling it out. This was a super hot name to trade. I mean, we all know that, but I still feel like you want to look at it if it gets back down here to 80. So that's going to be something. Obviously, a break of 80 right there. That's a slippery slope. So I'm glad that we're short AMD, but we might not be short for long.
I just got
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So it's making that move back to the upside right now. We're short. We're waiting for some. There we go. We just got some. I was gonna say we're waiting for some 68s right there. So we did get some, but now we're loaded up, and now we can wait to see if it takes out 75. We'll be gone. We did talk about this level and trying to give it to the 200 period, which I'm now questioning the 200 period on this chart, anyways. So we'll look at that, but looks like we are going to get stopped out pretty soon here on advanced micro devices. We're short at 60. It's 10 cents out right now, but still not a good place here for AMD. Hopefully it can come back in. I still like an Amazon short, but again, I'd like to get to 137. Yeah, see, it's working fine on this. 137.80 versus 137.20, so that's making more sense for me. So let's see if Amazon can hold it. Here comes AMD a little bit back down.
Yeah, I got out when it broke that local high. I think if it gets to 108, I'm talking AMD, then I'll probably go back into it. I just want to, like you were mentioning, WeWork isn't really moving. But the more I look at this, we'll come back and we'll probably, this might be a topic in Lunch Money today. Because if it's still barcoding off a lower high, the risk to reward in either direction is going to be tremendous, I think, on WeWork. But again, it's going sideways. Got in, stopped out. I refused to scalp it for 25 cents. I think if it gets down 25 cents, I'll probably take something out just to respect the fact that it's not moving. But if this fills gap into the downside, there's a lot of potential there. NVOS is absolutely flying now. It just tagged 32s. So we got 31s, we got 32s. It's now up 50% on the day. And when it's a penny stock, you try to just, you never want to say this has to stop somewhere or it can't go any further. But if you look at the monster gap, this is 35 cents right in here. Ignore this crazy candle. But this is 35 cents. And you got to go all the way back to October of 2022, the last time it traded up here. So if it gets to 35, I think that's where I'm all done and I'm thinking short. So if we get to 35, I am out of this trade and thinking a short somewhere around 35 cents on NVOS as it continues to churn. Brendo, give us sector watch. Outside of oil, what's looking good?
Yeah, market kind of mixed here, guys. We're still seeing a few areas of notable strength coming through, but overall, a lot of red on this board as well. Oil, energy standing out in general, right across the board, leading the way. As far as individual movers are concerned, Tesla with a nice day as well, obviously 3.25%. But as far as an entire group goes, energy still leading the way with this big move in crude back to the upside. Still 2+% on that Saudi headline this morning. If you missed it, million barrel per day output cut coming through until the end of the year from the Saudis. Eli Lilly, J&J notably strong down here, 0.75, 0.65 as far as healthcare is concerned. Everything else though kind of choppy, to say the least. Amazon notably weak as far as tech is concerned. 1.2% downside. You can see Oracle, Meta, Microsoft, Google, Apple, NVIDIA, Broadcom, NVIDIA red as well, but Broadcom even still holding on to positive territory. Amazon definitely weaker than the rest as far as big tech is concerned. Netflix with a really nice day, almost 2% to the upside. CRM back downside after a pretty good week last week as well, but pretty mixed board here as we chop around to start the week here, guys.
Chop around?
Yeah, we're just chopping around a little bit. Obi didn't know what crisscross was. That reminds me of jump around. Okay, so just real quick here, we did get some AMD. So AMD, we just got to fill out VWAP, which was 50, so that was really good. Obviously, it's now back upside. So we're out of half right now. Remember what this trade was? We were going to get short, get out if it hit 107.75. So we came pretty close to that. So let's now just, get out. We're out of half of this, down at 50, which puts us, with a good ratio here of risk to reward on this name. If it does continue to fall down, great. We'll hold the rest. I don't have any more bids until the 30s, but we do have our out getting. Well, I guess I can cancel my 109.90 fill, see if that comes through for this. But so far, so good, I guess, as we look to make some moves here on AMD. But we are going to get top heavy here in a couple seconds. And if we do take those levels out at 107.75, which is coming out right now, then we will get out of that one. Broadcom, good name. Let's go check out on Dell as we go back to some of these older tech names. And Dell right now up another, I say another 2% right there for Dell. So it's still working out, man. It worked out a lot last week. And there's Dell with a monster move back up to the upside as we continue to go. As I see Obi and Sharif getting locked and loaded here for 15 more minutes, and we'll flip it over to those guys on the midday. But yeah, it's been a pretty good day so far. Hard to complain about some of these moves. We haven't really stepped away from anything yet other than AMD. But
you know what we haven't mentioned?
We haven't looked at Tesla too much.
Meta. Well,
Meta $3, but didn't it fade off that?
99.
99.
Today, 99. So we did mention Tesla a couple of times, at least, but Meta hasn't been mentioned once, I don't think, today. These lower highs from on Friday, there were a lot of pop and fades at the open, right? So this popped and it did break 300, but that was like for a matter of seconds at the open. It broke 300, and then 299 was resistance. What's resistance today? 299. You got a double top at 299. If this market holds green, Meta 299 break. That's what I'm thinking. You're stair step to the upside. You're trending, forming a wedge in. You're at 297.5, so nothing imminently happening here. But Meta is up very slightly. It's kind of like how Softy is kind of strong. I mean, Softy's stronger, but 332 on Softy. So 299 Meta, I think, can be a long breakout if we do hold above 15.5. And then Microsoft just setting some things up that could be good for lunchtime here, or at least this little lull that we get at the end of the market. You don't want to rush into trades. The shorts have been fantastic, but there's going to be some longs coming in here at some point. We're still not really doing anything. XPEV is holding for it. Amazon's holding weakness. I think that one's, you know which bucket this falls into. It's definitely weak. I think you got to throw Tesla, Meta, wow, AMD's at 108 already.
Ripped.
Microsoft, those are the strong names. We're at that 108 level. This could just run it over. If this gets past like 108.20, the NASDAQ is at that inflection point. So the chips had been weak, but I already took one shot and got out for like a 22-cent hit here. I'd probably do the same thing on AMD, 20 to 25 cents worth of risk. VWAP's all the way down here, 50 cents below. So it could go, that's 2 to 1 if it gets into VWAP, but that's an if. This market is trending back into the upside. If we get any kind of a pop down, I'll take some out at 1 to 1, take some more out if it gets into VWAP. But all of a sudden, I'm seeing some strength come into this. Meta, I definitely like for a strong break. Microsoft, maybe there's something else out there. If we're missing something strong, you guys let us know about that. Havana Woody saying in there, Bill Gates hates that term softy. Well, sorry, Bill. Don't care. It sounds cool. And we're a show that likes to have fun, so deal with it. He probably doesn't care. I mean, he's so rich. He's like, whatever. Why would you hate that term, first of all?
I don't know if that's like, I don't know. If that's,
no, I don't
that's
believe
probably
that.
Not true anyway.
Havana Woody, where'd you see that? Because I can't imagine why you would ever hate an endearing nickname for a company that you created. Like, it's a good nickname, man. There's nothing derogatory about it. Everyone associates Softy with like soft ice cream, which is freaking delicious. So, come on, that can't be true.
Yeah. No, I mean, we've been calling this Mr. Softy since the show
I love soft
came
ice
through. So, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Shout out to Havana Woody right there. So, I mean, another name that could be coming into play, and by the way, AMD just took off. So there's our out right there. So
True.
Again, short there, out there, relatively light hit. But the problem is that it was more, this trade, our second trade is fine. It's our first one that was the problem. So that was okay. And yeah, that is where, you know, the 5-minute 200 period is. So I feel like we followed our rules there. We traded what we wanted to, and that's fine. So it's a loss. But yeah, what about Palantir? We were just talking about that one. There it is.
Strong.
You know, was going there. We did basically double top up here. Again, we hit 15.20 up to. I was looking for the long break. Okay, now we're starting to pull back. So of course now probably AMD's working, which it is. But there's Palantir pulling back in. And again, I don't really want to go long anything here today. I was going to go long on that break, but when pullbacks happen, I still feel that this market seems to be weak. So yeah, obviously it is. But these tops, it's like you're still here. And I mean, if you're going to talk about, you know, where the high was and where the low were in these markets. So, you know, the bottom is right here, 15. 15440 or so right there. And then we just made at 1030, the high basically just came in right there. So that's the range that we're in right now. It's about 80 handles, so it's not huge, and right now you're kind of in the middle of that. So I'd rather play short right now, but there is back and forth ideas. So the long could come in. So all right, that's what that is. Let's talk about something else quickly. Apple's been a name that obviously we've stayed positive on. It's just touching up higher right now, bouncing again off that 200 period. And then RSI is just kind of chilling out here as well, kind of in the middle, not doing much there for Apple. Intel's been a mover today. We could look at that, but yeah, still not doing anything at these levels. So I'm going to zoom back out on the 1 minute chart. We don't need to be zoomed in so much. There's VWAP at 37, could be a trade there. Ford, we don't look at enough. Is that bouncing around? I just got indication that that's on a 5 minute as well. But yeah,
12.
Not doing anything is Ford.
We like one price on Ford, right? It's $11 on Ford.
Wow, Ford's come in a lot, man. $15 down to $12 there.
But it's probably a good sign that it doesn't. I mean, look, you have you've got the negotiations going on right now with the unions. That's the problem with GM and Ford. But it's not getting to 11. Like the last, was it the 20? Here it is, the 25th. It broke 12, got the big move in there, and then held 11.50 on Ford. And the daily, everyone, most people, if you trade this stock in GM, you're waiting for 11 to buy. And it's been just hanging out down here at 12, going sideways, and everyone's waiting around for it to get to $11 so you can buy it and then get the bounce that it always does. But if it never gets there, that could be a power move. Like if it breaks this consolidation up, then people might start chasing it because every time it goes from 11, it's tended to get to at least $14, if not 15. So if that's happening early, then hey, that could be pretty solid for Ford. AMD is, as mentioned, it didn't get to VWAP, so now we're holding green again on the NASDAQ, unfortunately, for the short. Got to short the 98s, and it got to 1-to-1 underneath that 80. It does not get to VWAP. If this breaks out a local, if this can take out the quarters, I don't need to be sitting in it. All of a sudden, this looks pretty strong. I want to check back in on Meta for that break. I don't know if this is never the best time of day for a breakout, but here we are retesting 299, now a triple top here on Meta. I'm assuming Microsoft's at a high as well, but Meta's the one I'm looking at 299. There's room to 300, obviously 299 to that 300. I'll take the break, but it's got to work right away. Like I don't want to hold this more than like 15, 20 cents against me. But here comes that 299 as we speak here on Meta with only 10 minutes until we throw you guys to the midday and the market looking all of a sudden pretty darn strong.
Yeah, the market is starting to blast up there. I was going to talk about the DXY, but why not? Better time to go to Money Talks with Brendo right now at the desk.
All kinds of strength. Once again today, I'll show you the chart here in a second. If you missed it this morning, though, we got some Saudi headlines. We got some Russian headlines this morning. We got some European PMI data. Even over in the APAC region, PMI data basically right across the board, lower than expected. Dollar doesn't care, though. Yeah, back to session highs. I just brought up this ETF, UUP. Sean was mentioning it this morning. Just to highlight the fact, we're taking out the highs right now, in fact. So back to the high of day as far as the dollar is concerned. If you missed it early on this morning, Saudi Arabia going to cut oil production, million barrels per day, or continue with the same cut that they've implemented right through to the end of the year. But they will reevaluate on a month-to-month basis was the way that they phrased it. So there is a daily chart of the DXY. Not only are we above these highs now, we were discussing a little bit last week with Frank Caverna, 104.5. Here comes 105, and then 105.75 would be the next stop here for the dollar. What a move off 100 for the DXY, guys. Multi-month, multi-week highs coming into play today, right now.
Yeah. So that's what we were talking about before, was the fact that this dollar is so strong. And we actually tweeted that out earlier this morning there to make sure that we watched out for UUP and the DXY. So, all right, well, here we go, man. One last try on Advanced Micro Devices because we're right up here to 108. Now, we're probably going to get squashed on this. We're just short right now. You can see the price. We're short at 107.86. I mean, I am waiting for 109 to come through. This is just something to try. I mean, the last time we were up here, we faded out 40 cents. the market is right now taking out highs. So there it is. You know, we're breaking out through the range. There it goes. So there goes the
market's
trade
starting
upside. That's a 10 cent. I mean, we'll flush ourselves on the toilet. You know, we'll celebrate dollar wins. We'll talk about the losses as well at the same time. So there goes AMD. It's my only red name there, AMD today. So not traded well, as all we did was short recently. But I thought it was a decent short. I mean, the market taking out and going green right now. Wow, there's the market green for you right now. When I talk about the market, it's the NASDAQ. The ES still down 0.18 right now. So yeah, that's why you got to cover some of these shorts when the shorts are good to be covered, because then you get burned if you don't. And there it goes upside. And one of those good examples today is Apple. Like the fact that it just kept on going here, that we were able to stay positive on it is pretty good. Apple's still not green, but obviously to short something right now when we're above the range,
even green.
Doesn't seem to be the right play. So
190 was a big
think we wanna
resistance
go
level
long,
on
yeah.
Apple, but Meta broke the 299. I actually keystroked my stop order and didn't get the fill as it broke, but it hung around for like a couple of seconds. I was able to still get it at 05s. So it got to the 30s, it got to the 50s, it scalped out. Remember that this failed 300. Not to say that it's not going to break 300, but it failed 300 on Friday, got up to like 301, huge rejection at that level. So I'll try to carry it through that 300, but we're at that tipping point. Also the time of day where you can file those fail breaks. I'm still in AMD. This went 1 cent away. I did get a reload. We had 0798. It got down to the 80s. I got the reload off of this local high here, which is 108.15. It barely tagged that level, so I was pretty fortunate not to get stopped out there. But the way this market's trending, I'm not giving it any extra cents above there. If we get to VWAP, I think you take it out in front of VWAP at this point, because you now trend up in the overall market, and the first long that's not like a penny stock, I took the first long on anything that wasn't a penny stock or a cannabis stock just now, unfortunately on Tilray. So we'll see on Meta, I should say. I feel like we're late to this party. I'm going to try to hold on to this. If we're above 299, I want to stay long on Meta. We had mentioned Microsoft was relatively strong, but it hasn't broken 332 yet. And this is 332 on Softy, so that's still available. Like Meta broke, Softy hasn't broken, it's already up 1%. This is one of the stronger names out there in the market. If it breaks this, I think all you know what could break loose. But it hasn't happened yet. The few names that need to get to the top. NVIDIA hasn't really broken out. It's underneath its morning range high. It's underneath the Friday afternoon high as well. If this gets above 490, I think you get some real confluence to this move. This is, you know what's interesting is I haven't stolen the confluence gets said a lot by the boys on the Midday show, and that's the first time I've tried to steal that term. So maybe we get some confluence in this move if NVIDIA can break 490, but it's not looking like it. There's still some shorts out here.
Yeah, I won't be stealing that one. Okay, so I don't know. Someone, what's up to Dirty Jersey there, said, why don't we revenge trade AMD up to 109.47? But that's exactly, I mean, this is where I want to short it. I mean, we wrote down, and again, you know, there's reasons why there's only one name that we're red today, and it's AMD. It's because we didn't trade it the proper way. I mean, we have to wait for these names to come through, and it's just right now. You know, this was the short, right? It's like why we shorted Amazon and got $1 on it, right? It's only 40 cents in the money right now, so it's retraced itself back to the upside. You have to be as patient as you possibly can with some of these things. So it's just a matter of waiting for it to come through. And you mentioned 109.47 there in the chat, and yeah, that's, you know, I want to go short against 110, and I don't really want to do anything other than that. Airbnb, yo, what's up, Ian Rispetto there in the chat? Thank you so much for putting up the super chat. I already talked about this being a consistent runner all day. The fact is we didn't get any dip buys. We did right here to 141. Again, trying to use a little bit of a longer period in order to get short. So if something does come through right now for Airbnb, it would have to be down here to 141.50. But I think so, Ian, man. I mean, we really like this name being added to the S&P. You know, that's just the catalyst. I mean, you know, you're always going to look for some catalysts, and I think that's going to be definitely a good one now and forever on that. So watch out for a little Airbnb catalyst up there at 143. But we do have earnings. That's talk about catalyst. That's another one coming through. Oh, it's GitLab today. GitLab's such a small company, though, but definitely, you know, ability to move it. The market cap on GitLab, I was actually looking at that. It's really
also a
small. Yeah, it's also a relatively new one. It's only $7 billion for GTLB. So we'll see if that one can move around. Asana is going to be a big name. And then Zscaler again. Zscaler is by far the biggest. That's 23 billion market cap. So join me tonight at 4 o'clock, and we will be going over all of these earning reports. So I look forward to it, but GitLab and Zscaler are the two big ones.
Yeah, well, Asana's got an 11% short flow. That's probably a lot of times if they're not traditional trading names, you just look for names that you would trade on earnings or just in general. You look for an extra catalyst. For me, it's almost always that short float. And this has been like Asana's been doing essentially nothing for it, like 20 to 25 bucks. So if it were to break a local high, which is like 22.5 here, that's 10% to the next resistance level. So it's got a short float, and if it breaks out from here, like at 22.5, takes you to 25. I like that kind of a move, but that's pretty much it. Like if it doesn't do that, then there's probably no trade. I don't know what I would do with. To me, it's like squeeze or nothing. Like I don't even want to think about what I would for the short side of the trade. It's 11% short float. The only trade I will make on Asana tomorrow would be if it's squeezing to the upside. I got the reload on AMD, but that just broke the local high again. So there it is. I'm only ever giving that reload to this high. That's 108.15. It got above it. We're out of it. Looks like it just wants to go. Meta pulled right back in and kind of gave the over-under here. Like it ducked underneath that breakout price. I got out. Didn't want to hold it if it was going to come back into VWAP. I'll be pretty patient trying to reload this. It can be a buy at that 99 again, but let's see what happens. If it does fall down in, you can always pick this one up at VWAP or a higher low as opposed to just the clean breakout price that it just made. That's the thing about a breakout. It's kind of like a short-term trade for me, but I like the idea of joining this trend. I just want to wait back in here for VWAP and not necessarily just blindly take the breakout price because it worked once. It's almost 11 o'clock. I just want to go back to a couple of more things. Just to go back to Tilray. Tilray double tapped 340. Still have a piece of it. I do not want this getting back underneath VWAP. I'm moving my trail to break even now. At 320 level, it has to break VWAP, get a few cents underneath, and I'll have a break-even stop. But it went 320 to 340, hasn't made it to 350. I thought this move terminates at 350 anyways, so it's a decent spot to try to take some out if it does not want to hold. NVOS still trending to the upside. Not really concerned here, but the same story. I've moved my stop to underneath 27 here. Forget about break even. If it breaks VWAP and goes that other cent, then we get out of this one underneath that 27 mark here. So a couple of runners that have been strong all day long, but have nothing to do with the market moving higher at this particular moment. That, I think you want to look for dip buy on something like a Meta here.
All right, so we just took out the rest of our not the rest, but we pretty much have nothing left here of AMC, as we definitely got our money's worth on this one right here. So out there, the rest of it at 103 at $13 there. $1.30 is what it's looking like right there. All right, it's 11 o'clock. We haven't done this all day, so make sure you
like and subscribe today.
hit the like, hit the subscribe. Don't do it for us, but do it for the guys that are about to come as we get ready to rock and roll. So it's been a big day. Obviously, Neil and I will be back. Lunch money's at what time?
Noon, baby.
Noon. So there we go. We had a question in the chat. Join Neil for lunch money at noon, and join Brendan right now at the big desk for Happening Now. So thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you back at 2 o'clock. Ciao.
Hey guys, once again brought to you by our friends over at Benzinga. If you missed it at 10 o'clock, we got a couple of factory orders and manufacturing related data points this morning. Durable goods, excluding defense, month over month for July. There we go. Month over month for July, down 5.5% versus 5.4%. The other one, again, factory orders, month over month number for July, down 2.1% versus down 2.5% expected. So a little bit better for both of those overall. That's the SPY. Yeah, pretty back and forth so far, hugging this 450. Around that 4,500 area if you're looking at the futures. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, we got you caught up on everything you needed to know, including Airbnb, going to be added to the S&P 500 September 18th. Intel with a new foundry agreement with Tower Semi, Tesla as well. Some China manufacturing data coming out for Tesla. Airbnb still day highs, just sitting here. Not doing a heck of a lot. Volume dying off as well, but a really nice day for ABNB. There's Intel. 1.16%, back to 37 right now. Let's go over to Sharif and Obi.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is Obi. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. Obi, how's the morning been, brother?
Been all right, man. How about you? How was your
Can't
weekend?
complain. It's good. Good. Yeah.
What a short week this week. Yeah. How's your morning been?
It's good. Well, I'll get to my trade here on Netflix. Not too many people talking about this one, but it is up decidedly on the day, 2 3/4%. I'm long right now at 449.30. We've taken, we did real well on this one, moving it all the way up to 452.5. I'm holding 10% of the trade remaining, so one more out on this bad boy. Looking for that continuation through 453. The move here was that 450 break, which we hadn't seen in a while. But I'm assuming this one is moving on the bad news for WBD. I believe WD has some union issues, and I think analysts are looking at Tesla weathering the storm a little bit better than them on that one. The other trade that I'm involved in right now is Airbnb, looking to take that 143 dip, looking for continuation here through the top of the crest at 143.60. Whether or not it pans out, we'll have to wait and see, but it's hugging that 143 area as a level of support. How's your morning?
It's all right. Missed one trade. I had an idea for three different trades today. Missed one of them, or I guess 1.5. But we got some pieces off Amazon. The first trade though was Microsoft. We saw last week that 327 area was holding very, very strongly. And coming in today, I was like, oh, all right, well, if we can interact with that 327 this morning, I can potentially catch like a dip into that area if the buyers kind of hold and support that. But yeah, take a look at what happens. That level comes in the pre-market, and you get this rip right up into the open and hold at 329 and a continuation past that 330 resistance from last week. So yeah, maybe some of the best prices do get dealt with in the after hours and the pre-market, but that 327, that was a great place to buy. And we kind of missed that trade because that price didn't really come into the open. But another trade, 137 short, and we heard Neil and Sean talk about this 137 level here right out the open on Amazon. Didn't really have the short there, but yeah, we saw last week how it held. So a great place to sell once that kind of cracks. But I kind of waited for that pressure to kind of slow down. Took the longs back into the 137, and then realized that 137 definitely has some sellers, so reason to sell into that 137. Kind of pieced off a bit of a chop there, and then comes back into 136, and then 136.80s makes kind of a low, and I'm like, I like the slowdown. Tape's a little bit different. Reason to buy. Regardless of long or short, reason to buy kind of shows up. So kind of clip a couple of longs back into the 136.5, and the 136.5 looks a little heavy. So I'm like, all right, well, it's been heavy before. Let's see if it's heavy again. Take a short off the 136.5, comes back into the 136, but can't get all the way back in. So I'm like, reason to buy. The reason to buy has stepped up. So I kind of covered that position. Took a little bit of a chop, right? But yeah, the big trade on here was definitely the 137 into reasons to buy down into 136. But we caught the long, we caught the other side of that trade. And as you can see, I kind of observed that buying pressure step up from that 136.80s, and now we are continuing back to the upside. Look at this market, hella strong off this 15.5 break that we were looking at earlier, that 15.5 kind of corresponding with this 137 fail out the open, but now we've kind of negated that price, and we're pushing back up towards that 15.6. ES looking super strong as well. But yeah, those are kind of the only names I had on watch for today. Not really waiting for the next trade. What is the next high probability trade? I've already missed a couple that I've planned. I've taken on the other side of one of them that I've planned. But yeah, you know what? I'll be waiting for the next trade. Let's see if some of this pressure kind of gets a little heavy in and around some of these levels from before, right? Sellers right out the open on top of 137. So let's see if they kind of come back in if price wants to kind of push back above that 137, 137.4s is 137.2s is roughly pre-market low consolidation here on Amazon. So let's see if that kind of confluences with some of these levels. I'm watching ES 45 kind of high of day, and let's see if we make a lower high as well. But NQ super strong, the tech is carrying this market. I have the map open right here for you guys. Take a look at this. Everything pretty much red, except for a few tech names and obviously some energy as well, right? But yeah, some of these names are the only ones carrying the market, especially NQ, blasting to the upside here today. Let's take a look at some of these names. I know Google was consolidating. Look at last week's consolidation range. Pretty tight here between the 136 and the 135. Coming in today, look at that. You clip both ends of the range. 136 stays a level to sell. 135-ish area, 134.80s stays a level to buy. So more of the same here on the Google. Apple, our friend, very, very strong today, kind of retracing some of that move from last week. That consolidation kind of, we're re-entered into that consolidation. That 190 staying a little heavy. Some of that action coming in at the 4 a.m. candle as well. I know Microsoft, we definitely missed that trade. This was a trade I was talking about. Look at how clean that 327 was last week, right? So coming in today, I'm like, that's a pretty strong area. I want to buy if this price comes in and we get some confluence with the rest of the market and some action. But look at that. That price is gone. Bye-bye. Right in the pre-market. 7:30 was a time to buy, and we blasted off the high end of that range on Microsoft, pulling the market up towards these highs. It seems like Softy's the one pulling some of this action to the upside.
Yeah, no question about that. Yeah, to build on Obi's point, we have a look at the NQ. It's up 1/3%. The ES is still right on the day, down 0.07. So it is definitely breadth or the lack thereof. Big tech carrying the market. We're closing in at a very important level here. It's the overnight high on the NQ, 15,578. We're at 15,570 now. So 7 3/4 points off this crest over here. Make of that what you will. Obviously, yesterday, Monday, and the lower volume should always be looked at with some suspicion, but it is a technical level nonetheless, and we are blasting off here, and I don't really have a reason why, other than, yeah, we're doing well. So we'll continue to wait on that. We're waiting for our last out here on Netflix. I'm sitting in front of that 453. I'm sitting in the high 80s for that fill, but it's not that one that I'm concerned about. It's more that I'm concerned about the Airbnb, but now it's getting away from my entry. So yeah, I might have missed the boat on this one, getting in a little bit late, but I got in on the lower end of the trough, and to me, it's been holding that 143 area quite well. Now, obviously, it is a big deal that they are in the S&P 500, but I still have reservations on this name. I talked about it on the morning show as more cities clamp down on apartment sharing and short-term rentals. Their supply dwindles, and if you don't have supply, you can't sell and you can't charge the fee. So we'll have to wait and see how the business model pans out. Where am I in on this name? So I'm in at 2 entries and I have an average of 143.22. So we're like 10, 15 pennies in the money. Nothing really to celebrate too aggressively about. It looks like we are rejecting that 453 level on Netflix. A couple of wicks in that area have all been sold off. So for whatever reason, the whole dollar level there is showing itself as a little bit of a challenge. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's look at what else is moving on the day. We'll bring in the movers and shakers board. Dell, you heard Sean mention this one, continuation play from the earnings last week, and there you go. You see that big move up, 3 big moves up. The one on the actual 31st of August after market, when it moved up from that $56, it got up to about 62. Continuation play the day following on the 1st. We kind of had a pre-market high of around $63. We got all the way up, just a smidge below 70. Actually, we broke 70, my mistake. We got about to 70.25, but we haven't broken that new high yet, so still an inside day so far, but good continuation after that 68.20 close on Dell. Looks like some money is positioning itself in this one. This was obviously a surprise to me. We heard a lot about the fact that, enterprise spending on PCs had decreased after COVID, et cetera, but it looks like, that may be changing at the moment. Looking at 70 as definitely a resistance level with a 69.72 high on Dell. So that's a good look there. The other one, the small cap gapper that I was watching this morning, we mentioned it on the morning show, HSDT has been selling off. It's holding 10 at the moment with a 13.43 high, but the volume is really dropping off and of little interest to me. Here we go. We're moving well here on Airbnb. Looks like we just broke the $0.50, so I did wet my beak on that, so I'm happy that took a little bit of profit through the $0.50. It's been, You don't have to be a super technician to see that it's holding an upward trend with higher lows and higher highs, but we need that continuation. We have a 144.25 high on the day. So keep my eye on that one. The other one, VFS. By the way, anybody interested in the options now available on VFS. Not financial advice. Tread carefully because big money will squeeze you. They're looking, especially because now everybody knows that there's options available, they're going to be looking to bamboozle you. So be careful on this one, but now available. If you're looking for puts, we all know where this one's going anyway. So VFS now available. Netflix, I already talked about. Still holding that one, 452.81 high. It looks like it's down back into 452. I only have 10% of the trade left, so I'm waiting for this one to get to my area, touch a high day. Lobi.
Yeah, I'm looking at Microsoft here, looking kind of strong, right? So let's see where and when this move kind of slows down. It's a bit of resistance here at the 335 from before, a bit of a triple top, right? If you look left on the chart. So let's see how far we can get past this 335 resistance from before. Take a look at this. This kind of a triple top here. So we've kind of blasted right into that area, just into the 335. Took a bit of a short here, but yeah, look at that 137 coming in as well on Amazon here. So I'm waiting for some of this action to kind of start to turn if it's going to be there. Yeah, started off a little bit of a short here. Let's see how far we can get past this 135, past this 137. This 136 definitely was an area to kind of get in. We observed that there was a hold of that level there, and then we kind of have the whole market kind of turn a little bit here, and Microsoft as well breaks that 330 and then doesn't really look back for a whole 5 points there, straight to the upside into previous resistance where sellers kind of showed up before. We know that sellers were here pretty strong. Look at this triple top from last week here at the 335, and yeah, let's see if those sellers kind of come back in. I definitely want to get a little bit bigger here on this Microsoft trade. If these sellers kind of show up again, if we can break this 332 convincingly back to the downside, I think we can definitely retrace back into some of these highs from last week. 331 I have here, and then 330 being kind of the top of that consolidation range as well. So yeah, taking that short on softy. Let's see if the market turns coming in from now. A little too hard, too fast for my liking, but let's see how far this can really go.
Yeah, let's have a look at big tech here. Thanks for that, Obe. Meta looking real strong, 1.5% to the good. Kind of started off the day a little meek. Where did we start off? We started out at 296 and a third. We just got to 301 and a third high, rejecting that level though, coming back into 300, trying to hold that level 300 and a half. Meta's been strong. I don't have a news catalyst, I believe, for Meta. Let me just double check quickly. Facebook, weeks, Facebook news to shut down in Europe. Warner, okay, we already knew about that. A quick VPN use will get you around that. So anybody from Canada who wants to get the news back on their feed, just use a VPN. I tried it already. It's working fine. Amazon, you saw Sean short this all day. It's been weak for several days now as we talk about discretionary or retail discretionary names really taking it on the chin, but we'll see how they do. They're focused more anyway on their cloud services. Apple was kind of a red to green. I mean, we gapped down quite aggressively on Apple. We closed out Friday, was it? Yeah, Friday, 189, just a smidge below 189 and a half. Where did we gap down to? We bottomed out today in the pre-market at that 187.20, but the official low of day is 187 and 2/3. We've now made a 189.60 high, so we're starting to knock on the door of that 190 again. Just 4 pennies below Apple, still down 0.03%. But the one that's very strong, much like Meta, is this Microsoft. And Microsoft's been dead money lately. It hasn't really been doing much, but we're a smidge below 335, so it's a good look for them on the day. Very strong. Got that dip initially on the opening bell, dipped into the close, which was, ironically enough, 328.66 is the close on Friday, which is also the low of day. So that level holds, and it was see you later since that time, making an almost 335 high. Tesla, we heard their Chinese numbers again, fantastic deliveries month over month, year over year on their Chinese deliveries, even with price cuts, but their margins continue to get squeezed. And we've kind of been topping out here at that 260 level on Tesla. We got a rejection on the 30th, another couple of rejections on the 31st, and another one on the 1st. I don't know if we see it up there today. We're about $7 removed from it at the moment, but that 260 level has been a notable area of resistance on Tesla. Google, kind of like Apple, to be honest with you, marginally green, 0.04%, just trying to break above Friday's close at 135 2/3. So we'll have to keep an eye on Google. Sold off quite aggressively on Friday, went green to red. Well, it was green in the pre-market, went red, and then kind of zigzag, consolidated sideways. So not much to report right now in terms of that. Let me have a look here. Make sure my Airbnb trade is good. So we got another out there through the $0.50, and now I'm sitting just a smidge below 70 on Airbnb. How are we doing on Netflix? Still no fill, waiting just a smidge below 453, pardon me. We're back at 452, but only 10% left of this trade. I'm happy with the Netflix trade. Definitely one of my better trades in a while.
Yeah, we're still holding just underneath this 137. I'm watching as well. We did pull back a little bit on Softy there off the 335, but still holding the 334. So yeah, what I'm looking for, I want a convincing break of kind of this trend we've been having. Let's take a look at the 1 minute. We've already started to kind of what was the saying again? The trend is your friend until the end where it starts to bend. A bit of a bend here on this very tight upward trend on Softy. Could potentially bring in some sellers. That's what I'm looking for. The trend has kind of has broken a little bit. Sure, the overall trend not so much on the day, but yeah, this interim kind of acceleration off this 3315 is definitely starting to bend a little bit off the 335 rejection. Previous confluence of sellers from before, psychological level as well, 335. You know, a bit of a stacking confluence here for reasons to sell. But yeah, let's see. It still needs to convincingly break below, right? There's a lot of fugays lately, as of late in the market. So I'm definitely going to be wary of that, as we've only pulled back a point after blasting off about 5 on Softy here. Let's see how far we can really pull back. I'm watching this 137 as well. This 137, I'm watching for that confluence to get heavy on that 137. Sellers kind of came in the morning off of that same place, and we've started to slow down up and into that 137. And then ES as well. ES kind of topping out at pre-market highs, roughly. Not pre-market highs, but just that consolidation before, excuse me, before the open, right there on the ES. Yeah, NQ still looking hella strong here. I want to see what other names might be pulling this up. Let's take a look at Google. We know Google was kind of strong as well before, but yeah, can't really get past that initial reaction high on the 15 there. Or actually, this is a 3 minute, but still going to be the same price on the 15 right there. Look at that wick off this 136. Definitely sellers in and around that level. Let's go 134. I want to see that that 334 break convincingly on Softy for this market to kind of take a little bit of a pullback here. If the ES does more of the same from last week, and we have a bit of consolidation range where it just kind of like pops up and down pretty volatile in a volatile manner. If it's already kind of defined that initial range already today, let's see if it starts to respect this 45.20 into this 45-ish just on top, where we couldn't even get back all the way down to 45. We like wick 2 points above it. So that's an interesting look. Let's see if we kind of chop back in and around. I'm watching that 15.6 as well being the next level here on the NQ, see if we can get past that far. But yeah, let's see if we make lower highs as well. 137 looking a little heavy there. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading today so we can take a look at that as well. Like I said, I only have a couple of trade ideas today, nothing too crazy. I'm waiting for that high probability setup to come in, and I don't really see anything too much right now today.
All right, so we took out the last bit here on Netflix as it breaks through that 453. Oh, I didn't load that up. Wow, it's so anticlimactic, but we can take care of that in a second. There we go. We'll get the stream deck loaded up and warmed up. 453, we get a break. What's the high now on Netflix? Where is my Netflix over here? So 453.45. We took it out at 452.88. So a $3 club winner there on Netflix, up 3% on the day. It's a good look. And I'm still not seeing a reason why they're moving up, but I'm going to suggest to you it has something to do with Warner Brothers Discovery, as they're, wetting the bed on the day WBD. Let's see how much they're down. Oh, well, they're back up now, 2%, but it was a red to green move earlier on. We have 1134 low, not doing much actually at all, about 25 penny move on the day, but the news was related to Warner Brother Discovery and them suffering more from the strikes in Hollywood. Look at that flush off Netflix. We get that 453 breaking as quickly as we broke it right back down into 452. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. The market in general is moving down, and I was able to get another move out, another little bit out here on Airbnb as it comes down into my entry. I'm long 143.10 now with adjusted cost base. So flat on this trade. If it breaks 143, I will likely be out. I have my out sub 143 in the 90s, but let's see if this one holds. 143 has been an interesting level so far.
Yeah, that selling kind of came in a little hot there. The NQ kind of printing one of its first reds on not on the day, but like after this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive greens. We're printing our first little bit of red, and we got a bit of selling there into the 334 with respect to that. And then the 137 also does a bit of a quadunk sell off of that level with confluence of the NQ kind of turning as well. Let's see if we can kind of get back into that 137, or this trend on the day helps us break through this 137. The fact that we kind of made it all the way back here, and we're gonna do a bit of we're gonna have a little bit of a struggle with this 137 kind of tells me that 137 stays very interesting intraday for selling, right? We've already, like, you were able to recycle this 137 on the short side, or in terms of like just selling into it, long or short, once, twice, 3 times, and then 4 or 5 times right now, and then the sell kind of comes in as well. Confluencing with that 334, right? Let's see if that comes in. We said that Microsoft has sellers here, a triple top from last week, just in and around this 335, and seeing as we are getting a bit of a sell-off here, let's see if we can kind of continue back to the downside. I'm looking at some of these pre-market highs that Sharif pointed out on the NQ as well. Look at where we're kind of pulling back off of, kind of a high from yesterday, pulling back into this consolidation low 15,540-ish. The 15.5 is definitely key from this morning. We kind of blasted right through it. So let's see if that kind of comes in. Look at this trend kind of holding on the Amazon. Let's see if that 137 kind of if we can make lower highs underneath that 137, I'll be willing to get short. Maybe we do a bit of that churn here. I know Tesla's been a little interesting as well today. Tesla's super strong to the upside. Take a look at that. Kind of break back into last week's price action, right? Last week we had a pretty heavy sell-off on Friday, right? Let's take the spaghetti off the chart right there. That 260 kind of rejects that pre-market high on Friday, and then you come all the way back into 240s, and then coming in today, you can't really break those lows. You almost triple bottom here. 1, 2, 3 out the open, blast off back into that 250. That 250 holds, and we consolidate above there on Tesla, looking pretty strong. Yeah, let us know in the chat. Let us know in the chat what names you guys are trading. I'm curious to know. As today doesn't seem like too many things are kind of moving around too far. If you're aiming for a home run, maybe you had some of those out the open here. You definitely had a home run on that off the 15.5 break, or even some of this consolidation low hold on the NQs. But yeah, as this market kind of settles into, what is it, around 11:25, 11:30-ish, almost lunchtime, things I'm expecting to slow down, and it looks like we are getting a little bit of that slowdown coming in.
Yeah, that 15.5 level right now in play on the NQ, but you know, Dell would know that it's up 2 1/3%. It's at day's high 69.72. I think actually we're higher than that. My chart is frozen. Yeah, we're continuing to. I'm seeing 81 show up here on the book, on the ask, 80 on the bid. So definitely higher than 72s at the moment. But Dell continues to head up. Feel, you know, I should have taken that on the dip trade near that 69.25 level. I think we dipped up quite nicely there. We've been holding 69 very well since the break at around 10 a.m. this morning. Multiple troughs into the 50 period, all of which have been bought up, but we still haven't broken through Friday's close. So keep an eye out on that. That could be an interesting level of resistance. Meta just broke down from that 301 1/3. It's coming back into 300 here, just a smidge below 299.98. So that fight at 300 is happening as we speak, as the NASDAQ continues to head south. But Airbnb curling back up again off that 133. And, I don't want to overstay my welcome here. So I'm going to get a little bit more out, despite the fact that, I've got a profit taker sitting here at 69s. But that is the crest, and it's a bit of a double top off that level. I don't even want to call it a double top. It's definitely more in a consolidation mode. Look how long we've been in this range. On Airbnb. Yeah, sure, we broke up. We got into that 144.25, but since that time, haven't been able to reclaim 144 again. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get that 143 defend, but it's defended 143 umpteen times since I sat down here. Probably going on half an hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 touches at 143, all of which have been bought up. So clearly, somebody likes this at that level. We'll continue to wait and see if we can get continuity through the $0.50, because I am sitting at 69s. We're seeing a third, between a third to a half here right now on the book. A bit of a wide spread, 7 pennies at the moment. Not something you'd expect from Airbnb. Netflix, this one moving down, rejecting 453 clearly here, because we're all the way back down to 451.25. Happy that I got this one out top wick. But let's talk about what's moving at the moment. There are some small cap gappers that just made a move. The one that I mentioned earlier, HSDT, this was quite strong on the day. Where is she at here? Okay, we'll just type it in. HSDT just got a bit of a move. Did it? This is the 1 minute. Yeah, here we go. So we were sub VWAP. We kind of defended that 1075. Sure, there's wicks below that. You could say 10.25, 10.5. The majority of the closing prints are ahead of that 2/3 area, 10 2/3. We put in the ticker HSDT. And look what happened here. We just got a bunch of volume coming in as high as I would say that 10:30 time slot was the last time our volume was this high. And yeah, it moved. It moved quite nicely, getting all the way up to 1250. Obvious rejection off 1250. Trying to hold 12 right now, but it's a good look. A bit of a bull flag forming here. It's bouncing off the 7 period. The green line on my chart here is a 7 period. This is a 1 minute chart on HSDT. Clearly 12.5 though is a level of resistance. Now you had an up haul and you had a down haul on this one. High a day, just a smidge below 1350. So we'll keep an eye out on this one because small caps, they're in vogue right now. And you know how they are. They're quite cyclical. The other small cap, VERB Technologies, the float on this one is 4 million shares, larger than what we've been seeing lately, but definitely by no means big. Let's put in the ticker there, VERB. All right, so this one, multiple halts to the upside, 3 halts to the upside, multiple halts to the downside as well. But since that time, it's been doing a dance with VWAP, right? And if you got it off that 150 level, you were rewarded because it made its way back up into 185, especially if you sized up. Clearly a seller at that 185 level. You had multiple attempts there, all of which have rejected. It's not a halt level. That 189 is the halt level. You had an up halt and a down halt right near that 189, 190 level. Right now, it's kind of a little bit above VWAP, a little bit below. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, see how that does. But yeah, up 132% on some news. So keep your eye out on that. As I look in the corner of my eye, I see that Airbnb coming down to 143 again. My stop is already in place. It breaks down below that 142.90-ish. My stop will trigger. We've already taken a lot out there, so the last little bit will be a loser. But we're definitely looking for that 143 defend because it's come in multiple times, and it looks like it's coming in again here because we just dipped below 143, and then all of a sudden there's orange on my tape, meaning over the ask. So people are enthusiastic and exuberant about this level, at least for the moment. Let's see how long that holds up.
Yeah, J Money, I see that Microsoft short from 334.19 working. Yeah, man, but a point in the money right now. Let's see if that, so the 334 kind of broke in, and then we got that first 15-minute red as well. This is what I was watching. So look at all these 15s. You accelerate to the upside into the 335, and you print your first red 15-minute candle on not on the day, but after a few consecutive candles. So let's see if we get a bit of relief. I'm looking at this previous candle open, this 331, 332 area. If we can kind of push back down into here. here and see where we go. This kind of confluences with last week's high, right? This opening high right here. This 332, a very obvious level from Friday, and I think we're feeling a little bit of a magnet down into that 332 level as we did come up a little too hard, too fast. I got expanding volume into the 335, and then take a look at a shorter time frame here. Look at this kind of volume, right? This volume kind of pushes into that acceleration. So yeah, maybe a bit of a relief, bit of a pullback here. Let's see if this 333 kind of breaks in. Look at that 137 as well, staying a bit of a sell. NQ, looking at those sellers coming back in from those Globex highs there as well, and then ES as well. ES is rejecting off of that consolidation print there at the high. So yeah, let's see. This position is working out decently for us. Let's see if we can catch a multi-point winner here on Softy as we pull back off of that 335. We already established that there were sellers there before, and we are getting a bit of relief off that same level here. Let's see if we can convincingly push back down to the to 332 here. But yeah, let's see what you guys are trading here. I am reading the chat here. People talking about GFAI. People talking about NQs. Ponzi Fonzie says NQ IB at 15.5235 to 15.44275. Okay. Nice. Median at just around, so yeah, I have about that 15.5 area as key, and then yeah, 15.523 he says. So yeah, just in and around here, just right there where we're bouncing off of. Interesting. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so let's see if we can hold this 333. That'll be an interesting look. But what I'm looking for, you guys already know, a bit of relief back to the downside, real support. Kind of, I'm looking for players to show up around this 332 to interact with them. Let's see if we can find some support in and around this 332 here on Microsoft.
Yeah, got out of the remaining portion on my Airbnb trade as it did break below that 143 area. In fact, I think it got into the high 60s, trying to fight back now into 143, but we see a series of lower highs and lower lows, and it broke this trough over here. So I'm not going to involve myself in this trade unless it dips off VWAP. VWAP on my chart, but that 142.5, but it ends up being a winner. We only lose 10 pennies on the remaining amount, which is not a bad look there because of the average. And initial entry was at 43s, second entry was at 43 exactly, 143.43. And then the second entry was 143 itself. But you can see that buyers are liking this level no matter what here, despite the fact that it dipped into the 60s at 143 because it's right up above again. Now, the problem with this one is it's quite spready. So unless you've got really good levels, you may not get filled on some of the moves. So be careful with this one. It's 7 pennies at times. Right now it's 4, which isn't a bad look, but bit of a tricky one on Airbnb. Probably late to the party on this one, but anyway, I have a bit of a trend line here which got breached. You see this one, it actually respected it quite well. Now we're getting a bit of a downturn. My next entry, if I was to be interested in this one, probably at that VWAP level, but it may not give me that opportunity. So we'll have to wait and see how this one ends up panning out. But good look, good trade on Airbnb, despite the fact that we were late, almost up 7.9%, 7.82% at the moment. So not too bad. What else is strong? I don't have anything else at the moment. I should probably mention that the 10-year is at day's high right now. And that is something that we haven't been seeing lately, where the NQ and the 10-year move together. Now, granted, the NQ is just kind of retraced back into Friday's close at 15.516, but they were moving together for a little bit, and you can just see that reflected on the chart. 4.257 right now on the NQ. It is at on the 10-year is at day's highs, over 2%. Good look if you're interested in this name. Now, I was reading an article this morning about how bonds and equities sometimes move in tandem and sometimes they don't. The years, essentially, if you do the math, equities move up 3 out of 4 years, and in the year they don't move up on, seem to outperform. So it may be a time to start looking at adding some bonds to your portfolio. Now, we know that yields and bond prices move inversely, but you're getting paid while you wait here, which is the whole point. And at 4 and some odd percent, it's not a bad look at all, Obi. What else is moving? Let's just see what Netflix is up to. retracing kind of into that 450 area. It's a smidge below it. The spread opening up a little bit here, about 13 pennies at the moment, but trying to fight to hold that whole dollar level at 450. We'll see if Netflix can hold out up 2.25.
Yeah, I'm watching this this triple three still, watching the tape real close. Looking a little weak on top of this whole dollar level. No real size there on the triple three, but yeah, that kind of tells me that if we do kind of break below, we might just kind of flush a little bit here. Still waiting for this this candle to finish printing, right? We got 8 minutes left. We got the second consecutive red. Opening price kind of at 333.34-ish area, so kind of teetering in and around that 333, right? So let's see if we do that convincing break. We're seeing a lot of confluence with what we want to see here, but yeah, tech still leading the way here. Let's see if we get that 15.5 test on the NQ. Only about 20 points away, but yeah, definitely an interesting price. We know we've been magneting in and around that 15.5 all of last week and the week before, and I guess it's going to be more of the same. Look at that 333 kind of break in. Let's see if it holds, kind of pops back in. There's no real size that shows up, so yeah, let's see. Maybe next up 332 incoming if we can kind of get below this 333 here convincingly. Like I said, look at that NQ coming back into the 15.5. Let's see, we should get some selling off there on Softy. Take a look at that. 20 pennies off the dollar there, off the 333. Let's see if we can get more. If the 15.5 kind of wick bottoms, that might be a little reason to cover here. But yeah, we still got about 6.5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to print. So yeah, we're just maybe the selling is just starting off as this candle finishes to print off. I'm watching that 332. Anything in and around that 332 that gives me a reason to buy, a reason to cover. I'm looking for anything convincing to take that piece. But yeah, we still are about a point away from that on Softy, but we might not even get there, right? We're looking at this 333 as an area of interest. That 335 definitely pulling back off of that. Let's see if we can convincingly break that 137. Oh man, yeah, I definitely missed that piece there, giving you about 70 cents in the money there. Hopefully someone has that 137 short on Amazon, because I definitely didn't, and it seems like that's the gift that keeps on giving today, that 137, and last week, right? That 137 is a decent price, over and under, respecting pretty cleanly here. You could have risked just less than 15 cents if you got in right at the 137, and that 15 cents gives you about 70 cents to the downside. Back down towards low day here at 136. So maybe we are going to be doing that. Maybe we are setting up for that range day. ES definitely looks, or is starting to look like it wants to print like that. Let's see what we got left. 5 minutes left for this 15-minute candle, and we're testing the 70s. Can we get to the $0.50? 332 incoming, potentially. Let's see if that acceleration was indeed a little too hard, too fast, because it definitely was for my liking.
Yeah, I'm trying my hand at this HSDT thing. I'm going to give it to the $0.50. It broke through 13. A lot of bamboozlement, though. We'll see if this one can come up again. And there we go. We get a move through 13, but the spread opening up there. I'm going to take a little bit out there, and I'm going to take a little bit more out there. And that's the end of my trade on this one, because a lot of bamboozlement going in. Nice dip trades, though. So happy with this trade. A bit of a scary one. Lots of size on this one. Not too much though in the way of profit. But hey, you know, probably should have gotten on a dip. But anyway, there you go. Flush through 13, kind of dangerous. Yeah, it was a bit of a on a whim thing. But MSOX, I want to talk about more thoroughly here. This is the two-time leverage, pardon me, of wheat stocks, essentially cannabis ETF. It is a pure U.S. cannabis ETF. The fund will, I'm just reading the description here on my platform. Yeah, the fund seeks daily investment results that before fees and expenses corresponds to 2 times the daily total return of advisor shares pure U.S. cannabis ETF. The fund will enter into swap agreements intended to produce economically leveraged investments results relative to returns of the U.S. cannabis ETF. Having another great day. It was up over 30% before I started talking. It got to a high of $6.16. Multiple day runner if we look here at the 30. Again, running on the news that we got last week. with respect to the Department of Health and Human Services recommending to the DEA to remove it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. There you go. This is the news item right here that came in like midday on the, I don't remember what day that was, the 30th. Yeah. So it was around $2, just sub $2.50, $2.44, and we got a spike into $4.20. Surprise, surprise. And then gap down just a smidge the next day, but make a newer high and another newer high and another newer high. So that's 4 days in a row with higher lows and higher highs on the leveraged wheat stock ETF. MSOX trades on the Amex, now up again over 30% on the day. Good look for them. Again, I think this is a lot of retail investment into this. I mean, we're not going to get legalization unless something changes in Congress. That's my look. I think it's, kind of immaterial whether or not the DEA declassifies it as a Schedule 1 and moves it to Schedule 3. It doesn't change any of the legal implications with respect to banking, with respect to retail. Doesn't change any of that. So, possibly speculation here by retail. I don't think big money is going to be flowing into this. Nonetheless, tradable, up 32.5% now, very close to day's highs, just a smidge off day's highs here.
Yeah, so I took that Microsoft short off, about 2 points in the money on that trade there that we took, back down into 3325, right? So I saw the flush that went into the 3325, into the 50s, right? Take a look at that. We bid right back up 50 pennies off of that level, so that's pretty interesting. But where does that bounce come in? I saw a few reasons to buy that kind of came in. Sure, I might have been a little early there on the cover, but like I said, I was waiting for that 332, and a bit of pressure comes in at that 3325, corresponding with that 15.5 bounce, right? We're right on top of that 15.5. Now, sure, I could get that 332, right? But I'm not trying to go for that home run trade, right? We had a reason to sell up here, and then now we saw a reason to cover. Now, sure, I could have gone. I was looking to get bigger in this trade, and I look back, and yeah, in here 3345s, I could have definitely added, and we added right there. We had the short off of the 3346, right? But yeah, coming back into that 3325, that bounce off the 15.5, multiple confluencing factors telling me that, like, okay, well, maybe it's time to buy a little bit. Didn't have enough size on this trade, but yeah, we did take about 2 points on that. Definitely could have gotten much bigger in and around this candle here. Look at the selling off of this candle, this heavy volume candle. Look at where that corresponds to. That corresponds with the 334 break. So yeah, looking back at it, definitely could have traded this a little bit better if I added on to the 3345, and then a little bit more with that volume confirmation on the 334 break gives you about a 1.5 off the 334 into the 3325, off the confluence into the test of the 15.5. So a lot of things happening here. Like I said, I'm waiting for the next best trade. This was not a planned trade, right? It's not part of my planned trades, but I did have the 327 long on Microsoft, and 335 was one of the potential areas where I'm like, if this move really goes and I'm long at the long underneath the 330, I want to look and give it to the 335. Didn't have that trade, but when the price does get to 335, I see some reasons to sell, and I get short, and then I get short into that price because I was like, yeah, that might have been a target for my final piece off of that trade. So I missed the long, but reason to sell shows up either way, long or short, at that 335, and we take 2 points off of Softy on that. Let's see where we go. Looking for the next best trade. Amazon still consolidating in this chop here. I don't know what my next trade will be. Let me know what tickers you guys are looking at in the chat. We can take a look at that, but I'm patiently waiting for the next one.
Yeah, interesting look. I want to talk more about this HSDD trade because this is how I used to trade these ones, these small cap gappers. You're in it for a very short amount of time, big size, get in, get out. Then somewhere along the line, I kind of lost my way and, held for whatever reason. And these aren't the type of stocks that I personally think you should hold. Sure, you may get lucky and it runs like several dollars, but the way that I learned to trade these when I was trading them in 2020 and 2021 was you get in and it's a breakout or bailout. Either it goes immediately or it doesn't, and then there's no holding. And essentially, that's what I did this time. So we got initially there at 3, we got the dip at 282, and then look at that out there at 3.25. So I'm happy about this one, even though there is some discernible pattern here where it's holding the 7-period EMA for the majority of the time. Yeah, you may get lucky, and then you may find this right at $11.50 at VWAP in a matter of seconds, because some whale or some person with a big account can absolutely, smoke you. That's really how it's going to go. So up again, 73% now. Looking to take 75% was up over that. I think we were in the 80s once it came up to that 13 1/3. But it's an interesting look. You have a bit of a consolidation area at 12. That could be an interesting area of support. Otherwise, you're looking at that 11.5 at VWAP. So this one continuing to present opportunities despite the fact that it kind of went red to green on the day and nothing was heard of it again. But the volume definitely picking up on this one again, no question about that. The highest volume candles we've had all day are the ones that are happening right now, and I see that reflected very clearly on my 5-minute chart. So we'll have to wait and see if this one presents more opportunities. The other one that I want to talk about, look at this, man. MSOX continues to head to the high side, baby. We are at days high on the leveraged, 2-time leveraged weed ETF. Where do we get to here? 4 days highs. MSOX. Where's our high? 619 so far, just a smidge below 620. I'm seeing 20 on the book and 19 on the ask here. So that's about to change real quick. That 6 hold was very interesting. There we go. Now I'm seeing 23 on the book, 19 on the ask. Spread opening up. The volume on this one, 878,000. Not bad for an ETF, but not great either. You have to wonder about the liquidity. Right now it's 2 penny spread. Could be more at times. There we go. 620 high, 623 high. We just got a print there. This one continues to head to the high side, almost 37% up. I was going to say high on the day. That would have been a little on the nose. But it's good look on that one. Now, as I tell you about this, let me tell you, as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. 15.5 dip just came and held on the NQ. We got, I think, just, where do we get there? Just a smidge above 15.5, maybe 02s, 03s, whatever. We're bouncing back up 15.5 and a quarter, and we're higher at times. So let's see if 15.5 can hold up here. Important level, not where we closed out at. The closing print was 15.516. That was yesterday's closing print. Again, you have to view that with a degree of suspicion because it was on a Sunday and on lighter volume. So we'll keep an eye on that level. But no question about it, we're holding 15.5 for now, and that will have implications for these big tech names. And as I look, seeing a bit of a bounce on some of them. Not that much. How's your Microsoft trade looking?
I got out of it. So we got that. So off the 15.5, take a look at the bounce that we got, right? Decent bounce on the 15 forming right now. Got about 10 minutes left for this candle to print. But off of that 15.5 bounce, Softy gives you a 1-point bounce back into the 335 test and then sells off the 335. So sellers kind of coming back in on the 335. So I'm keeping a note of that. But yeah, definitely the place to sell was definitely up here. In here, it's a bit of a diddle for me, but yeah, you can get back in on this trend that we've kind of started to form back down to the downside, and then maybe potentially get that 332. But you know what? That's not necessarily my next trade there. I don't think that's not as high probability as this one from before. So I'm just going to hold off on that scalp back down to the 332. We already took that idea there. I'm waiting for the next one. Now I see Nick W with the super chat here. Yeah. Thank you for that $5. FULC and ADSK. Can you please take a look at that? Sure, I got it pulled up right here for you, buddy. That FULC, Fulcrum Therapeutics, another repeat offender in my books, but definitely up on some news from a couple weeks ago. From last, is this last Tuesday? Last Tuesday, so about 2 weeks ago, it popped off of that news that they had. I think it was something about an FDA. Yeah, FDA update removes overhang on a pivotal program, so they popped up on that news, holding this $5, $5.25 area on the consolidation. You consolidate all of last week really, really tightly, and then coming in today, you break that consolidation high. Now let's see if we can kind of pop past this initial reaction high off the original news, right? You have that level in and around that 640, maybe 650 off that initial pop there. Let's see if that can kind of come in today with a bit of continuation. But yeah, so far right now from what's been printed, FULC is kind of in this range between 650, 640, and 540 as well. Now, what was that other name? ADSK. Yeah, we can take a look at that. How much volume is Fulcrum doing today? Let's see. It's done about 830K, so not really too crazy, but look at the average 10-day volume is 10 million, and we've only done about 830K. So that's definitely interesting. If the volume kind of comes in to this high break, right? Because this is a low volume bid up into that initial reaction high on Fulcrum. If we can break that and that average volume that we've been seeing over the past few days kind of comes back in, that might give us that umph to push some of those prices to the upside there on FULC. So let's take a look at the next one, ADSK here. Let's see. I don't know how much volume this one's been doing on the day. Yeah, look at that. It's 33 still kind of holding as well. Interesting look. But yeah, okay, so yeah, this one, much less volume, Autodesk. Yeah, okay, 300K volume, but definitely pricey ticker here. A bit of a pullback off of last week's highs, 225 rejection there. And look at that, earnings high. So ADSK had earnings last week on the 24th. Or actually the night of the 23rd on Wednesday. You make this reaction high at the 224. You come in last week, you can't really get past that high, and we start to pull back off of that. So maybe a short off the 220 here, a lower high on ADSK. But the low volume doesn't really have me interested. If it can do over 1 million, which it kind of averages on a 10-day, then maybe it looks a little bit more interesting for me. Now, I saw that there was some other tickers as well. People were mentioning in the chat, we have NVOS. Now, I don't know how much this is doing volume. But yeah, okay, wow, take a look at that. It's done about 157 million on the day, but it's about a 30 penny ticker here. Bit of a bid up from last week's, I don't know what this was, maybe some news here. Novo Integrated Sciences, potentially a biotech here, health and services, it says. But yeah, so pops up last week on whatever catalyst it was, might have been earnings, might have been, it doesn't look like it was earnings, but definitely some sort of catalyst there, holds that range, and then now we're slowly starting to trek up here with expanding volume. That's something I want to consider. Look at this high volume candles that come in, which is much higher than some of last week's candle, pushing for that break there on NVOS. All right, next name, Tilray, TLRY. All right, so we know that this name has been of interest as of last week. Remember, we were talking about how the marijuana moved from a Schedule 1 to, I think, what was it, Schedule 2 or 3? 3? Okay, so that's a two-step down. So yeah, marijuana doing a bit of a two-step down into the grades of, what are they called? Classifications of drugs, right? So yeah, we are catching a bit of a bid. Last week we said, let's see if some of these marijuana names catch a bit of a multi-day bid. And sure, you're going to get chop. You're going to get a bit of chop on a multi-day, but take a look at the overall support. A bit of a step up I'm seeing here. This 260 steps up into that 270, steps up into that 290, and that 290 holds off a sell-off on Friday. And today we come in and push new highs. 340s coming into play. Let's see if we make higher lows here on Tilray. And I know Sharif was looking at MSOS and MSOX as well. Take a look at MSOS. Hella strong to the upside. Definitely much stronger than Tilray there. Maybe some of these other names like CGC kind of pushing this ticker right there. Take a look at that. Almost back to the $1 mark on CGC. Maybe we will potentially catch a bid and push back towards previous levels. We know these names are coming off of some high prices. They've been on a bit of an adventure over the past couple of years, right? Take a look at some of these prices. Now, I know CGC has gone through a couple of splits, so these are definitely split adjusted prices. But if we can, but here's the thing.
Tilray, the $75 high.
Yeah, Tilray definitely coming in off of these crazy highs. We know that some of these highs.
There's some news about AMD.
AMD's news says Sean. Let's take a look at that. AMD breaking news trade potentially coming in as we speak. Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, a bit of action there. 110 coming in. Let's take a look as I pass it on back to Sharif.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet on AMD. It'll show up, and as soon as it does, we'll let you know. But interesting look here on the futures. We come back down right into 1,500. Sorry, 15.5, not 1,500. Get it together. 15,500. We do another dip off that level, but we've defended the level quite nicely. multiple wicks into that level, but you know, it's starting to look like it could be a head and shoulders here. I don't want to really get involved unless we start trending above this 15, 5 and a third. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does. But we are now almost flat essentially on the NQ, up 0.02%. The ES much weaker, down 0.25% right now. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And the other one that I want to talk about, Airbnb, really broke down. I was thinking maybe possible VWAP dip on Airbnb, but it's right back at that 142 level, 142.07. It also happens to be the 50 period on my 5-minute chart that is bouncing off at the moment on Airbnb, up 7.11%, but nothing due into the long side at the moment. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one closes 11 red 5-minute candles in a row on this name as it kind of crested out at that 143.5. Technically on the day 144.25. We'll want to see if 142 can hold. Previously we've been looking at what that 143 level as the area that was holding. That's since come and gone. I hear the Katina man still talking about AMD, but as I look, I don't see anything still on this name. The look on AMD is as follows. It was trending basically at 108.50, and then there were a couple of huge 5-minute candles that came into to the long side. There's at 108.50. It tops out at 110.60. Now we're coming right back down into break even on AMD at that 109, just a smidge below 109.5. We'll see if we get continuation or not. Anybody knows what AMD is, make sure to tag OB and I or in the chat, or tag Bears versus Bulls, and he'll bring our attention to that. And as I was talking about Airbnb in that 142 level, that's come and gone now as it continues to head to the downside. My eye is going to be on that 15.5 on the NQ as we dance at it at the moment. That's the level that really interests me here. Obviously, 4,500 interests me as well on the ES, but the ES much more muted in its actions with a, essentially an after the bell high of 45.20 and a low of 45.02. So 18-point range on the ES. As it, I don't know what's being weighed down by. We have oil that's up 2 2/3. Airlines seem to be very red. Banks are also very red on the day. They could be weighing the NQ down, whereas the ES down, whereas the NQ is not afflicted by such. Obi.
Yeah, people in the chat saying, well, I checked my Twitter, I checked a couple other sources as well, couldn't really find anything, but people in the chat saying AMD is speaking at a Goldman Sachs conference right now, which kind of explains like some of this behavior here. You had that strength coming in, just randomly, can't really find any news, and then you kind of pop back down a whole dollar mark. But let's see what this consolidation does. Maybe some of this news will digest, and we can get a continuation here. Sharif's got the news article.
Yeah,
right
Advanced Micro Devices shares trading higher. Dr. Lisa Su, Chair and Chief Executive Officer, now presenting at the Goldman Sachs 2023 Communicopia and Technology Conference. Yeah, we saw Goldman with a lot to say this morning about rates and the economy. So clearly that they were setting up for whatever conference here. Thanks for that, Obi. No context with respect to that headline, and so we don't really know exactly what's being said. Shout out to Doors.
Hey? You have to be listening into the...
Yeah, well, we don't have it. We can probably listen to it on YouTube, but we're doing this right now. Doors, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. I have no request, but I want to say thanks for helping us against the machine, the grinder. Much respect. Thank you very much, Doors, for that. Appreciate you and for being a viewer and for obviously making that super chat. All right, so I do believe we have the second. Do we? Do we have the second ever episode of Lunch Money? Neil and Brendo, they're at the big desk. They're going to take your lunch money, baby.
Ideas go
10 minutes or so. Yeah. Right.
But going into the rest of the afternoon, as the guys were mentioning there, the 2023 Goldman Sachs Technology Conference on right now. It's actually on throughout the entire week this week. Worth noting, NVIDIA is going to be presenting at this conference at 3:25 this afternoon. So with 30 minutes to go in the session, we could get even more spiciness when it comes to some of these chip names. But yeah, it looks like AMD is 1150, and then we'll actually hear from Intel at this as well. That's going to be at 2:30 this afternoon. So some analysts tweeting some goodness, I guess, when it comes to headlines from this conference as we speak. So here's AMD as we saw, big move up through 110 to 111. Micron also with a move to the high side on that as well. There was a note when it comes to Huawei and the P60 specifically for Micron. What are you seeing here? I mean, a lot of action obviously in semiconductors.
I mean, we're going to go right down the board because I think all of them give you trading opportunities. Perfectly, we're going to have Intel and NVIDIA later on. AMD we'll do in a quick second here. But I want to start with Micron because that was the initial spike. If you're going to be able to raise prices, it's always going to be a good thing. And generally speaking, if the market's going to accept it, and that is the indications at least off the bat. This was already a strong name going into this. Just highlighting the daily chart here. You've got room to like 72 on the daily. It is a lot of resistance up top, and you're $1 away from it. What stands out to me, though, is on a day where volumes are a little bit lighter, you get flash news, and it goes right up to 71 on a dime. Like, this is not 70, 95. It was $71 even that went to, and then turned right around. It's showing you the levels. Don't get cute about this. If we do have some follow through here from AMD and from Intel and then eventually NVIDIA, you're looking at 71, potentially breaking if the group continues to go higher. That's first things first, but I think everyone's more concerned with AMD right now because the nature of that move, I was short this morning. I know it was a good short a couple of times if you just looked at it sort of on the initial hump down at that 108 level. It was back there looking like it was another good short, and then there's that 109. It's a double top. I was in the short. It come down into VWAP. I just reloaded it and got stopped out myself on that news, and now you're absolutely flying. You're through Friday's high at 110. I think when you look at this stock just hit the 50-period moving average on the daily and is trying to break out above it. If this move follows through, this feels like the one that's been lagging. It could close above the 50 for the first time in a long time. That is incredibly bullish. It's on news. I think you don't want to fight this one. I just don't think you want to fight AMD here.
All right, so they were scheduled to actually start talking at 11:50, so the presentation more than likely still underway, so keep that in mind. This is actually a very well-known and prominent Apple analyst that is reporting this. So the tweet is essentially following Samsung's price increase in August, Micron has also started to increase NAND flash wafer contract prices by about 10%. So referencing the price increase that you were mentioning when it comes to Micron, but AMD obviously benefiting from this as well. Again, all three of these, AMD, Micron, Intel as well, we'll hear from today at this Goldman Sachs event. So more to come potentially as far as that is concerned. All right, let's keep going here. CGC, I mean, we'll touch on cannabis as a whole, obviously coming off what happened last week. I honestly was not expecting this again today, but some pretty impressive follow through as far as individual movers here in the canopy or in the weed space.
Yeah, look, we talked about the morning show. The trade on Friday was waiting around for Tilray to break 320. So that was this morning's trade. Lunch Money is about looking forward. I want to show you guys something that I'm looking at, and I know CGC's already moved today. That's fine. CGC is having a great day. It's up 22%. It actually broke 70 cents, so it's kind of well on its way today. But let's look at the bigger picture here. Because anytime you have a move like this, it's a 7% short float. Let's respect that. I can just check that out right there on Trade Ideas. I love that platform. But let's look what just happened on the daily. It's an ugly looking chart, right? The entire group, it's not going to be pretty. You're coming from $3 back in March. You're breaking $1. But the last time it bounced, it got to 68 cents. Well, what price do you think it just hit several minutes ago? Just at that 60, it's consolidating off 68 cents. This makes it pretty simple for me. If it holds on to this local bottom here at 65 cents all afternoon long, then I'm looking for a long off this area, ideally above the 68 into some fresh highs. All it has to do is hold this price area, and I think this could be valid for a couple of days if it's above 65 cents. So Tilray was definitely the flavor of the morning. You're holding at a key price area on CGC. It also has a short float. That never hurts when you're talking about a penny stock wanting to move here and just getting some shorts covering. Stock can't, look, shorts are going to make some covers before the stock goes to zero, or if a stock gets to zero at all. And that's a situation that you want to take advantage of as a trader.
And let's be honest, these are down so much in 5 years, let's say. I don't know if it's been that long, but a lot of room to go. That's, the story here. A lot of room to go to the upside potentially here for any of these. I was noticing this morning after we spoke with Michael Noss on Friday about MSOS versus MJ, which are the two main ETFs in this space. One being similar to like a GLD versus a GDX as far as gold miners, and then the underlying. So MJ is more of the pure individual producer type of a play when it comes to cannabis, whereas MSOS is more the entire industry, if you want to look at it from that sense. But MJ this morning, a lot more volume than we saw last week as well. I'm staring here at Oxy, because it looks like it's about to pop right now once again through day highs. If you missed it this morning, Saudi Arabia comes out and says they're going to continue and extend a 1 million barrel per day production cut through the end of this year, but then also said that they're going to take it month by month. So each month they'll reevaluate and see where they go from there. But Oxy, Neil, has been a standout here in this group today.
I mean, super, super impressive. Occidental today. You always talk about the Buffett bottom. You can forget about the Buffett bottom. It's already sort of bounced off of that. But I think there's two opportunities this afternoon. Now you got to watch out. If you're trading at lunchtime, you know that oil futures are going to be closing in the afternoon. So sometimes you want to look to moves into that time. I think that gives you a couple opportunities here. On the daily chart, you've broken 66. So as long as you're above 66 on Oxy, you're looking to make a move into 68 being the next resistance level in Occidental. That gives you over $1 worth of room. I think it's almost poised perfectly. It was a late morning breakout above the 66 level. You do have the trailing moving average giving you a dip into 66. So I think you're looking for a buy the dip situation, and then a bounce to whatever the local high will be. And then look out for 2 to 215 when obviously oil futures are going to slow right down and then come to a halt. A lot of times you do not get follow through after that time. The other name worth watching here is Chevron. Now these are, a lot of times we talk about these names as being more along investment lines and great, they pay a good dividend and all that. But on days like today, you don't want to sleep on them when it comes to trading, because the trend is your friend. And on a 3-minute chart here, if you're just looking at this since 11 o'clock, it's been an hour since we finished the morning show and the midday guys have been on. You show me the red candle on the 3-minute chart of Occidental. This bounces right off 165 half and then just carries through. It's all green. You can see on the daily. I'll zoom the daily in to show you the breakout off of 165. Like that's breaking out clean off 165 in the daily. It tries to dip in, shows you the consolidation above that price. This is a little bit different from Oxy, where I'd be looking for the dip on Oxy into support. Here, you're looking for the dip into the morning high breakout at 167. This is now further gone. You're looking for the next pullback to hold 167 and then continue the trend for the next at least hour or two into those oil futures closing. You got to watch out for that. Always have the oil futures up just in case there is a big move. But both these names got to be on our radar. The trend is your friend. Don't complicate things.
All right, let's a couple more to go here. We'll touch on Mullen real quick, and then I want to get to Roblox as well, because there's an AI-related headline. This was going back to Friday here. There was a big move down for Mullen going into the weekend. Then we get this rebound today. Back higher. There's no significant news as far as Mullen is concerned, but definitely active here if you're into the penny stock world. Back higher to the tune of what is it now, 5 or 6%?
Yeah, it's been a strong move. Actually, Mullen up 12% now. It is a super strong move. We have to accept the fact that you've got these reverse split moves that you just have to start respecting the upside. Now, forget about the fundamentals in a situation like this. This is simply a pattern that we are noticing. Stock reverse splits to try and get above $1 and regain compliance. It falls like you expect. It catches a bottom of support for a couple of days, and then it just rallies. The float's always going to be smaller. You can get these types of runs. That's what's going on with Mullen. I mean, if you look at the daily chart, you can see it. It's nasty. But every single time they reverse split, it'll catch some kind of a bid of consolidating. So effectively, that's been the 40-cent level, at least locally. That's where it bounced today. Now, flip side here is, if it gets to 65 cents and 80 cents, I think those are shortable levels. It's got another 25% to go from here for it to be that short. And this is pretty clean. You can see it's got a local high at 53, resistance at 65. That's an obvious, it's just an obvious profit-taking level. I mean, 20 to 25% off a clean high of the day break. It's been trending to the upside. And to throw into boot here, I mean, you've got 50 cents, which is the trailing moving average is sitting there right at the 50-cent level. So you can probably go scalp dip buying as well on Mullen. You only trade the stock when it moves and when it does volume, right? And today, it's moving.
The CEO on Fox Business on Friday went into his answer for the first question he was asked, and then the interview just got cut off. And they never came back. So it was a little questionable, to say the least.
Put that tinfoil hat on, right?
I don't know. Maybe they didn't pay their internet bill or something. Here's Roblox. There was this just came out half an hour ago, so this is a blog post pointing to, guess what, generative AI to come for Roblox. So it did pop on that on decent volume. Oh, that's still oil I had up. I had it somewhere here. It did pop on that on decent volume, but right back down now for Roblox.
Yeah, the problem, anytime you have like flash news, you really want to pay attention to what happens at those extreme prices, right? And this is a case in the other direction. You're seeing the chip names look strong, but then it's the opposite here for Roblox, because it just basically showed its ugly hand at 29 bucks. And it was already, like, look at the morning. You're popping multiple times in the morning, trying to get to 29. That's 28.90, 28.90. Then on big volume, you get the spike. You test up to 29. You get to 94. And then there's your flush back in. You're just not holding up. You're actually retesting the original support. This feels like, if I'm thinking a short in one of these tech names, look at this flat bottom break at 28.50, right? It's already been sold off on the news. The market's been rallying and going strong, and this is not getting back off the schneid. So if it breaks 28.50, that just looks like an obvious flat bottom break short. One of my favorite stolen terms that I got there from Sharif, which is the old flat bottom break. So Roblox, if you want to show me that you're already selling on the news, I think you just join that trend. It's right there for you. If it wants to break out, I mean, 29, Bob's your uncle. It's not a good-looking daily chart either for Roblox.
Remember, this Goldman Sachs technology conference going on throughout the day and throughout the week, I think, as well. Intel and NVIDIA later this afternoon. Intel, I think, is 2:30, and then NVIDIA we'll get later on at 3:30, I believe, or 3:25. They're set for their presentation. So more possible headlines coming out as well as the afternoon continues. There you go. More ideas to pay for your lunch. Neil has them for you every single day. Let's go back to Sharif and Obi.
Good look there, guys. Yeah, thank you for that. Really good information. Shout out to Neil, man, going thorough through that oil move. And oil has been very strong. Obi, you just found something. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I was just going through a couple tickers here, and
Bring it down.
where did it go?
PBX or whatever?
Yeah, just
PBR.
volume leaders on the day. Right here. So yeah, I was just taking a look at some of the volume leaders on the day. Take a look at this name here, PBR, Petróleo Brasileiro. So I guess a Brazilian oil company here, just straight bids all day. And then we saw some of that on Friday as well. This thing is doing a lot of volume, about 13 million on the day, giving an average of 20 mil. And it's about what? It's about noon. It's about 12 o'clock right now, so we've done about little over half the daily average volume by 12, which kind of makes sense. Got about 4 hours left in the trading day. But yeah, take a look at this name, kind of getting bid up on the oil move, right? We were just talking about oil as well. A steady buyer, seems like just off the chart. I haven't taken a look at the tape, but take a look at this slow, choppy grind straight to the upside here on PBR. People talking about Oxy as well. Yeah, sure, we can take a look at that. We just talked about that as well. Oxy, high of day, right? High of day. I know a couple guys were trading XOM as well. XOM not really looking the same, but it's kind of made its move already in the morning. But yeah, Oxy definitely one of those names pushing highs, and some of these other names as well, like PBR. Like all I did was look at the volume leaders on the day, kind of scroll a little bit down, and there you go. There she is right there, PBR. Right, along with XPEV, NU. So yeah, I was like, oh, I have no more trade ideas for the day. We know that Softy kind of is kind of chilling in and around that 133. I think that was a great reason to buy, long or short, regardless. Down here at the 3325, but the type of action that I saw coming into that was distinctly different from the sell-off that we have. And look at that, we kind of base off of that and push back up to 334 off of the 15.5 bounce, right? So a lot of, again, we were talking about confluence, a lot of confluence today. People talking about Tesla as well. Is Tesla doing the rocket ship thing today? Tesla is doing the rocket ship thing today. Look at that, 440s, 445 kind of, what is this, 446, 445-ish, let's say 446, pre-market high consolidation area. Look at that blast off as soon as you come in, that opening drive, straight through that price into 250. The 250 holds and then now consolidates and pushes back up 255, kind of almost wiping that Friday move that we had. Pretty volatile. We were talking about how Tesla might get a little top wiki here in and around these prices, but coming in this week, looking hella strong, recovering a lot of that quadrunk we got on Friday. But yeah, so if anybody's holding the short off of the Friday morning prices or sometime in and around last week's consolidation, maybe you're starting to get a little sweaty here as price kind of comes back into these levels after being almost 20 points in the money off of this the 260 level that we rejected off of last week. Let's see if that level comes back in. It's 5 points away, and I know that 5 points is nothing for a name like Tesla, as we've already done 15 points to the upside. Now, I don't know what the ATR is on Tesla, but it's definitely above. It's in the double digits for sure. But yeah, Tesla pretty strong on the day. But yeah, let's see. I'm still waiting for the next trade, right? Like I said, we took a couple of trades. This Microsoft wasn't necessarily planned, but I guess we took the other side of the trade that we kind of had planned in the first place. But yeah, let's see if this 334 stays heavy, maybe giving us some more reason to get short. Let's see if we can kind of come back into this 137 as well, right, on the Amazon. I know, let's take a look at some of these other names as well. Tilray hasn't really done much. We know AMD was pop, lock, and dropping on that news there. We saw that it snapped up into the 1150. We know that 12 has been an area of interest, and that liquidity definitely shows up at that 11150 underneath that previous level of interest, and we are consolidating now. So yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that. That's an interesting move. A lot of volume kind of came in to that candle. So if we consolidate and continue, that'll definitely be something. I'll be watching for that 112 to come in. But if we kind of drop back in and break this consolidation where a lot of this volume comes in, hey, guess who? Guess
Tesla's going,
all the buyers kind of become sellers in and around some of these prices if we break back down to the low side. Sharif saying Tesla really going. Tesla flying, man. Tesla is pushing back up. Like I said, if we break some of these prices from Friday, we're gonna have a bit of a buying pressure coming in my opinion, if we can push back past this 259, this 260-ish area. But yeah, let's see how much more we can do today. I just want as I pass it back to Sharif, I'm gonna take a look at what Tesla's ATR is.
Yeah, good look there, OB. Just a couple of outs here on the future as we break through 15,550. Let me just set up my next out. We'll see how this one does. Docu. Somebody was tagging me during lunchtime, or lunch money, sorry, with respect to DocuSign. We know DocuSign reports Thursday after the close, and according to my sources, it's going to be a 5 p.m. release. That's kind of late for Docu, but go ahead and verify that if you want with Earnings Whisper. It's a quick Google search there, and you'll be able to connect to their site. They have the earnings release times for before the market and after the market close. All right, well, it's been a good look here for DocuSign, and I released a video on the weekend. Go to Instagram, go to YouTube, whatever your social media platform of preference is. Go listen to the video. I talk a little bit about the bigger picture look, more than I'll get into it now. But hey, look, people are buying up these earnings. August 30th, pardon me, we have a nice green day. The 31st, likewise, the 1st, again, and now today, the 5th, we're moving up. So it's been several green days here for DocuSign. This is the 15-minute chart. Let's go ahead and look at the hourly. Because it's a bit, like Michael Moss would say, this is a smiley face. I think I don't want to put words in his mouth, but clearly looks like we are circling out at the bottom here, which is usually quite bullish. But we do have resistance levels with which to contend, and I'm going to suggest to you that that $55 level looks really interesting. Now, you obviously have more touches at 44. That takes us back to mid-July, and then you have... mid-July, again, that's when you break through 54, you get into 55, but several rejections off that 54. Technically on the day, we have a 52.96 high, right? So just a smidge here at 53. This could be interesting. I mean, do we break these levels, these early July levels before earnings? We got 2 more trading days. We have today, all of today, tomorrow, and all of Thursday, because this is an after the bell play. So, look, man, I mean, when I did the weekend video with respect to this name, I said, this was a pandemic era play, and whether or not, it gets the same type of love that it got back then is kind of a shot in the dark for me. I mean, I know that there's a huge movement now to return people back to the office. You've got Goldman pushing for it. You've got Amazon pushing for it. Very few people very few companies, I would say, are like openly stating that, it's a hybrid. It looks like the general trend is a move back to the office. And if that's the case, do we get the same type of love that this name got in the pandemic? Let's look at the daily. Well, look, I mean, that's all you really need to see right there, isn't it? Right? Look at this. $310 when, July 2021. It's a tough look. I don't know if we see these highs again. Now, technical levels, you've got a bunch. The ones that stand out to me are like the breakdown here at the 180 level, right? Look at this. This was kind of the defend, that 190, 180 level, and we haven't filled that gap since. And it's been down and to the right. Is there a discernible pattern here on the daily? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you've got a couple of higher lows here going back to October. You bottom out in October. December comes in, in the beginning of the year, was good for equities, this and that and the other. We're still below the 200 on the EMA. We are just a smidge above the 50. You don't have a golden cross. You don't have any, technical indicators aside from this happy face that we just showed here on the 1 hour. I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic. We'll see what this one does. But you're not going to see me buying this hand over fist. All right, back into the MNQ because we're a smidge about getting filled here. We're sitting at 55s, a smidge below 55s for the fill, getting a nice move up on the future. And as I look at that, and I look at big tech, one moment, what is making a move in big tech? Apple's going. Microsoft's going again. Tesla's been going. Nvidia is kind of dead at the moment, and AMD seems to be retracing. So we'll have to wait and see which of these big tech names is going to lead this market up. But we're at an interesting point always. These half-point levels, 100-point levels, 50-point levels is what I'm trying to say. Typically areas of support and resistance, and it looks like I'm not going to get the fill quite yet. So trying to be patient here. But Apple green now on the day. Microsoft up 1 2/3. Tesla now up 4 1/4. Amazon still down on the day 1%. Meta, despite the fact it's curling down here off the 300, is up 1%. And Google's dead money. How many times have I said that lately? Google dead money. Google dead money. Intraday anyway, it's down 0.11%. Nvidia down, like I mentioned, 1/3%, and AMD up 1/4%, but looking to retrace here. We'll see what this futures trade brings.
You know what is going straight to the upside?
Let me guess, MSOX?
There's a ticker here. Zoom?
Zoom Info?
Zoom in.
They got an upgrade this morning from Bernstein.
Looks like a few minutes ago, in and around 12:15, and maybe somebody knew a little bit earlier here, around 12 o'clock as well. And I saw Neil mention in the chat as well, ZM triple top daily on the 75. So I pulled it up Take a look at this expanding volume into this into the 75 level. Some of this volume coming in very, very recently, pushing up into this level. So yeah, let's take a look at ZM here. And I know a few people in the chat have been calling it out as well. So clearly you guys are trading this name on the day. So let's take a look left and see what some of these levels can bring us. Take a look at that. First level I see right there, earnings reaction high. Earnings reaction high, and lo and behold, look at where that all that significant volume kind of comes into ZM, right? No real news here. I haven't checked a little bit more up-to-date news, but it doesn't seem like there hasn't been any news. But yeah, on that break, the volume kind of comes in, expanding volume into 75. Let's take a look further left because it looks like we are breaking these tops. Let's take a look at the hourly here. Yeah, take a look at that right there, the 74, 75 area, definitely of interest. Earnings reaction high told us that there was some liquidity sitting here at that 74, and we got expanding volume on the break of that 74, pushing new highs here on the, is it on the year? Can I say on the year? No. Not on the year. Pushing new highs since I guess in May, right? So in May we've seen some of these prices. Let's take a look here a little bit further left. So yeah, maybe 78. I have 78 here as a next stop. If we can even get there, maybe looking left, some levels before that, maybe, yeah, just underneath that 75. But yeah, you know what? That 78, definitely looking interesting to me. But we've already done a significant move here. 71 in the pre-market, all the way up to 75. ZM's ATR being only 2 points here, 2.22 I have here on the ATR for ZM, and it's done more than double on a bit of volume here, right? Average volume, 10-day volume got 4.3. It's done about 2. Right? So maybe a little bit of RVol here. Take a look at this expanding volume as well last week on Thursday into this $70 area. And then coming in today, we hold well above that 70, hold 71 in the pre-market and push past that earnings reaction high coming in, that 75 coming in. So let's see if that continuation, we can see that in the coming days, maybe not today, as we've already covered more than double the ATR that ZM kind of does off of this strength. We saw that volume coming in on that break right here. Look at that significant volume kind of coming in. Haven't seen this kind of volume since last Thursday, and then the even larger volume shows up, pushing the price further into 75. So I think that's a decent look for the long. If you have been trading this long and you know what the news is, that's kind of having this catch a bid, good on you on that. Let's take a look at people in the chat talking about AMD. Yeah, let's see what AMD is doing. AMD definitely on watch. Yeah, a bit of a sell-off coming off of that wick. We said that, yeah, clearly that on that pop, the liquidity was shown at 111.50, and then we kind of pull back off of that kind of resistance there. We know that 112 was very interesting in the past as well. We can't really get there. We stop at the $0.50 right underneath it, and we pull back past that 110 level. Let's see what we can do with some of these pre-market highs here at 109 on AMD. I'm not really looking at anything else. Waiting for that next trade. ZM seems like it might have been nice. Oh, look at that, the 334, a bit of a sell-off here as we kind of wick around, but you know what? I'm going to stay hands-off for now. The ES looking very choppy on the day, doing more of that range. Let's see if we can drop back below this 45.12-ish, and we can potentially test this 45. Looking like a 20-point range we're stuck in on the ES. NQ looking a little bit distinctly different than the ES as we are blasting past that 15.5. Key area of interest over the past couple of weeks there.
Yeah, no question. Keeping my eye on that and what the big names are doing. I'm talking about the big tech names. You know my big 8 because we're involved in this futures trade, but looks like we're creating lower lows here. So I might cut this. We already have a couple of outs. And we're going to see what we do here. If we break this trough at 35s, I might cut this trade. So we'll see how we do. Microsoft, a bit of a double top, though, I would say. Let me just look here. Because Softy's been one of the leaders on the day, and I don't want to see this one start to give up the ghost. Yeah, a possible double top forming here at Softy at 334. So if that starts selling off, I don't want any part of this futures trade. I don't want Microsoft going against me, given how much it's weighted. Also possible, I don't want to say it's a double top on Apple, but you know, it looks like we're cresting out at that 189.76. We made a new high a day. I'm not exactly positive of what we're doing at the moment. Tesla is just continuing to go here like nobody's business. Looks like Meta is dancing again with that 300 level, but it's not taking it with any level of conviction. And so we're going to have to wait and see if what we do around that level, 299.71, a bit of a flat top, a possible break here on Meta, because every time we get up into that 299 3/4, just a smidge below 300, we are met with some selling. So if there's some continuity here on Meta, we can get up above 300. I think that will be quite bullish for the futures, but it really looks like the heavy lifting is being done by Tesla at the moment. To be honest with you, up 4 1/4 now at day's high, 255.81. It's at 255.5, but the future, we're still sub that 15.550. I'm in at 39, so we're in the money, but by no means are we out of the clear. So keeping my eye to see what these big cappers do. It is halfway through the show. It's 12:30 at the moment. So usually we get a little bit of a lull at this time as traders are on lunch, but it's Labor Day. So you never know. We're after Labor Day now. And so you never know who's back working and what kind of action we're going to get. But historically, from a quantitative perspective, September has been a bad month for the markets. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to happen every year. We already kind of got a pullback in August, in the early part of August. So usually we were looking at this, Max and I, when he was on the show, and we looked at basically the last 4 years, whether it's been from mid-August to mid-October, we've gotten a sell-off of sorts, some bigger than others, right, at that time. So we'll have to wait and see. Is September going to be one of those months? Is it going to repeat again where we get a major sell-off? I was talking to my buddy Alfred, shout out to him. He's dying for a sell-off because he just wants to ACB into all of his high conviction names. And I said, brother, I don't know if you're going to get one this year because the technicals look like they're maybe headed up. And, we got a lot of economic data. If that comes favorably in the market, you don't get your sell-off. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens. But as I say that, let me tell you about this. Meta is coming close to that $300. We broke through that 70 top that it had been dancing with for a while, and we are at 299.94. So it looks like maybe wanting to take out that 300 level. Apple also very much at day's highs, like 10 pennies off, and Tesla just printed a new day high again, now up almost 4.5, 256 even. Now the HOD on Tesla, but look at this. Look at the future. We get another rejection just south of my out there at 55s, and now we're right back into 45. So definitely some intraday chop, midday chop, call it what you want at the moment. So we'll have to wait and watch.
Yeah, I was watching that. I saw that Nick in the chat mentioned that Meta 300. So I did pull it up. I like that 300 level, Sharif. I think that taking a look at last week, excuse me, take a look at how this 300 level interacts here on Meta. We've been in a very tight channel as of last week, right? We had that run up on Tuesday, and a lot of things kind of start consolidating and making a range. And whenever we can get back above that 300, that 301-ish area, look at the sellers, look at the selling that comes in and around that 300 test. Over and over again, once, twice, thrice, 4 times this week here just underneath that 300. But we are kind of creeping up. The market is very strong today. We can see what Apple is doing, right? Apple near high a day, testing that range again from last week, that 190-ish area. So let's see if we can kind of convincingly get past that on Apple. I know Microsoft is pushing as well, that 330s holding very well. Yeah, we got out of the short just on top of this 3325 when we saw that the NQ was having a decent bounce off the 15.5, and now we are holding above that price here. Yeah, this gave us a lower high relatively. I was watching it. I was like, maybe we could short the 334. We know that the sellers were there at the 335 and we sold off, and then now we kind of push back up into 334. It can't really get too far. The NQ looks strong, but Microsoft starts to kind of push back off and gives you a point back down into the 333 there off of that level. But yeah, a bit of a consolidation chop happening. I don't really want to get involved here. I liked this place to get involved. I like this place to get involved. In and around here, yeah, sure, the probabilities are a little skewed in my opinion, but that 334 looks like in retrospect might have been a nice area to sell. But yeah, a lot of these names still looking red on the day. Only a few tech names looking bright green, and of course oil and energy as well, right? We looked at that PXD, we looked at XOM, we have not looked at CVX, so maybe that's something we can take a look at right now. But yeah, we'll take a look at this, a bit of a higher low forming, a lower high as well, so a bit of price compression happening on the softie. Let's take a look at the Googles. Google is still well within that range, a lot of chop in and around this 136 to 135, and we get more of the same today, right? So if you're recycling some of these prices, good on you, but I'm definitely not really involved in some of these names. Yeah, sure, I understand and I see that some of these levels are coming in and kind of we have that bit of a pinball effect off some of these prices where clearly there's a little bit of liquidity sitting here. So as long, unless and until we can kind of deal with that liquidity and move forward, I'll be watching for some of these ranges to stay holding. Again, that 190 on Apple as well, right? Now Amazon here, what's Amazon doing? We know what Amazon is doing. Amazon kind of cracked through that 137 level from last week, and a bit of a consolidation right underneath that 137. So if today's going to be a consolidation day, I'm going to be looking for that consolidation break during the week. We saw what happened last week, right? Monday, we had a really tight consolidation on the ES, on the NQ, as I remember ES as well. But we had that 100-point consolidation, very tight, very volatile. And today we're getting a little bit of the same, but more on the ES, a bit of a very tight 20-point consolidation. And then coming into the week, Tuesday, we saw what happened when that consolidation broke. We got a crazy rip to the upside, right? So if we consolidate all day, I'll be watching for the consolidation break or an interaction with some of those edges of today's consolidation going forward in this week. Again, this week is going to be a little short, right? So keeping that into consideration as well. Maybe we just have a consolidation week, right? So I have no idea. I'm waiting for that next trade. Maybe that 137 continues to be the gift that keeps on giving as we are 20 points away from that. Let's see if the ES and the NQ kind of reject off of these highs that they've already made on the day. So that's what I'll be watching for.
There's a dude in the chat that's displeased with the fact that we're using the word smidge.
Yeah, I saw that.
I think, pardon me, just give me a second here, is 15,576, so give or take, right? Now, the last piece here comes into my entry amount. But what I do like on the future is a series of higher lows and higher highs. Now, we know how the midday future trade looks. It's not as aggressive and it's not as, direct as it is in the opening range and even sometimes in power hour. It can be much more volatile, much more direct in its ascent or descent. But midday, it can stair step up, and it can stair step up quite a bit, and that's what it's doing right now. Because if you got that 15.5, get it together, 15.5, and now Obi and I were talking about that while the what's it called, the lunch money, yeah, lunch money segment was going on. It was a fantastic move into 15.5, and if you bought that, good on you. I debated doing it. I didn't pull the trigger. Sucks to be me. I waited until this crest was broken, hence why I got in right there. And that, that removes 40 points, right? Well, I wouldn't have got 1,500 at 15.5, pardon me, because it didn't touch 15.5. The trough ended at 15.502. So it's not a bad look, not a bad look at all. Up a quarter point on the day, but breadth has definitely been an issue today. Big tech is leading the way, and chips as well. Let's bring in the side chart here and have a little bit of a discussion about that. Sorry, the watch list here. So Netflix, we talked about, had a fantastic trade on Mr. Netflix. It was up well over 3% now. It's up 2 3/4. Microsoft continues to be one of the leaders, 1.5. And Tesla, what a monster Tesla is. 256 and 2/3 now. Multiple big boy green candles on this name. And you only had to look over here. 244 is where we started the day out. That's Friday's close. And now we're talking about possible here 260 break. But again, having a look quickly on your daily chart, you know that 260 is a level, and that takes us back several days. Crypto, been dead money for a little bit of time, breaking down below 26, 25, 787 at the moment. EVs, dead as well. Chinese ADRs have been very weak. We got the PMI number overnight from China. It was disappointing. It was below what analysts were expecting. We're getting more stimulus from the Chinese government. We'll see if it's targeted or if it's widespread. We'll have to continue to keep an eye on that. A good piece of news coming in there is Garden, what's it called? Garden Tree? Something, Country Garden. One of Evergrande's competitors, developer, a real estate developer in China, made a bond payment in US dollars on the last due date there. It had missed either one or two prior to that. Now, I read a very thorough article that compared Evergrande with Country Garden. So it seems like Evergrande was like that rogue real estate developer who over-levered and, didn't, kiss, what of the CPC, Chinese Communist CCP. Country Garden was the exact antithesis of that. They were the one who didn't over-lever, the one who you made sure to cozy up to the powers that be, etc. And therefore they were bailed out a little bit more, or were kind of, we're not spoken as badly about by the powers that be over there. So, we'll see how long that pans out. But in any event, interesting to keep your eye on the Chinese economy because it does have ramifications on this side of the pond. Memes are moving. AMC was moving. You saw the guys trade that this morning. That's not my jam. Moving down the list here, weed strong again. I know Obi mentioned CGC. A canopy growth is up 28%. Sure, it is 70 pennies, but it's a good look there with almost 100 million shares done on the day. All my small cap people, penny stock people are probably loving this name, much in the same way that they love Mullen. You got Tilray up 4.5. You got what is this called? Evogen up 3 2/3. Even Aurora Cannabis, baby, it's up 6.84%. Moving down here, pharma is not important to me. All right, let's get into the oil names. Yeah, oil, look, it was higher. It was up almost 2 2/3 when Neil was talking about it on Lunch Money. 88.07 is a high a day on West Texas Intermediate. Now we're down to 2 1/5 at that 87.50 level, but all the oil names here are green, everything, for the exception of RRC, which I don't even know what that is. Airlines taking it on the chin, though. They're all red, for the exception of JetBlue. Cruise lines, a mixed bag. Banking, down again. I don't know what the headline is on that one. Consumer defensive mixed. And nat gas, oh, no, down 6.44%, but UNG still above that $6. That's my out. Everybody who's following me knows about that one. So, yeah, that's a look there. But OB, we continue to stay at near highs here on the future.
Yeah, I'm watching that hold. So here's the thing. That 137 could be coming back into play as well. And then I want to see on Softy, again, are we going to make a lower high? So we kind of made a lower high here earlier. Let me just get this wick out of the way real quick. What is that low? That's way too low. 333, so let's just keep it there so it doesn't crash on us. And it crashed on us. So, all right. So, anyways, that 137 kind of coming in as well. Here, let me pull up the Softy again. See if we can kind of get a cleaner chart there. Bing bang. All right, cool, nice. All right, so let's see. That 334 kind of coming back in. We made higher low into that level, kind of price compression. We saw that the NQ pushing back towards its highs with respect to this 137 as well. So a lot of things. We were talking about confluence in the morning, so we're getting back to some of those confluencing prices here across the board. Let's see what happens and what'll come in. Now I know somebody in the chat was like SPY puts. I know I was trading some SPY last week in and around that it was a 450 area. So let's take a look at what SPY is doing today. A bit of a chop. Looking at the ES, I can already tell it's going to be doing a bit of a chop here. Yeah, take a look at that. That 453 stays a little heavy from last week. This is no longer relevant. But yeah, so that 453 kind of stays heavy from last week. We teeter on top of that 450, and then today we kind of break below in and around that 450, chopping around that 451 to 449. So yeah, so 451 kind of coming back in. Let's see if we if we can sell off of that. Friday was pretty heavy selling, right? So we're just consolidating in and around underneath that morning sell-off from Friday. We saw that consolidation, and we're doing a little bit more of the same. So I want to see if you have put ideas, like somebody said in the chat. Are you basing them off of this 453 kind of flush and we consolidate underneath? I would be looking for that 450 kind of continuation back to the downside. We know there's levels of interest here at the 447 and the 446, 448 as well. So a little bit of a stacked support from before. Let's see what we do with that. If we're going to continue to the downside, I'm definitely going to be looking for this 449. Look at that double bottom, pre-market low, and then out the open, kind of make some lows there, and then there's a bit of liquidity there as well from last Wednesday, right? You have a very strong day on Tuesday. You come in, you pop and drop, and it gets held on the bid at that 448, 449 area, and that's the same area where we're holding today. So let's see if those buyers are kind of strong enough to push us back to the 453 on the SPYs, and then that's going to kind of correspond with some of these names across the board, kind of pushing back towards last week's highs, recovering some of that Kwadunk that we had a little bit of last week, right?
Yeah.
So 137 coming in. I'm patiently waiting for a track to explode on, but the 334 of interest, that 137 of interest as well. Let me know what else you guys are trading. People talking about Tesla. Is Tesla still heading to the?
Bro.
Oh wow!
It's
Take a look at that.
firing.
Tesla's still to the upside. Can't stop, won't stop. Tesla to the upside, strong all day.
Yeah, no question about that. Trying to be patient with this futures trade here. We're almost 30 points in the money now. We're about 20 as it rejects off that 6.5, 15.5, 6.5. But you know, the general trend on these big cappers is all up. I mean, Apple is at day's high, 189.80. It's at 70 something right now. I mean, do we see 190 possibly in the close? Maybe even before, if Apple can continue to go. 256.90 on Tesla. The chat has been screaming about that. 4 2/3% to the good. Even Google's waking up wanting here and setting its sights on going green. 135.61 is where it's at now, whereas 67 is a break even. Amazon's been dead money, and that 300 top on Meta has been repeating itself over and over. You have to question here whether we get that 300 break, and if we do we get it with any vigor? And possibly even squeezing possibly into that high of day 301.40, 301.39 technically. Microsoft finding some reprieve at that $33 level. It dipped into it. Now we're back at $33.75, but it's slower. It's slower. NVIDIA has been dead on the day. AMD had its moment. It kind of, you know, we know Lisa Stu took the stand there, or took the mic. Stand sounds like she was in a court case or something. Took the mic at the Goldman Tech conference. But here's a look on AMD. We got that big wick up, and Sean started yelling, and you know we all had to look to see what was going on. 111.45. We get back into that 109.45, which was Friday's close. We bounce off it, so it does act as a level of support. But let me see if there's a new headline coming out from AMD. Anything new here? Not really. Not seeing anything new. So we'll have to continue to wait. But this futures trade is the one that I'm involved in at the moment, hence why I'm talking about big tech. Vanna Woody, it is that 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock I refer to as martini hour, because all the yachts out in the intercoastal are out drinking it up by then. Yeah, Bina, that's a nice life right there, I'll tell you that. So we'll see. Bit of a pullback here on the future.
Yeah, so here's what just happened. I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna sell off a little bit on the NQs, right? I could be wrong. I might have been a little too early, but we took a quick scalp there just underneath that 137 on the Amazons, and I was like, oh no. I do not want to be in this short right now as we kind of scooped right back in. 70s got a little absorbed there on Amazon. I was just looking for a quick 10 penny, just fishing for data, fishing for information there. Are we actually going to pull back? And yeah, no, that 70s bids right back up. I got short in the 80s, and then the 70s looking a little strong there. So we might be continuing this interim trend right here. Like I said, I had reasons to buy off of that strong selling out the morning right here. I bought up this whole candle because I was like, this is great, this is great, this is great. You push up into the 136.5, you make a higher low and consolidate, and then you make a higher low even then, 136.30s, and we're pushing back to the upside. I do not want to fight that trend. The trend is sometimes my friend, but I'm trying to coerce it into becoming more of my friend, right?
It's always
so I'm
your
like,
friend.
I gotta do a little bit better with my discipline and my
Whether you take its
trade
friendship
planning.
or not, and
Yeah.
you extend your hand, but
Yeah,
the trend is
exactly.
your friend.
Maybe I'm not the best friend, but the trend wants to be my friend. But sometimes I'm just like, no, I'm gonna counter.
Well, yeah,
and then I get a little.
Again,
slapped
I think
up,
what we always say, right? You and I, we've talked about this many times. Volatility is mean reverting,
Yep.
but price trends. Finding the distinction between them sometimes can be a little bit tricky.
Yeah. The probability for volatility always higher for the reversion. Price, it reverts here and there. Of course it does.
Yeah.
But the probability of price reverting versus volatility reverting, there's a stark difference.
Yeah, I
There's a
agree.
huge difference.
100%. All right. Time to talk a little bit of soccer. So you can go to sleep and do whatever you need to do over there. All right. Arsenal won against
Sports, go
Manchester
Sports.
United on the weekend, and it was a good victory. It was very exciting. But I got some bones to pick, man. I have beefs.
All right.
I'll tell you why. Because we got rid of two very important defenders.
Okay.
Right? And in an era, look, when you're baseball, you only play in the MLB. Football, you're only playing in the NFL. That's not how it works in European sports, man.
Okay.
You play multiple tournaments. We are in 4 dang tournaments. The Prem, the Champions League, the FA Cup, and the Carabao Cup, whatever, Carling Cup, whoever the sponsor is this year.
Yeah.
I mean, you need squad depth. If you do not have squad depth, you will pay. Because soccer, especially in the Prem, super physical, guys get injured all the time. We let Kieran Tierney go to Real Sociedad. Why the hell is Kieran Tierney in Spain? He should not be leaving. He's way too important, especially in light of the fact that the left back that we just got from Ajax got injured. Julian Timber, he's out for 6 months, ACL. You know what I mean? He's going to be out for a while. What's his name? The Japanese dude. My dad calls him tiramisu, which is funny. It's not. He's not tiramisu. I'm forgetting his name right now. Anyway, he's injury prone as well. He got injured last year. These are all left back positions that we need Kieran Tierney for. Why is he going there? In addition to that, Rob Holding goes to Crystal Palace. Look, Rob Holding's not a fan of mine. I mean, I'm not a fan of Rob Holding. He's definitely not a fan of mine. But we need a central defender in case one of these guys gets hurt. I don't get the thinking there at all. You didn't need the money. The money's flowing back into Arsenal. We know Stan Kroenke's done building SoFi Stadium and all his obsessions with that. So now he's sending his kid. He's on the board there now. I don't like the fact that we are thin on the defensive side at Arsenal, despite the fact that we got the dub over my much hated Manchester United. And that goes back to a law school buddy of mine. He was a huge Manchester United fan. I went to England for school, right? And I was an Arsenal fan. And so anytime United plays, I can't stand them, right? Right. And even though they suck now.
You've been a little influenced.
Yeah, of course I've been influenced, yeah. Anyway, Tomiyasu, thank you, Adam. Man, Takahiro Tomiyasu. Yeah. I mean, it just kind of slipped my mind. I was so angry I couldn't remember his name. But yeah, that's my little soccer rant. Happy Arsenal, we're 3-1, which is not great. City's 4-0. There's a bunch of teams that are 3-1, so we're just part of the pack. I think we're 5th or 4th. Like
Ponzi cracking the jokes. He's like, Obi's just a smidge interested in pro sports. I like that one.
Kevy,
here's the thing
hold
about-
on. I want to see
Yeah,
what's
go for it, go for
Kevy,
it.
wrong. First of all, yeah, it's a nice way to start a sentence. The money is needed got to clear space because there are restrictions, and Arsenal could not sign players until they sold or reduce the wage bill they are planning in January. Yeah, sure. Why can't you get rid of other players? We got so many guys in midfield. How many touches has Emile Smith-Rowe got? Who here in the chat believes that Emile Smith-Rowe is going to get any playing time this year? He's not. There's way too many guys ahead of him. You got Vieira killing it. You got Odegaard killing it. And then now, anyway, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I don't like. I would definitely not have gotten rid of any of the defensive guys, knowing how prone we are to defensive weakness. But as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. We're still holding here.
Did you see that?
No.
Did you guys just see that?
What happened?
I'm telling you, man, this surveillance fly is all over the place.
It's the production team, bro.
No, it's a surveillance fly. It's it's been around. Now it's inside the screen, man. Like, this is crazy. It's watching our trades. It's watching my positions. It's calling up JPM, being like, "Yo, Obi's in a long, sell, sell, sell." I don't know what this fly is up to, man, but I got my suspicions. There's a lot of fugays I'm getting off of this fly here. But speaking of fugays, and back to soccer a little bit. What's up with a lot of these players kind of getting hurt, but half the time it's like pure fugays? Like they're prone to get hurt.
Are you talking about like
and it's just
faking
like,
injuries?
Yeah.
Like in the long term, or
what's
just
up with that?
for a couple of minutes?
I mean, I don't know how it works, but you obviously watch
So,
the
yeah,
sport.
of
But like
course.
I've heard that
That's
there's a
just
lot
the
of
way it is.
fugays.
Yeah, of course.
Amongst the players, like trying to
It's
get
less in the
points
Prem,
or like
less in the Prem, because it's kind of looked down now, but it happens.
No, of course it's
Yeah.
looked at, but like when you see some of the top players in the game kind of pulling that move, they're like,
Yeah.
this is a mechanic that works in the
Yeah.
game, so I'm gonna exploit it. I'm like, interesting.
Well, it happens.
Go sports.
It's definitely not one of my favorite things, I tell you. But we know football, it's happening now, which is why they brought in that rule that if there's an injury timeout in the last 2 minutes, it's a timeout charged against you. There's also basketball. There's a lot of flopping. It's not something you want to see in sports, but it's happening more often to get advantage. But anyway, VERB retest 2. Sure, VERB was one of the. It's actually top dog on my chart here. Let's have a look. VERB, we talked about this one at the start of the show. It did a little bit of a test, right? No question. Tried to get to $2. Immediate rejection off $2, which is to be expected on one of these type of stocks. Where there's just enough money to get it there, and there's just enough money, or the money comes in to send it all the way back into that 175. Maybe we'll try your hand at that $1.75. There does seem to be some support at that $1.75-ish area. There's also the 50 period out, which is being bought off. But if you're liking what you see here, you're actually, I think you're on the right track, because you have a bit of a top here at that $1.83. You make a newer high on this crest at a $1.87, and there's the other high right there through that 201. So you're seeing higher highs and higher lows. But again, this is very much subject to bamboozlement, and you could find yourself 30, 40 pennies out of the money as quickly as you were 15, 20 pennies in the money. And that's just due to the nature of the stock. It is a 4 million share float and subject to manipulation, no question about that, in case you're wondering what this stock does. Verb Technology is a software as a service, a SaaS, as they call it, applications platform developer. Its SaaS platform for direct sales industry is comprised of a suite of video-based sales enablement business software products marketed on a subscription basis. Does it have a headline? It does, I believe. What is it? Trading higher. After the company completed and launched the technology integration and strategic relationship with the global social media platform TikTok. That's not a bad look. TikTok, my favorite social media platform.
Really, you know something
like TikTok,
surprising.
bro,
I
yeah.
still have not downloaded TikTok on my phone.
How come?
There goes so I'm
You're
taking a
worried
quick
about
scalp
it, eh?
here. I'm not really worried about it. I understand what it kind of plays off of.
Right.
You know what? Let me just get out of this position real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just wanted a quick scalp into the 80s. Didn't really get it. Kind of selling off. Scalping for the dime, right? No real plan there. We saw the 70s kind of absorbed before, and then it looked like they were going to pop back up. And I came back into the 70s. I saw the hold on top of 70, and I was like, maybe we do a little bit of a trend here. So maybe that is what I'm getting, and might have gotten out of that a little too hastily. But yeah, quick pop. Quick dime in the money, but yeah, not really taking any serious trades here. Wow, take a look at that. I would have got that 85. I wanted that 85, and that 85 coming in. Look at that. But yeah, what was I saying there? I kind of lost track of.
I don't know, man. But there was a hilarious little. Who put this in there? This is hilarious. Did you ever watch Richie Rich, the movie Richie Rich with Macaulay Culkin? He's a Home Alone guy.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen the movie.
Shout out to Yannick, by the way.
Yeah, he looks a little bit like him.
He was getting in the chat.
He gets that a lot.
The chat did not relate.
But our own Macaulay Culkin.
There's RoboBee. Someone called this out. RoboBee. Where are you? Who put it in the chat? I missed it there. Like, there's something called. Oh, okay. Anyway, Robo Spy Fly. Because I think you were talking about the Spy Fly or whatever. Yep. Spy. Anyway, surveillance spy. I got you.
Fly spy?
Yeah. So RoboBee, baby. RoboBee. I love that movie. That kid had it made. He had like everything.
Yeah. There's like 3 of those
McDonald's in his house, right? Oh no, I'm not talking about him in real life.
Okay.
He obviously had some issues later in real life, but I'm talking about Richie Rich.
Okay, yeah.
It sounds.
I haven't seen.
Oh, hilarious! Hilarious movie. Good movie. What are you seeing over there, Obi?
Nothing. I was just trying to remember what my thought was before I kind of popped into this. I was like, oh, let me just deal with this real quick. But yeah, no, a bit of a trend hold there. Would have got the 80s. I was looking for a dime and kind of gave it to you off that 70 hold. And I was like, I can probably risk about a couple pennies here. We tried to pop into the 60s, hold 69, and then kind of starts reserving on the 70s. I was like, decent place to get long. I'm not looking for too much. I'm not looking for the home run. We see that we've just been chopping back into that 137. So all I'm looking for is the dime, and we kind of get that from 70 to 80 there, just on the 136. I guess just that pop there. But here's the thing. Look at this. The ES and the NQ kind of coming back in.
Yeah, they are.
Lower highs. This is a 15-minute candle being printed. How much time do we have left on this 15? We've got about 12 minutes left to print, and we have started kind of with the break of previous consolidation. So yeah, take a look at that. Bit of acceleration coming in. Let's see if this confluences on Amazon and kind of brings that selling back in and breaks this interim trend that we've been having off this 136.30. I'm still watching Softy here. Softy, sure, we made a lower high at the at the 334 and a little bit consecutive lower high just underneath it, but I don't like that we're kind of just still holding above this 333 here. So if this is going to consolidate and chop, I don't want to get involved in the diddle there. Sure, you could have gotten in off the tape read here or here, off of that selling kind of coming in, and then maybe it confluenced with that 15.560 test lower high on the NQs, and then this as well. Look at that ES kind of come back in. But yeah, a bit of a price compression happening. Getting involved, right? I got involved in the short, got involved in the long, just taking scalps off of this to see if the move is really there, right? I guess paying for that data in a different kind of way there. Tesla I got on watch as well. Tesla's still near those highs, hasn't really taken a significant pullback, but some of these names that are hella strong on the day, if and when they start pulling back, I think we're going to be poised a little bit better for those shorts here, still underneath that 137. So if you're kind of accumulating in and around this 137 on Amazon and then this 334 on Softy to take the move back to the downside, I don't think it's a bad idea. But yeah, you definitely had to have been there a little earlier to have to be holding in and around this position where some of these prices are. Maybe a potential area to add into your shorts on these pops into lower highs there across the board. Look at that, Softy coming back into that 333. Let's see if we can get there. Bit of a trend break I see as well. Trend continuation of this sell-off happening there. Let's see if we can kind of catch this trend back in. Take a look at this here on the daily. So sorry, on the 3 minute. We're getting a bit of a trend break of this morning action, right? So this was kind of there. We start to go sideways. right? This is the buying pressure that comes in out of the open. So definitely some value there at the 327.5, and the pre-market low consolidation also confluences with that. You break up and then you hold higher lows, and then now you kind of break that, start to go sideways. I like that look. Maybe we kind of pull back into that 332 we were looking for this morning, maybe even the 330. I'll be watching out for that. I want to take this short if this move kind of comes back in. But as long as we stay kind of diddle in the middle here, in between this 1 point move, 334, 333, I'm not really going to interact with this. I see that we're holding below that 137 as well. Let's see if this market kind of comes back in on that 15.5 where we did see support from before. So we've made a lower high, we've made a higher low relative to this. So like I said, I have no idea where we're going, but I'm waiting for that next trade.
Yeah, I'm out of the futures. It comes back into my entry point. You know, just sad I didn't take some out there in the 60s. But yeah, was essentially waiting for high day. I don't mind getting back into this if it shows that it's going to start trending back up. But there, I was looking at my side chart and it was curling down. And yeah, it was a bit of a risky trade. Not risky trade, sorry. It was a bit of, you know, an on-the-fly decision to get out. Essentially, what I was looking for initially was the break of this level over here, which was the 3.5 level, I believe. No, 3.6 level. So if it had made a newer low there, I was going to get out. But then I saw, you know, it broke the 7. It broke the 50 as well on my other chart. So I was like, okay, it looks like it's curling down, and I can always get back in anyway. It ends up being profitable. The entire thing ends up being, the entire thing ends up being profitable. But it's just, yeah, I didn't really want it to go against me. Midday, everything's trending down. As I looked at big tech, Meta was rejecting 300. Apple just went red again, breaking through Friday's close. You have a bit of a triple top on Microsoft, a double top, no question, at 334. Google can't seem to go green. Even Tesla's curling back down. The microchip names are both curling off their highs. So it's like, okay, it's time to cut the trade. And there we go. It's printing below my entry for now. But hey, if it starts curling back up, I got no problem taking this one to the north side. But a bit of volatility midday to be expected. All right, Reliable Rudy was asking me about TJTX. This name, by the way, is TG Therapeutics. There's no name, there's no catalyst on the day, but there was obviously previously, because this is a name that I remember. We'll have a look at the daily over here. Daily candles. All right, so wait for this one to start moving. TGTX had a fantastic, let's call it spring, got going there in early April, got up to 35 bucks, almost 35 and a half, and I'm assuming this is earnings August 1st. I'm not 100% sure. We were at 22, then we ended the day out sub 10, got to 968. I think we closed just a smidge above 10. Yeah, we did. Consolidative as of now. So I'm assuming, Rudy, that you're looking at the fact that it's based out and it's not making any newer lows, holding 10. The $9 area was the lowest it's been in a while. That came back August 11th. Sure. It's similar to my trade on Nat Gas, where Nat Gas kind of bottomed out, and I'm trying to buy these bottoms on it because I don't know what you're seeing on here that is making you, you know, interested, other than the fact that it's just not printing below 10. So if you want to take the risk here, possibly look for the gap fill into 20 on a good news catalyst. That's a good possible look. You also have the 50 period at which it could retrace to just a little bit above 15 bucks. Let me know what your thinking is on that. But TGTX, oh, I didn't put the ticker. People are going to complain. TGTX is an interesting look here. What's the float on this, by the way? The float, yeah, it's larger, 138 million shares. It's like a real company. 1.63 billion market cap. Nothing huge, but yeah, the daily chart. Ooh. Yeah, what do you got?
Bit of a hard selling coming in on the ES there. I'm just
Good
observing
thing I'm
here.
out.
Good thing I got out of the long, right? But yeah, definitely the bit of a heaviness there kind of showed up, and then we talked about how soft he's starting to go sideways and turn as well, and then you start getting some heavy selling on the futes. So a bit of a confluencing factors there happening more. But like take a look at the bigger picture here. We're still well within that consolidation range here. If we talked about this. If this is going to do more of the same, bouncing off of that 45 and then popping up into 45.20 and then selling back in. So very, very tight range on the ES, about a 20-point range. And then the NQ as well. Maybe I guess what we're going to do, we're doing about a 50-point or 80-point range roughly, or a 75-point range on the NQs here as we kind of start to coil on top of this 15.5. Let's see where we go. Look at that 333 coming in back down to the break. So yeah, I guess this was a decent place to sell on a lower high on softy, as the market looks like it's going to turn back in. So yeah, decent reason to get out of that the Amazon scalp long into that level. We took about a dime. The buying definitely wasn't there. It kind of got sold into. So I was like, yeah, time to get out of that. Not really there. So yeah, we went short and we went long in and around those same areas just to kind of collect information. And I was like, well, here the bids were catching, so I got out of the short, and then you come back in, and then the bids don't really continue back into highs when they do catch. So I was like, okay, fine, get out of the long there. But that sell kind of coming back in. Let's see if we make higher low here on the NQ, or we make a low back down to that 15.5. I'll be waiting for a potential bounce at the 15.5. If we can get all the way back down, or if we kind of hold this this kind of trend here, uptrend, and we make a higher low relative to the low we've made here in around that 15.505. Maybe we get the 15.520s or whatever. That's what I'll be looking for. Look at that the 332 coming in potentially there as well. We covered here in the 3325s. Let's see if those buyers kind of show up again at the 3325. That was a decent place to buy and cover your position, or even get long. Yeah, if you kind of held that bag and held through these lower highs, and if we break back below some of these levels, I think that 332 is definitely within within range here on softy. Again, we just pointed out this intraday trend that we've been having, and we've started to slow down and go sideways off of this trend. So it kind of makes sense to me that a little bit of selling, a little bit of relief back to the downside comes in. Now, how far is it going to go? Who knows? But yeah, that's definitely an interesting look, a decent slowdown of that trend. But that overall trend still holding on the NQ. ES still chopping well within its range here. So let me know what you guys are trading. I don't really have any other trades on watch today. If we can kind of interact with this 137 again, I might have a trade there. Sure, I understand that I missed the trade down here, but the trade off the 137 was definitely out the open. This
Meta
flush
300.
that happened. Meta 300, says
Yeah.
Sharif. Let's pull that up and take a look at it.
Knocking on the door of 300.
That's been an interesting level. That 300, that 301-ish area we talked about, sellers kind of coming back in over and over again last week when we come into these prices. So the fact that we're building up into this, and it's past lunchtime now. It's about 113, 115-ish.
Oh, there,
On
took it.
on the time right now. Yeah, you want to talk about?
Yeah,
you wanna
well,
talk about
Meta
it? Go
just,
for it, man.
we kind of knew that it
That's
was kind of
pretty
setting
strong.
up there, OB, for the break through 300. It kept knock on the door, and there we go. Now 300 and a third, and it's going with some vigor here. Look at that break, decided break. But do we get continuity? We're now 1 1/3 to the good. We have a 301.39 top. You have higher highs, and now you have you had higher lows, and now you have higher highs vis-a-vis that 300 break. I mean, I probably am not going to jump into it. What I might do, though, is set up a dip trade near that 300 for the defend, because what we typically see a lot is former area of resistance becomes area of support. Let's hang out here. We're gonna give this one a try. If it comes back into that 10 area, 310, we'll see what we do. It's about 6 penny spread. Not unusual for Meta. Meta is not as tightly traded as some of these other big tech names. You're more likely to encounter these wider spreads on Meta. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does. I'm looking at AMD. It's also at that 110.50. There seems to be resistance there on AMD, and then Google has a bottoming tail candle. It sold off aggressively and got bought right back up, so that's a good look there. Tesla, not really. not doing much. Neither is Apple, neither is Microsoft at the moment. So Meta seems to be going here on its own. Let me just double check that my charts aren't frozen, that Microsoft is not doing anything. No, it is actually. Oh, no, hold on one second. No, it's not. Okay, so Softy's not doing anything. Let me just double check quickly and make sure that Apple's not doing anything either. So it looks like I might not get filled at that 310. It looks like it wicked down but didn't cross, and here we go. Looks like we're going to break the half dollar. 39 lots here at the half dollar. Nothing really for Meta. I mean, you could probably wipe that out. No problem. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like there's an iceberg at 50. We're now at 50s. The spread tightening up for the moment. It was about 2 pennies. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But it's not a bad look. Not a bad look around there. Keeping my eye out on some of these other names. Not much happening. Not much happening. Not unusual for this time of day. Meta just decided to get going here, but we definitely don't have that trade as of yet. But if it comes down to 300, I will be in this one with an out, obviously, bottom end of this range, which will be 29.20. That will have to be my out at that point, because then it'll be the break of the range, and, well, the trade is no longer valid. So keeping my eye on see what happens here, but I've got nothing. Let me look at what the top losers on the day are. Let's have a look here. That's something that I haven't looked at. We haven't been looking at top losers. We always look at top earners. Okay, so these are like 1 penny. I got to filter this out because this is all sorts of crazy. Okay, so I'll do that while Obi's talking. But for the moment, we'll have a look at what the top losers are in the day. I feel like I'm disrespecting some of these stocks, calling them the top losers, Obi. But
yeah, no.
What do you got,
Yeah,
brother?
while you pull that up here, yeah, I think taking a look at the top gainers as well as the top losers is definitely something that we should be doing. I know that a lot of time we just look at what's bidding up, right? What's up on the day, but there are like. My thing is, like, there's probably just as much opportunity in something that's doing volume that's just as much down on the day, right? So I think that's a decent look. So yeah, let us know, Sharif.
Yeah, here we go. Let's bring them down. So we have UPDT, and Brendo put this on the watch list today. This is down almost 21%, but hasn't done much since the open. So second column here is changed since open. First column is changed since 4 a.m. All right, you have Man U. Oh, how could I not talk about this? Man U down 20% on the day and 10% since the open on decent volume, mind you, Obi. 5.33 million shares. The Glazer family, an American family that owns the majority in Manchester United, apparently they're going to take it off the market.
Huh.
Yeah, here it is. This is the look here. Shares of Manchester United fell after the Mail Online reported the UK soccer club will be taken off the market by the owners. I guess it was a shellacking Arsenal gave them on the weekend. The stock was down 20% at $19 in Tuesday's trading. Shares are still up 31% over the preceding 12 months. The Glazer family elected to take the club off the market after bidders failed to reach the asking price, according to the Mail Online report. The family is what? Okay, UAL, I'll get to that in a second. The family is holding out for 10 billion pounds. Huh. Well, Obi, you want to take UAL? 10 billion
yeah,
pounds.
sure.
Are they out of their mind?
Neil calling it out. I think there might be
joke.
news on this thing here. Neil, do you know if
I'll have a look.
what the news is?
Here it is.
A
Okay, here,
nationwide
come to my
ground
screen.
stop right there. Sharif has it right there. Huh, that's
United
definitely a reason
Airline
to sell.
issues nationwide ground stop due to computer issues, shares moving lower.
Whoa.
How many times have we seen this? We saw this last week too with Ryanair. There was, or some, I don't know if it was a European agency, but big move down on UAL. Thanks for that call out, Neil. Here we go. We were trading at 48.60 before it tanked, and then it got all the way down to about 47.70 right there. Now moving a little bit back up into that 48 bucks area. So we'll have to wait and see if this one continues to move down. But yeah, moving down on that news.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting look. People in the chat talking about Tobias Hernandez, calling out Nicola. Let's take a look at what our friend Nicola is doing today. I know it's been an interesting name over the past couple of weeks here, and yeah, it does decent moves here and there. That's what I've observed. I haven't really taken too many trades on it, but take a look at this. But a distinct trend on a multi-day since its earnings, right? So Nikola has its earnings, kind of flushes off of that earnings, and look at that continuation of that trend sell-off post earnings, right? You had that rip back up going into earnings about a month before, and you had that strong trend kind of pushing up into it as well. But yeah, take a look at where we're bouncing off of on Nikola, just off of that $1 mark. So yeah, that's an interesting look. 105 roughly being the low of day, and we've popped up about 10 pennies off of that level. But yeah, strong sell-off, multi-day sell-off. So shout out to the swing shorts there off the earnings play. Yeah, definitely a strong trend, about 200% in the money there if you got short at $3 and you're looking for that cover on the full dollar, on the whole dollar, $1 mark there on Nikola. That's a decent look.
Why is that moving down anyway?
I have no idea why it's selling
have a
off,
look,
man. They're
yeah.
like clearly I guess earnings weren't that great, but like they beat earnings, so it's probably their guidance, right?
All the fires in there.
Yeah. I don't know if some
Arizona
of the other
truck
ones,
fire incident. No, tell me that didn't happen.
I don't know if some of the other ones are trending down, looking
Are
similar.
you kidding?
Right?
Shares of the electric truck maker down 6%, hitting the $1.11 mark, more than a 2-month low. We are aware of thermal. Again, they had another incident again.
These
Did you know
batteries are
this?
blowing up.
Okay, well, I didn't realize this. So they had another incident. We are aware of a thermal incident on September 4th. How do you say that? City? Tempe? Arizona? I don't know. Tempe, Arizona, which affected one battery pack on one truck, resulting in minimal damage, says Nikola. Company adds that the truck was removed from the premises for further evaluation and testing. In August, Nikola recalled all battery-powered electric trucks it had delivered after a fire probe. Yikes.
That's
fallen
interesting.
48% year to date,
Yeah.
man. They had a decent move.
How does your battery blow up while you're rolling down a hill? I don't get it.
I don't know, brother,
don't
but
get
they keep having this issue. It's not a one-off incident. It's not, and they've got two engines. They've got one hydrogen it's a hydrogen engine, but it converts the hydrogen conversion into electricity. So it's the motor is actually electricity, but there's another separate motor for the hydrogen conversion to electricity, and then they have a hydrogen-specific engine. So they've got a couple.
Interesting.
I don't know which one this one falls into. By the way, I did my fair share of digging into Li Auto on the weekend.
Yeah.
It's taking it on the chin today.
Talk to us about what
So
you
Li
bought.
Auto is not a pure EV. It is, and it's not a hybrid either. It is what they call an EREV, an extended range electric vehicle. What it's all about is it's got an actual electric engine that can go about 250 kilometers, but there's also a regular gas-powered engine that adds about 1,100 kilometers. So with a range for the L8 anyway, a range of about 1,300 kilometers. So for your everyday moves, you got that 250, 260 kilometer range you can get by, but because there's such high demand, more demand than there is supply for EV charging stations in China, they came up with this kind of extended range where you don't have to sit there and charge, because sometimes you may not be able to get a charging out. So that's a look for Li Auto there, and that's why I think a lot of investors are hesitant to get into Li Auto, because they're not a pure EV play. They are not. And they also have, you know, what could be looked at as a contentious design program. They're copying the iPhone in the sense that all their vehicles look the same, they're just differently sized, right? So they have like the L6, the L8, I don't know what other they have. They all look the same essentially, literally, but again, differently sized. So it's an interesting look for Li Auto. It's kind of like you have 1 foot in here and then 1 foot in there. You're not willing to make the jump. Now, as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. They are introducing, by the end of the year, a pure EV play, where it's going to only be electric. There won't be that extended range nonsense that they're doing at the moment. So Li Auto, you know, taking on the chin today. But
to be honest, I kind of like that. Right?
It's not a Prius, guys. You weren't
like
listening to what I was saying, Stevie G. You didn't listen. So let me
like a
repeat
Prius.
myself again.
Yeah,
right.
let us know.
The gas engine does not power the gas engine on there does not power the wheels. it recharges the electric motor, right? And that's what it does. It's basically a generator, a gas-powered generator on there that recharges the electric motor. Doesn't have any connection to the powertrain.
How many liters or gallons or
I don't know, but it has a
capacity?
1,300 kilometer range.
Okay.
Which is way better than any car I know.
If you have an Li, then like you would be charging, and then you would also have to fill up that reserve for the generator.
If you wanted
for
to
the
go
onboard
long
generator.
range, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty. I think that's pretty cool because like we haven't fully transitioned into like the EV space, right? In terms of like as a society, as a total population, we haven't fully 100% adapted the EV, right? Still, I think well, in North America at least, I can safely say it's well below 50% of all vehicles, right?
Oh my goodness, we're not even like at 10% right now.
But there, I think it was you who was saying there are some places where they're about 50% right now in terms of EVs. Like,
did I say that?
I think it was. I might have been having a conversation, but
maybe.
Regardless, I think the what I'm trying to say is that we're in that phase of transitioning over, and I think that's a great way to transition over, where you have a main electrical engine. And then you have a generator to kind of back that up. And then while we go through that transition of like, maybe you're always not going to find a charger, right?
Yeah. Well,
but you're always almost going to find gas. You can keep a can of gas in the back of your car, right?
And you hear the big like, you know, when I'm not going to point any fingers at anybody, but when some politicians come out and they want to attack EVs, they're like, you can only drive for 2.5 hours before you got to charge it again, right?
I mean, they might be getting paid a little bit by the oil boys, you know,
whatever.
Behind the back, a little bit of funding there, but you know, that's been happening. It's been happening. I tell
you're
this
not
to
wrong.
people.
You're not wrong.
EVs have been around since the 70s, in the 1970s, since the 1980s.
Yeah.
But the idea has always been slapped down. If you take a look at some of these companies that were trying to come up, right? The electric engine, a lot more effective and a lot more efficient than an internal combustion. So why are we still living 30, 40 years behind?
That's what it is,
right?
the way it is.
The infrastructure, sure, you can come up with a lot of excuses. The infrastructure's there, whatever. But here's the thing. Who are the guys who are lobbying? Who are the guys who are actually pushing for some of these changes not to happen?
Well,
Right?
Very good point.
It's a full gaze.
Very good point. Very good point. Now, while we talk about that, let's talk about the reality now. Tesla's Model 3, the revamped version, will have about 630 kilometers of range. And that's on an entry level.
That was the 100K Model 3 you were talking about?
Well, no, I mean, I put full self-drive, I put like the paint. No, we're talking about just the long-range model of the new Tesla Model 3, which is not available in North America, and we don't even have a release date. It's going to be available in China and Europe first for whatever reason. In any event, over 600 kilometer range. Now, a lot factors into that. The cold. You know, in Canada, we have slush on the ground. Slush is resistance. And so anyway, it's not exactly always going to be like that, but the range is increasing. Now, on the Model S, you've always had, well, not always, but you've had the option for way over 600 kilometer range, but it's nice to know that you get that on the Model 3, which is far, far less expensive. So you know, it's improving. The EV world is improving. But yeah, for anybody looking into Li Auto, because I've been talking about that, know that it is not a pure EV play. They will be pure EV. One model will be pure EV by the end of the year, but their current models are extended range electric vehicles. Big difference. And it makes sense for the Chinese countryside, one second, because they don't have access to the type of charging, or they do have, but there's just way too many. What's up, Katina, man?
That strength, in your opinion, on the company?
For the Chinese market, but I don't know how I like it for the North American market, for the European market. What Sean was asking me, he's like, does that strengthen your opinion on them? And I like it for the Chinese market because they have a situation particular to them, which is that there's more demand for charging stations than there is supply. Hence, if you have a backup of a gas-powered car, it helps with that. But in Europe, in North America, when we're really going gung-ho here with trying to increase our supply for EV charging, you want 1 foot in, 1 foot out? I don't know. I'm not intelligent to know, enough to know, so we'll have to see what the market decides about that. And that's my little rant there on the auto.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we're going to do here with Meta, because I'm sitting here at 310 on Meta looking for a 300 defend, and we're curling back down. But I should probably keep my eye on the future because the future is headed down, baby.
Take a
So
look
this
at
might
ES,
not be
man.
a good idea here, and I'm in it, so I'm not going to give it that much room here, Obi. What's up?
Yeah, the ES, we talked about it kind of doing the range, and look at what it's doing. Kind of popping back to day lows there.
Yeah, there we
so,
go.
yeah, take a look at this. Softy, Amazon, a lot of these other names still consolidating while the ES and the NQ kind of doing back down to some of these lows there. Yeah, so I was reading some of the chat there.
Yeah, go for it.
Was it Finch Jane saying, I love 20-year-old Toyota cars. Same, absolutely the same. 1986 Toyota Corolla, the AE86.
Damn.
For those of you who know, you know.
Okay.
That is by far one of my most wanted cars. Like I want a mint condition.
Can I ask why?
AE86. It's
Is
just
it nostalgia?
Yeah, it's a nostalgic car. It's I like to drift. And those of you out there familiar with the drifting scene, you know the AE86 is definitely a very, very iconic. Yes, the Panda AE86, the
All right.
Hachiroku, that is the one.
My first car, it wasn't mine, it was my mom's, right? When I got my license initially, it was a 1995 Toyota Corolla, and I beat the what out of that car, bro. I would drift in, not by design, I was just a moron, right? And I destroyed that car. I got into so many accidents, and my mom still holds it against me to this day. So my association with the Toyota Corolla is it has no rear speakers, it had no watch, no clock in the car. Okay, it was the most base model of Toyota Corollas ever. It was this ugly green with gray trim on it, man. I don't have good association, but I'm happy that you do because I don't remember that car fondly. What I thought you were going to say is like a Civic of sorts, like a Honda CRX or something like that. You remember those cars?
I mean, the new Civic, the Type R is definitely iconic as well, right? I forget what it was. I think it was the new Type R. It beat Lamborghini around the Nuremberg.
Wow.
Yeah, something like that. It has like a
Dang.
really fast timing, ridiculously quick. The Type R, and that's why it's like for a Civic. It's a ridiculous price. I think
Wow.
it pushes like 70, 80 Gs or something for the Type R. I don't remember correctly, but
That's
this
pricey,
is
bro.
the car I'm talking about
Go
right
for it.
here. If you guys want to come
see
to my
those.
screen,
Yeah, those are
the
nice.
Panda Torino, that's the one right there. If anybody has one for sale, mint condition, I'm looking for one underneath 30 clicks. So hit me up if you guys.
I
have
like
that vehicle.
underneath 30 clicks, my guy.
Yeah.
You are shooting for a really, that's like
Mint.
a needle of a haystack.
I
there.
want something mint, but yeah, it's rare to find those vehicles in that kind of condition. I might have to.
You know
take
what
a
I
trip
saw
to Japan,
on the weekend?
you know?
One of the very expensive dealerships in the city that sells like Lambos and Rollses has a 1991 Mercedes 190 for $500,000 Canadian.
Wow.
I'm like, what does this Mercedes 190 do? Because like everybody in Egypt had that back in the day when I used to go visit. It's like you want to stunt. You got a Mercedes 190 because it was entry level, right? Yeah, that's the one. Bring it down.
Yeah,
it's literally
damn.
the one. Bring
Look
it right
at
down.
that. That
It
is
is.
sick.
Why is that $500,000? That's the thing. There must be something specific about it. But yeah, this I'm not going to even talk about their name, but $500,000 Mercedes 190 for some reason available in the city. Steve G, we're chilling for a little bit. We've been trading all day. Steve G's upset we ain't trading stocks.
Waiting for the next trade.
By the way,
What's the next
the
trade?
position board is off for whatever reason. I'm long Meta at $300.10. We're looking for that 300 hold. We got a break below Meta on 300, but we're moving above it now. The issue here is the futures. The futures, well, especially the NQ, is going to have to hold up. Otherwise, I don't really see this meta trade holding up either. So keeping an eye on that. I'm not correlating as much with the ES as I am with the NQ. The NQ moving back into that 15.5 and a third. It's definitely green on the day, up 0.10, but was definitely up a lot higher. We were up 1/3% on that move into 15.562. Not at the moment though. So we'll have to wait and see what this does. If we break that 299.75, that's the end of my trade on Meta.
Yes, Steve G saying we could talk stocks. Yeah, sure we can. I think that's
just
what we've
mentioned
been
that,
doing
yeah.
a little bit. But yeah, take a look at this, man. Here, I'm like, okay, waiting for the next trade, right? We saw that the ES came all the way back down to 45.05, right? That was a pre-market low. So yeah, I'm not trading the ES. I'm not trading the NQ. That's where the moves are. But take a look at some of the constituents here. I have some of the top names on my main screen. We're still waiting. Has this gone very far? Like the ES does a 10, 15 point move back down to low of day from rejecting high of day double top at 45.20. And then Amazon, all it does is about a 15 penny drop. Microsoft, it still holds that 333, right? Let's take a look at Apple, right? What is Apple doing? I was going to cover IonQ. I saw that somebody in the chat had mentioned something about IonQ, that they've been long for the good chunk of the year, and we see that it's been having a bit of strength there on the day today. So nice look on IonQ. It's very, very strong on the day. But yeah, let's take a look at some of these larger caps, right? Apple, what did Apple do on that market quadunk, right? Nothing really, still well within its range, right? Microsoft we saw, right? Amazon we saw what it's doing, still well within its range, not really doing anything. So do I want to get involved? Probably not, right? We know that AMD had some news from earlier. What is that doing? It hasn't really gone anywhere, still diddling in the middle, right? What's next? Nvidia, one of the market leaders as well, right? What is Nvidia doing? Sure, you could take those trades off that 490 and off that 485, 480 as well, but that's been the range on the day, and we're compressing that range. So do I want to get involved in this chop? Absolutely not. But yeah, what's the next trade? I don't see one right now. This market looking a bit divided here. Only some of the tech up on the day, and a lot of red we're seeing here as well. So maybe we can take some of these reds. I know Sharif was looking at volume losers on the day. So let's take a look at some of those as well. So we have the volume gainers here. So let's take a look at. I don't have volume losers, but I have percent change losers. So we can just take a look at what the highest volume tickers on some of these are, right? So what is this? UPTD over here. So Trade UP Corporation hasn't really done much. Pops and drops is doing about a 1 million vol on the day. Is that, yeah, I guess it's doing some RVol, average volume only half a mil. It's doing about twice that, doing about 1 million today, but nothing too crazy there on that. We got WE, which is WeWork. We were talking about, oh, they did a split. Okay, so we have some post-split action happening on WeWork, maybe some profit taking. So that's what's been happening there. What is this? Give me some volume here. TSE down about 20% on the day. Triceno PLC, what did these guys do? I have no idea. Process Industries, they specialize in chemicals. Plastics and latex binders. So they manufacture and they sell plastics and latex binders. Interesting.
As soon as I heard that, I remember the Seinfeld episode where George wants to be the latex salesman. All my Seinfeld heads, hit 1 in the chat if you know exactly what I'm talking about. George tries to bamboozle.
Maybe they were buying from TSE, right?
My guy, you're so smart. That's why you're the better one. But everyone knows what I'm talking about. Vanderlei Industries, yes. When anybody calls, you pick up the phone and you answer Vanderlei Industries. Not hello, but Vanderlei Industries. Yes, all right, guys. Sorry to interrupt you, Obi.
No worries, man.
But I'm taking some profits here on this Meta 300 defend. We've already got 3 outs. We got in 310. I just wet my beak there at the $300.65 break. We're looking for newer highs to print. Newer highs come vis-a-vis a $0.75 break. 374 is this peak over here. We haven't made a newer high. We've made higher lows, so that's good from the trend perspective. But with respect to continuation, I am looking for that to continue through the $0.75. I'll be wetting my beak again, just a smidge above the 374. Let's go ahead and put that there. I'm gonna actually sit at 74s. Oops, that's not the right move. There we go, 74. So we're gonna put that there for the break of the that crest. Whether or not we get that print, we'll have to wait and see. Meta 1.45 to the good. As I look on my side chart, by the way, NVIDIA starting to move here. 485 and a quarter. It's now just break even on the day with higher lows, and there's an obvious top here at that 485 area. Well, we'll see if it can continue to break through that. Meta seems to be really the only big cap that's moving. I mean, Microsoft isn't moving. Apple's doing nothing. So it seems Meta's a bit of a secular mover, obviously, and that concerns me because I don't think I have a headline here on Meta, and so it's not going to just run on its own, at least you don't think. Yeah, nothing new coming in on my blotter anyway for Meta. So we'll have to see if we get continuity through that $0.75 hero.
Yeah, I was watching NVIDIA as well. I think you're right on that. Only NVIDIA did that little bit of a pop there. I was watching that, pushes into the 485, and then a little muted there. But here's the thing: we're bouncing off of that the same price on the ES, and we've established a little bit of a temporary higher low on the NQ here, just on top of this 15,520. So yeah, maybe we will get a bit of price compression there. As again, we're just diddling in the middle here. Everything is consolidating sideways here. I got a little bit involved just underneath that 137, but I didn't like it. I shouldn't have been there for very long, and I wasn't, and we are still chopping right well within that zone. So nothing too high probability for me is that I'm seeing here. But yeah, what's the next trade? What's the next trade? That's what I'm asking myself. I see some of these names on the day, decent moves here. I'm looking at that volume gainer, Bank of America, all day, straight selling. So there's definitely a little bit of a seller here on BAC, smooth trend down. So let's, you know what? I want to check XLF and see what the financial sector is up to here. Looking very, very similar to BAC. Maybe BAC is leading the banks back down to the downside here. Let's take a look at JPM and Goldman Sachs. Looking very, very similar here, pushing back off of some of these highs we made at the end of last week, right? So JPM looking like that. Let's check out Goldman Sachs as well. Yeah, very, very similar. They're kind of a strong downtrend on the day after establishing some highs as well. Are there any banks that I'm forgetting? I got Bank of America, I got JPM, and I got GS, and those are probably some of the biggest boys on the block, right? So yeah, I think banks are a little bit faded on the day.
Yeah,
Let's see
and that's
if there's
probably why the S&P has relatively underperformed the NQ. I saw airlines and banks really weighing heavily here on the ES, where you don't obviously have that affliction on the NQ, obviously all tech. I just got a couple of outs here, guys, on this Meta long. This has been a good long so far. We just got the break of 75, and I got a 76 print. Now I'm sitting at 85s for my next out. I'm looking here, and I'm seeing 80s on the ask, so we're not that far away from it. 1.5% to the good now on my friend Meta. And you'll recall, if you're a good viewer of the show, if you're a longtime viewer, Meta was very much my friend earlier in the year, but then since that time we've parted ways. And you know, maybe that was a mistake on my part. Should definitely not have entered that relationship, because it ended up giving about $100 more to the upside subsequent to my exit. So there we go. We just got a print. We got a big boy print there. We got 30.85, but the spread on Meta wider, so I didn't get the fill. I'm sitting at 84s. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see here. AMD just rejected off 111, so it's stair stepping up. NVIDIA is now green, looking to take 486. It just had a move into the high 485s, but it's a very volatile stock, and it's right back down to 485 and a third. Amazon's also waking up as I look here. 136.75 just got taken. Now there's that 137 level that might be coming into play. Apple's dead money for the moment, but Microsoft held 33 very well. You have a couple of wicks below, but on my 5-minute chart, you don't have any closes south of that 333, and now it just wicked up to 334, but there is resistance on Microsoft at 34s. You have a couple of rejections off there. Google also trying to go green. It's actually flat right now at 135 and 2/3, and Tesla 4.5 to the good, but about $1.50 removed, or $1, pardon me, removed off the highs. It's at 255.96, and it's a 256.90. high a day on Tesla, but it's starting to curl a little bit, so we'll have to wait and see. Meta here, let's go back to Meta, right back into that $0.75. Do we get the print at 80s? It's looking good. I'm seeing a lot of orange come in on my tape here. That's over the ask. And I'm about to get printed if we get that. And there it is. We're going to spin the money on Meta. Now it's knocking on the door of 301, baby. There is size, and there goes Meta. Wow, we're $1 in the money on this bad boy, so we're going to hit that on our friend Meta. It's a good trade, and it's a good defend off that 300. Former area of resistance becomes area of support. It's basic technical analysis.
Nice trade there, Sharif. Yeah, I'm watching that 137 come back in. The markets are catching a bit of a bid there, and yeah, we're still teetering between 333 and 334 on the softie here, a previous resistance area as well. And look at this, high, lower high, and potential for another lower high as well across the board here. We're still near the low lows on the ES, and we're pushing back into 137. So yeah, I'm looking to get involved in around this 137. Let's see what we do. We know that there's consolidation in the morning, kind of couldn't really get past that 137, but a little bit of a 137 double top here. You kind of push back above. You can't even get to the dime past 137, and it comes back in. But a bit of a build up there from the downside. Price is pushing into that 137. So let's see if that 137 can really bring it in for us, or that stays a level, a place to sell, right? That's what I'll be watching for. I'm looking for a potential short or a long in and around this 137. I need a little bit more information here. If the market's going to pop back up and kind of violate some of these highs from before, then yeah, I don't want to get short underneath that 137. But if we make that lower high here, as this 15-minute candle, how much time is left on this 15-minute candle? Still about 13 minutes left to form this 15-minute candle that I'm watching here as well. So if we kind of make a lower high, or we pop up into here and we start to sell off, I'll be looking for a short underneath that 137. But if we get up and above, and Microsoft can get above as well, and some of these other names as well, we're watching Apple being hella strong. So if Apple can kind of continue, if Tesla can kind of continue as well.
Meta's flushing, bro.
So Sharif's saying Meta's flushing.
Yeah,
all right, so that 301.
Yeah.
We talked about those sellers showing up at 301, and look at that. Those sellers show up again, 301. Like clockwork, they were there all of last week, once, twice, pretty heavy selling, and then thrice today in the morning gives you that 298 off the 301, and maybe we're setting up for it again. That 301 looking pretty heavy. I see waves of red on the tape. Let's see if we kind of sell off of these levels here. Right underneath that 137, I want to get involved, but I'm going to be a little bit patient.
Yeah, so far I have absolute top wick here on Meta. Look at this, bro. That literally is top wick. So I got 20% left of the position, and I don't think I'm going to let this go against me at all. If it comes right back into that 310 level, I'm just going to flatten out the position, because I don't want to let go against me. I don't want to give any part of this back, but if it does find support here at the 50 where it did last time, great, we'll hold on. But what a move down. That's $1. It just moved like that. It took forever to get up there, and no time at all, it moved right back down. You're into you know, nature and stuff?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, you do a lot of fishing and stuff. Have you ever watched the show Dual Survival? Okay.
Dual Survival.
Yeah, I talked about it with Brendo this morning. What a show, bro. Essentially, they put two guys in the wilderness. One guy is an army-trained survivalist. He has a completely different philosophy of how to survive. He's more function. And another guy is a naturalist. The reason I'm not looking at the camera is because I'm looking at my trade, because I might have to flatten out Meta. So the other guy is a naturalist. He lives, breathes the earth. You know, he knows how to track animals. He cares about how, you know, he likes to live in nature. He's not a function guy. He's more of like, I enjoy this. So they put them together, and they put them in all sorts of different environments. The forest, the boreal forest in North America, the jungle. The Washington State actually has a rainforest, believe it or not, called the Olympia rainforest or something like that. Put them there. They put them on a glacier in New Zealand. And basically what they do is they have to survive, and they have to effect self-rescue. And so these guys, they build shelters, they make fires, they hunt game, they set traps. I absolutely am addicted to the show. I binged the hell out of it on the weekend. It's on Discovery, but it's available on YouTube, so you can, they're free. Yeah, Dual Survival. What a show, bro. Yeah, it's similar to that, but this one's like a lot more functional. The Cantina Man is saying he liked to watch Naked and Afraid, and for you guys who like that kind of stuff, it's very much like that, but without the naked part, and they're actually very much real survivalists. And the beautiful thing is the contrasting between the survival styles. Again, one's a military guy, he's very, you know, direct, high energy, go, go, go. Another guy's like, he walks barefoot, he you know, he's a naturalist. It's an amazing show. I absolutely love stuff like that, and I would absolutely love to do that, but to obviously be guided by somebody who knew the ropes. I wouldn't just do it on my own, right? And they give them like only certain things, Ob. Like this time around, they give them scenarios. So like, you know, these people that go for ecotourism and they get lost in the wilderness, what they would have on them. So they don't get to choose their tools. You know, it's sometimes they have knives, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have a way to make fire, sometimes they don't. And that's the beauty about the show anyway. I think it's an awesome
It's kind of like
show.
Man versus Wild almost, kind of like a Bear Grylls type of
Hold
thing.
on, people are making fun of me like you're a decade late, bro. I know it's an older show, guys. I know about that. But the fact is, I just stumbled onto it and I love it. Sorry, Bear Grylls. It's very much like Bear Grylls. Man versus Wild. I remember that. Yeah, it's very much like that.
Back in the day, and kind of along the. That kind of reminds me, I grew up watching Steve Irwin.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So a lot of nature, interacting with animals and kind of learning about them as well. So I like that. I like that kind of stuff.
Oh man, it's amazing.
Well, but,
I absolutely love that show, bro.
Yeah, I have not seen that show, so maybe something to watch over the weekend.
Definitely.
There. I think that's interesting there. the futures not really getting anywhere. We saw the bounce. We saw these pops. I saw the push into that 137. And I was like, yeah, not really convincing. Yeah, maybe a reason to get short, but take a look at this. I kind of drew this line in while Sharif was talking.
Sorry.
And take a look at that. We're kind of holding in and above this trend. Reason to get long, I found, was down here. I did not hold that trade because it was very chop, but it seems like that 136 price, that was definitely a great price to buy as we've slowly and choppily, slowly in a very chop-like fashion, trending up into that 137 build. So maybe a bit of a flag into the 137. I think I like that. Let's see what we do going forward for the rest of the day. I definitely want to interact with this 137. I'm waiting for more information here. Somebody in the chat talked about, mentioned Oracle, and I know Oracle, we had a bit of that flash crash last week. This kind of piece here, was it last week or the week before? I think it was last week, yeah. So we got that kind of a move. No, 2 weeks ago. Sorry. So we got that kind of a move, and now we're holding above that kind of trending up into that 125. So this 122 looking like a very distinct level that we've held above. Kind of consolidate all of last week, and we come in today. You pop. You drop into it and then you pop off of that 121 area, holding that bit of a trend on Oracle. This might be an interesting look. Now, this is a name I don't really trade very often, but let's take a look left and see what we've got in store if this move is going to potentially continue to the upside. So yeah, we've been consolidating since about June, July here. Look at that relative volume on that earnings pop. So we move up off of earnings, and then a couple of weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago, we get this kind of a drop down and hold on that craziness, and then you rebid back up, consolidate, and now we're trending to the upside here on Oracle. I'm curious to know if this price here will come into play, this 127-ish area. I got that alert in just now in front of you guys to see if this price kind of comes in, and we definitely want to be there if this is going to kind of continue back up to the upside. Oracle, decent name. Up very much on the year, as some of these lows from the end of last year being well below that $100 mark, and we've made it way past that. Look at this expanding volume into that 100 break, and now we hold. I like that look on Oracle there. Don't really have a trade on it today, but I'm still waiting. What is the next trade? I don't really see it. let me know what trades you guys are in the chat. People talking about NVOS as well. Yeah, we took a look at this morning. A little too low priced for my liking, but definitely it's got the volume, it's got the moves, it's got the mechanics. So if you're trading this, good on you, as this is one of the top movers on the day.
I don't know if I'm seeing this right. AXLA. Did it just pop up, guys, or is my chart frozen again? We're going to have to find out here. Yeah, it did. AXLA. This small cap gapper, I was about to use the old term, just moving here, guys. It is a penny stock. Now it was down 8% on the day after having a decent day, and it just popped up into 38 cents, but not important. The good trade here is the fact that I didn't paper hand this trade on Meta. Right now I have top wick, and when it came down into 300, I didn't take it out. I said, look, it's going to have to decisively break 300. It was a clear level of support before. It was a clear level of resistance before, and they've switched, and we know that that is the case typically in TA, technical analysis. But, you know, we're not out of the woods yet because we have a 301.39 high. That's a high a day. Our last ascent, though, got us to 301.20. And we haven't made it back there. We are now back into 302/3. I'm seeing 65s show up here on the ask, but there is some resistance coming in. Somebody was asking why NVIDIA couldn't take 486, but what I do see on NVIDIA, and I'm digressing, I realize that, is a series of higher highs and higher lows. So despite the fact that it's not the strong name on the day, it is an interesting look here. You have a trough here at 482.5, and then here you've got the trough at 483.25, and obviously higher highs as you can see there. So interesting upward channel on NVIDIA, and the reason that's important to my MetaTrade, well, NVIDIA and the rest of the big tech stocks, if they get moving here, they are going to carry the future along with it. The future definitely will have an effect on Meta if the future starts pumping to the high side. So we're keeping an eye on Softy. We're keeping an eye on Apple. Apple looking to go green again. Tesla, 256.90. It's back at 255.75. So definitely not far removed off high a day on Tesla. Let me just fix all my tickers over here. I think we've got like 3 minutes left on the show before the big kahunas take over. And we send it up to the big desk with Brendo. But this MetaTrade has been very good. I think what are we on the day, Obi? We're 5 for 5 on the day. Positive on Airbnb, positive on HSDT, positive on Meta, positive on Netflix, and positive on the MNQ. So not a bad trading day, but yeah, we'll have to see if that can hold off the rest of the week here, because things change quickly around here. Oh, yeah. Anyway, 300 and that 50-cent area. Let's see if we can hold that and print higher. But, oh, Google just went green. Google just woke up. What's Google up to? It was that 135.2. That was the break-even point. We broke that, and now we're at 135.90. Possibly here to take that 135.97 high a day that we made on the opening range break. Obviously, you're looking at 136 there in the face. If we get up there, you'll be looking for a break of that. But any final thoughts before we finish off the show?
Nothing really. I took a piece of the short here on Amazon, as I was like, okay, well, we couldn't really get back above, and we're holding this trend, right? So now I want to see if we kind of meet with some buyers down here into the low 70s ish. If we can hold, we can see that the NQ is trying to make this lower high. So yeah, just a quick scalp, just looking for dimes, right? Nothing too crazy, but yeah, just a quick scalp there. If this pressure kind of holds and we push back into 137, I'll definitely get out of this. But yeah, we've kind of been consecutively making or starting to reject off of this 137 pretty decently here, but we are building up into it. I'm keeping that in mind. But yeah, just some closing thoughts, I guess, of mine would be just I want to interact with this 137. Let's see if we even get it, right? I am fighting the trend a little bit here, but yeah, that 137 staying a little bit heavy as this market kind of pushes back to the downside. But you know what? It is what it is. We'll figure it out. But I don't want to diddle in the middle here for too long. this is not really a convincing high probability trade for me, not right now at least. But yeah, in and around that 137, I like to interact with that. I have no idea where we're going to be going, but take a look at Google. Google is pushing to the upside. That 136 coming in as well. Yeah, let's see what the rest of the day has in store for us. I don't really see anything too crazy. Some of the trades I had planned for, again, we talked about them. Softy happened in the pre-market. We took the Softy short. We chopped up Amazon a little bit here and there, but other than that, nothing too crazy, nothing too much to write home about, I guess. Today, we're still waiting, consolidation day today. Let's see if we get a potential breakout of this consolidation going on into the week. It's been a shorter week, but yeah, that's all from me, man.
Yeah, well, all right. I think we're basically at the end of the show. Is Max back tomorrow, or are you?
I think Max is back tomorrow. He said he'll be back on the 6th, which is tomorrow. So yeah,
okay. We'll have to wait and see if he's here. But otherwise, it'll be me, Obi, or Max. We'll see you guys. Same bat time, same bat channel. Breno's at the big desk.
Take it easy.
Clock as we head through the afternoon here, and what's turning out to be kind of a flat day for the overall market. We are looking at individual names still the main focus of the day. If you are paying attention to the overall market, about a quarter